Order. We're going to start daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a set of papers that were dropped off at the legislature marked urgent attention, Premier Houston and local MLAs. We love Miss Lake. We love libraries from grade 4 to 5, Gibbon, Ashley Jefferson Elementary School.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table an article relative to the member statement I'll be making today.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a snapshot of the sponsored PC Party ad, claiming that my questions in the House are not about Lunenburg West. My post on this issue and comments made by community as of 11 a.m. this morning, and it's in relation to my member statement.
The papers are tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I rise today to draw attention of the House to a well-known individual to members of this legislature, Gordon Hebb, a respected and dedicated member not only of Nova Scotia's legal community, but also a well-respected Nova Scotian. Over the course of a long and distinguished career, he has made significant contributions to public service and to the development of our province's legal framework, earning the respect of colleagues and the broader community alike. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to recognize his many contributions here today, and I invite Gordon to stand and receive the warm recognition of the House.
Welcome, welcome. You know, you're always here, so welcome back. we all appreciate you, we truly do. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Gordon Hebb has been named the 2025 recipient of the Distinguished Service Award by the Nova Scotia Barrister Society, and whereas the Distinguished Service Award recognizes outstanding contributions to the legal profession, service to the community, and the advancement of law, and whereas over a career spanning more than 5 decades, Mr. Hebb has played a central role in shaping, modernizing, and maintaining the statutory law of Nova Scotia, including his leadership as Chief Legislative Counsel, and has contributed to major law reform and improved public access to legislation. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate Gordon Hebb on receiving the 2025 Distinguished Service Award and thank him for his exemplary service to the province of Nova Scotia, its legislature, and its people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize,
I ask for waiver.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
I ask for waiver.
Notice.
And notice. And passage vote debate.
We're off to a great start here this morning. There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of All New Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future date I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas National Indigenous Languages Day, celebrated annually on March 31st, honors the rich linguistic heritage of First Nations, Inuit, Métis people across Canada and recognizes their efforts to reclaim, revitalize, strengthen, and maintain their languages. And whereas Indigenous language revitalization helps ensure that the stories, knowledge, and traditions that have shaped this land will be shared for generations to come. Whereas Nova Scotia passed the Mi'kmaq Language Act in 2022, recognizing the importance of the Mi'kmaq language, and has designated the first Monday after Mother's Day, which is May 11th this year, as Mi'kmaq Language Day, a day to celebrate the province's original language. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the legislature acknowledge the spirit and determination of language champions, elders, youth, and their allies who work tirelessly to highlight the significance of Indigenous languages, especially the Mi'kmaq language, throughout our province. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Government notice of motion. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an important day here in Nova Scotia and across Canada, International Transgender Day of Visibility. Observed annually on March 31st, this global event was created to celebrate the lives and contributions of transgender and non-binary people. It is a day to combat misinformation, challenge harmful narratives, and reaffirm our commitment to a society where every person is seen, valued, and respected. Here in Nova Scotia, we are proud to champion the rights and dignity of transgender and non-binary Nova Scotians. Through advocacy, public service, and everyday acts of courage, this community strengthens the fabric of our province. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members rise to honor transgender and non-binary Nova Scotians on this day of visibility and to reaffirm our commitment to protecting the rights of every person in this province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize the vision and dedication of Curtis Wiley, a constituent and a sixth-generation African Nova Scotian from the historic community of Upper Hammonds Plains. Curtis is the founder and chief executive officer of the Upper Hammonds Plains Community Land Trust, an organization born out of a necessity to protect ancestral lands and create sustainable community-led housing solutions. Under his leadership, the Land Trust recently reached a historic milestone, securing over $60 million in funding to build 136 new cooperative homes. This project is the largest Black-led housing development of its kind in our province's history and serves as a powerful model for how we can address the housing crisis while honoring cultural heritage and community agency. Whether he is advising on affordable housing for Shannon Park or advocating for community-owned development at the national level, Curtis operates with a for us, by us philosophy that empowers residents and ensures no one is priced out of their own history. I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking Curtis Wiley for his transformative leadership and his unwavering commitment to make housing a reality for all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today on Trans Day of Visibility, we recognize and celebrate the strength, resilience, and contributions of transgender and non-binary people in our communities. This morning, I was proud to attend a flag raising here at the Legislature, a simple but meaningful reminder that everyone deserves to be seen, respected, and valued for who they are. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Cape Breton Youth Project and Executive Director Madonna Doucette and her dedicated team. Every day, they create a safe, welcoming space for 2SL LGBTQIA+ youth, a place where young people can be themselves, find support, and build community. That kind of work matters. It changes lives. Trans Day of Visibility is about celebration, but it's also about recognizing that there's still work to do to ensure everyone can live safely and authentically. Today and every day, we stand with trans and non-binary Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark National Indigenous Language Day. On this day, we celebrate the strength, resilience, and the cultural richness of our First Nations language. In 2022, our government proclaimed legislation recognizing Mi'kmaq as the Nova Scotia's first language. Our government is committed to support these efforts. Over the past year, we have worked in collaboration with the Mi'kmaq Language Revitalization Strategy. This program supports the growth and the sustainability of the Mi'kmaq language throughout the province. We are witnessing amazing work being done to reclaim and revitalize Indigenous language. Significant strides have been made to preserve not only the Mi'kmaq language, but to also the ancestral knowledge. Immersive programs and the digital archives are assisting in this important work being done across the province. Let us continue our work to promote Indigenous language not only today, but long into the future. Our National Indigenous Language Day, let's ensure Indigenous languages are honoured as an aspect of our provincials past and continue to be celebrated as a part of the present and future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I table today the sponsored Nova Scotia PC Party ad that claims most of my questions in this House aren't about Lunenburg West, and with it the comments from community that reflect the outpouring of support I've received in response. My community seemed to need no explanation of why and how my questions matter. But for whoever it is in government that thinks questions about justice and fairness aren't questions that impact my community, I would like to explain. Every Attorney General gets to see what lines the government of the day is willing to cross. I am bound by privilege and cannot disclose what I know from that role. My questions may or may not relate to issues that arose when I was Attorney General. My questions are not assertions of fact. They are only questions. But they are questions I believe need to be asked and questions that deserve to be answered. So I will keep asking them on behalf of the people in Lunenburg West and across Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the collective impact of the Canadian Mental Health Association, CMHA, and its branches across Nova Scotia. CMHA works to promote mental health, reduce stigma, and ensure Nova Scotians have access to the critical support they need to be well and stay well. Today, I would especially like to highlight the exceptional contributions of Ms. Marg Murray, co-branch manager of CMHA Halifax Dartmouth, who is retiring this June after 30 years of dedicated service to those who use CMHA. Marg Murray is far more than an administrator. She's a fierce advocate, a trusted leader, and a true force of nature. For 3 decades, she has gone above and beyond in her work, showing up for people in moments of crisis, ensuring they receive the care and support they need, whether walking beside someone through the system or stepping in to ensure they reach the emergency room. Her compassion, determination, and unwavering presence has had a lasting impact on countless lives. Most importantly, Mark has created a safe space for everyone to just be themselves. From all of us who've crossed paths with you, Mark, over the last 30 years, we wish you all the best and look forward to see what you're doing next. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our caucus wants to add our voice to congratulate our long-serving Chief Legislative Counsel, Mr. Gordon Hebb, on receiving the Nova Scotia Barrister Society's 2025 Distinguished Service Award. This award is presented to a member of the Nova Scotia legal profession who has made significant contributions to their community, the legal profession, and the Barrister Society. Gordon, a familiar face to all of us, is one of Nova Scotia's longest-serving lawyers. Throughout his 30 years plus, as leader of the Legislative Council Office, Mr. Hebb has been quick to support legislators in any way possible. Whether he's drafting bills, running last-minute change sheets over to the House, or revising Nova Scotia's 573 statutes to ensure they're up to date, Gordon is a trusted voice and a nationally recognized legal expert. Gordon's institutional memory and legal expertise are essential to the operation of this legislature. Perhaps another little known fact is I'm actually related to Gordon on my mother's side, down in the South Shore.
Honorable member, I think Mr. Hebb could find us all related to him. I recognize the honorable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that all members of this House join me in congratulating Gordon on his award and thank him for his continued dedication to this House, maybe 30 more years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, new championship banners will soon be hanging at the Halifax Centenary Arena. This past weekend, the Halifax Hawks team won not one, not two, but 3 tournament championships. The Halifax Hawks on U13C Red team won gold at the U13 Eastern Shore Invitational. The Halifax Hawk U15B Black Men team won the gold medal for their Accord division at the Sidma Minor Hockey Tournament. Last but not the least, the Halifax Hawk under U15A team won the gold medal for the Odyssey division at the Sidma Minor Hockey Tournament. I want to invite all members of this House to congratulate Halifax Hawks, their players, the coaches, the supporters, the volunteers, and financial supporters, and even parents who have worked so hard to deliver these 3 tournament championship banner to hang for the rafters of the historical Centennial Arena. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the Quinpool Main Street District Association for putting together yet another incredible community initiative, the Oodles of Noodles Festival. Oodles of Noodles was curated around the idea of highlighting a single ingredient that many of our amazing restaurants already have on hand: noodles. Each restaurant participating came up with a different noodle-based dish that fits within the culinary tradition that they already serve. So some dishes included a hearty beef lasagna from Freeman's Little New York, crispy fried chicken ramen from Truly Tasty, or a bacon carbonara from Jellies. Please join me in thanking the Quinpool Main Street District Association for contributing and coming up with such creative initiatives to bring all of what Quinpool has to offer together.
I recognize the honorable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I received yet another book this week from a local author. I won't use it as a prop, but I want to recognize the author Daniel Metcalf Chanel, an award-winning author and historian from Timberley Prospect. Danielle has written 8 nonfiction books for children and adults, including this one called The Children of the SS Atlantic, which tells stories of those affected by this deadly marine disaster. Just for folks' awareness, I spoke several times about this. Of the 952 people on board, 535 people died and 189 children. So no child was spared in that disaster. Her books have received the Atlantic Book Award, the First Nations Communities Read Award, and she's been shortlisted for the Kakmatak Award. Her books are even featured in Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Danielle has written a picture book for young children about the SS Atlantic that's currently under consideration for publication, but because of this government's cuts, local publishing companies are being forced to make tough choices about which books can get published. Hopefully that won't mean that this Nova Scotian story won't see the light of day. These stories resulted in such things like the museum down in Terrence Bay, like the Blessing of the Fleet event every single year, and even just last year we opened up 2 monuments, just to give you a taste of what can happen just from Nova Scotian stories. So I ask all members in the House to join me in congratulating Danielle on her success, and thank you for her work telling Nova Scotian stories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize 5 students from Cole Harbour High who are stepping up to lead their graduation celebrations. Madam Speaker, planning a prom is a massive undertaking, and Kara Gallant, Hayden Tober, Callie Batoni, Dimitri Kennedy, and Leah Gallant have taken on the challenge. This committee is the team behind the scenes, handling the logistics, the music, the decor, to transform their own high school into a space where the class of 2026 can celebrate one last time. By choosing to host the event at the school, these students have ensured that the celebration is both local and accessible to every single one of their classmates. It takes a lot of maturity to balance your final year of school with the practical stress of organizing an event for hundreds of people, and this group is getting the job done. In Cole Harbour, we're proud of students who take the initiative to lead. I ask that members of this House join me in thanking the Cole Harbour High Prom Committee for their hard work and wishing the entire class of 2026 a great graduation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, today on Trans Day of Visibility, I would like to recognize an inspiring young person living in Dartmouth North, Evie Sweeney. Evie is a 15-year-old trans girl living her best life in Dartmouth with her dogs and her mom. She is an athlete, an artist, and under the name of Sassafras Smalls, an incredible drag performer. She wants to be a marine biologist and is a strong advocate for saving Dartmouth Cove. Evie has been teaching adults from an early age. Last week, she came to public bills and was articulate in her criticisms of Bill 198. She talked about how cuts to organizations like Wonderneath and the McPhee Center for Creative Learning will have a negative impact on her and young people in general. Today at the Trans Day of Visibility flag raising, people in attendance heard Evie talk about the joy of being trans and also the challenges. She talked about being harassed last Sunday afternoon on Barrington Street while heading to a drag performance, and how at some of her schools she has been asked to teach her teachers and school community about being trans. Evie is kind, talented, and very smart, and on this day, let everyone in this House recommit to celebrating, protecting, and lifting up trans lives, especially trans youth like Evie, who are working to make our province a better and more beautiful place to live.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to recognize the Locker Room Health and Fitness Club, a valued local business that has proudly served our community for nearly 40 years. Under the dedicated leadership of Janice Forand, alongside her late husband, Rick Forand, the Locker Room has been far more than just a gym. It has been a welcoming place of encouragement, friendships, and well-being for generations of residents. As Janice prepares to step away, we thank her for her many years of dedication and for the lasting impact she has left on our community. But do not sweat, Madam Speaker. I am also pleased to welcome Iron Valley Fitness Limited, which will assume ownership on May 1st, and to wish them every success in this next chapter. Madam Speaker, I ask all members join me in recognizing the Locker Room and Fitness Club and thanking Janice Forand for her outstanding contribution to community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, on Transgender Day of Visibility, we recognize and celebrate the transgender and gender diverse people in our families, workplaces, schools, and communities. As we focus on making the lives and contributions of trans and gender diverse Nova Scotians more visible, we need to also raise awareness of the discrimination and faced still by many trans and gender diverse people every day. Here and around the world, it is often not safe to be openly transgender, and gender diverse and people are subjected to violence if they try and live as themselves. Transphobic discrimination, especially violence, does not occur in a vacuum. It starts with attempts to erase the existence of trans people and to block their participation in society. As MLAs, we need to stand with trans and gender diverse Nova Scotians even when it's difficult, when it means conversations about representation and participation, and when it's about access to spaces and resources, programs, and funding. There's a lot of opportunity in the word visibility, and now is the time to get loud. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to not stand on the sidelines and to fight for our access to public space, safety, and our full human rights.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rise in my place. This past weekend in Sydney was Spring into Motion at the YMCA. This is a great event and a fundraiser for the Y, and people from all over the community come to participate in the event. And also it was themed this year because it's the 140th year of the establishment of the branch of the YMCA at home. So it's 1866. So I rise in my place to recognize the Y for all of the wonderful programs that it provides to families across the CBRM and beyond, and recognize everybody who participated in the event this past weekend. The Y plays a big part in our community. It's a gathering place for people. It's a place for people to take their families, work on their physical and mental health, and I rise my place to thank everyone involved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding milestone, the 75th anniversary of the Sydney River Volunteer Fire Department. For 3/4 of a century, this dedicated group has proudly served Sydney River and surrounding communities and has consistently stepped up to support neighboring departments in their times of need. I want to congratulate Chief Dave Witzel, all past chiefs, and every volunteer firefighter, past and present, for their leadership, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to public safety. Their fire hall has also become a valued community hub, hosting the Isle Royale ATV Association meetings, the Atlantic Burn Camp, Brownies groups, and many other more groups. On behalf of the House, I want to congratulate Sydney River Volunteer Fire Department. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is Trans Day of Visibility, but let's be clear. For many trans folks, visibility has never been safe. It has meant exclusion, violence, and not long ago, even death. The progress we stand in today was built on the backs of those who were criminalized, silenced, and erased. Representation matters, real representation, not symbolic gestures, not photo ops, but seats at decision-making tables. That is not just visibility, that is disruption, that is change. Trans and gender diverse communities are tired. Too much of this work is unpaid and too much of this burden falls on those already fighting to survive. Trans folks are your neighbors, your family, your colleagues, and they deserve more than to be pushed to the margins. So this is the call. As allies, we must act, not later, now. That means safety, legal protections, jobs, fundings for arts and culture and heritage, and real structural inclusion. Because when attacks on trans rights are accepted, it opens the door to attacks on everyone. So visibility without action is not enough. They need protection, they need opportunity, and they need you to help carry this forward. Because the community cannot and should not do it alone anymore.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier this month, the Yarmouth Hospital Foundation marked its 10th anniversary for its We Care Radiothon, and this year continued overwhelming community support, raising more than $143,000. This year, the funds will go towards the purchase of a new automated tablet packager for the pharmacy department, and this unit will perform a critical role in preparing oral medication for the 3 hospitals in the Tri-County region. The current machine, which has served the department for many years, is nearing the end of its life, and replacing it is essential to maintaining reliable pharmacy services for the Tri-Counties. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking the many volunteers and the generous donors in the Tri-Counties for their continued support to help make the annual We Care Radiothon another success. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, March 31st, marks International Transgender Day of Visibility. I first want to thank my colleague, the member that hosted our event outside the flag raising, our member for Halifax Sable Island. Speaker, let me be clear. Trans rights are human rights, and we stand in solidarity, love, and action with trans, non-binary, two-spirit, gender-diverse people. Trans people, especially trans youth, continue to be targets of hate and political propaganda. Together, we must push back against this hate and violence and be true allies by using our voices and through our actions. Speaker, I want to recognize Cape Breton organizations who are doing the hard work. The Cape Breton Transgender Network, the Cape Breton Youth Project, Trans Care Plus through the Ally Centre, and Pride Cape Breton, to name a few. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a very special milestone in our community. On June 15th, the East Hants Family Resource Center will celebrate 15 years of supporting children, parents, caregivers across our region. For a decade and a half, the center has been a trusted place for families to find support, connection, and practical programming that strengthens healthy child development and family well-being. From early childhood programs to parenting supports and community connections, their work has had a lasting impact on countless families in East Hants and beyond. This milestone is a testament to the dedication of their staff, volunteers, board members, and community partners who continue to put families first. I congratulate the East Hants Family Resource on 15 years of service and thank them for their important role they play in helping our communities thrive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognize National Indigenous Languages Day, a time to celebrate the vital importance of the Mi'kmaq language here in Mi'kma'ki. Language is more than just a means of communication. It is the heartbeat of a culture. It carries histories, worldviews, and the soul of the Alnu people. For generations, the Mi'kmaq language was systemically targeted by colonial policies and the residential school system. And today, the work of revitalization led by elders, teachers, and community champions is a profound act of reclamation and healing. However, Speaker, reconciliation requires more than just words of praise. It requires consistent, reliable investment. This is why it is deeply concerning to see a 20% cut in this year's provincial budget to the Mi'kmaq Language Revitalization Program. At a time when this government should be accelerating our support to the Mi'kmaq Language Act, this reduction sends the wrong message. I call on this government to reinstate this funding and treat language revitalization with the urgency and respect it deserves. To the Mi'kmaq elders and educators across Nova Scotia, we see your work, we value your language, and we will continue to fight for the resources you need to ensure the Mi'kmaq language flourishes for generations to come. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge Queens County resident Tarina Parnell, who for the past 10 years has served as co-chair of the Liverpool Firefighters Association Christmas Parade. The Christmas Parade serves as the fabulously festive kickoff to the holiday season in Queens, and Tarina has given countless hours to ensure that this incredible community event not only takes place, but also grows every year. As she steps down from her role as co-chair, I would like to congratulate her on a decade of successful Christmas parades and to say an enormous thank you to her on behalf of the people of Queens County. The joy and smiles you have brought to so many are truly priceless. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Language was one of the major targets of Canada's residential school program and other colonial structures. This was intentional. Language links us to stories, family, and community, and brings our beliefs and morals to life. Restricting and destroying languages dislocated people from their communities. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission recognized the critical role of language and reconciliation through numerous calls to action, and language is also recognized as a right in Article 13 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq has been recognized as the original language of Mi'kma'ki. I encourage all members to take advantage of opportunities to learn Mi'kmaq as part of knowing this treaty land better, and to continue to fully support and resource Mi'kmaq language revitalization programs and services identified by Mi'kmaq communities.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Maud Peters of Boylston on the success of her new business, Treasure Mountain Canoe and Kayak Rentals. Through her venture, Maud is giving residents and visitors alike the opportunity to enjoy the natural beauty of the Milford Haven River and Guysborough Harbour. But her contributions go far beyond paddling. She also offers guided, dog-friendly trail walks. In addition, Maud has established a weekly community farm stand selling fresh produce and baked goods to the community. This initiative not only supports local growers and bakers, but also has brought a large interest from the customers who head there on Sundays to purchase veggies and baked treats. Individual key lime cheesecakes, Madam Speaker, when available, are very popular and quickly sell out. I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Maud Peters on her vision, entrepreneurship, and commitment to promoting the beauty and talents located in Guysborough-Tracadie. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour and congratulate Ian Pygott, who won the Theatre Nova Scotia Legacy Award last night at the Merit Awards. If you've worked in theatre in Nova Scotia, chances are you felt Ian's impact, whether you realized it or not. For more than 4 decades, he has been a cornerstone of Nova Scotia's theatre community, a technical director, designer, builder, mentor, and so much more. He's worked at Mulgrave Road Theatre, Two Planks and a Passion, Festival Antigonish, where he worked for 34 years, and now most recently at Theatre Bedeck, helping each of these companies grow and develop. But Ian's greatest legacy isn't only the work, it's the people. Through his work, especially at Festival and Theatre Antigonish, he helped shape theatre professionals, including some of whom that didn't know yet that theatre would be their path. He saw potential in others before they saw it in themselves. He opened doors, built confidence, and encouraged artists to take risks and grow. I ask the House to join me in celebrating a remarkable artist, mentor, and builder of community, and thank him for his commitment to Nova Scotia theatre and to theatre artists.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Steve Eady and Joey McVicker, who once again spearheaded a successful fundraiser for the Antigonish Town and County Palliative Care Society. Poultry boxes from Clydesdale chickens and turkeys were sold, with all proceeds going to the Palliative Care Society. Since the fundraiser began in 2020, more than $152,000 has been raised. As well, 67 poultry boxes were donated to the local food bank. This fundraiser not only helps with raising funds, but it also helps raise awareness of the work of the Palliative Care Society. The Antigonish Town and County Palliative Care Society is a volunteer-based organization that provides support to St. Martha's Palliative Care Team to help as they deliver quality in-home care to patients and their family who are living with or dying from life-limiting illness. Thank you to Stephen and Joey, all the volunteers, the community of Clydesdale, the local businesses who generously supported prizes, and to everyone who purchased the poultry boxes for their support of this important organization. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is March 31st, the end of the fiscal year, which means that on April 1st, the cruel cuts will come into effect. We have already heard from folks in communities about layoffs and programs discontinuing. Some of these funds are within these departments. We have arts and schools through Communities, Culture and Tourism. We have community recognition and celebration through CCTH. We have Hope Blooms through CCTH. We have some advanced education department cuts that are not been explained. We have a number of other programs that are going to lose beneficial funding to be able to do the work in community. And a lot of those we've already heard from, because how are these folks going to be able to be in community and do the great work that they're doing and then be noted in this House about all the great work, but yet we're going to cut that funding. So I just want to leave that on the table as a reminder that these cruel cuts will come into effect tomorrow, and folks will be feeling the effects because the government chooses not to do the work.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Pastor John Dixon of New Minas Baptist Church for the meaningful impact he and others like him are making in the lives of youth and young adults across this province. Through programs and events for youth, and in particular the Youth Alpha series, Pastor John and his team have created a welcoming space for young people to ask questions, build connections, and explore the Christian faith in a supportive environment. What began within the church has grown significantly, now reaching into schools across the province, where Youth Alpha is providing a space for Christian youth to lead and for their friends to explore faith. At a time when mental health challenges among young people are on the rise, this initiative is offering something truly powerful: hope. It is fostering a sense of belonging, encouraging open conversation, and helping students navigate life with greater confidence and purpose. The impact of Pastor John Dixon and the youth and adult volunteers who are leading Alpha groups in our province is evident in the lives being changed and the communities being strengthened. I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking them for their leadership, compassion, and continued commitment to our youth. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life of my great uncle Jimmy Baldwin, who passed away March 26th at 87 years young. My memories of him are surrounded by the Myra River, his humor and music. I can see Uncle Jimmy and my late Aunt Alec at their bungalow on the Myra River with their fur baby pretty boy, surrounded by family. I can see Uncle Jimmy on the boat laughing as someone attempted their hand at water skiing and just kept going under, and singing his songs around the campfire. Today, my family is gathered to say goodbye to Uncle Jimmy. And because I can't be there, I am sending my love to his children, Jenny, Paul, Neil, Noel, Glenn, Judy, his beautiful grandchildren, his sisters, Selena and Marilyn, my Aunt Margie, my Uncle Angie, and all of his nieces and nephews who loved him so well. Rest in peace, Uncle Jimmy.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize the incredible work being done at the Valley Care Pregnancy Centre in the Annapolis Valley. Every day, this centre becomes a place of hope in what can often feel like a moment of fear and uncertainty. For women and families facing unplanned pregnancies, the emotions can be overwhelming: confusion, anxiety, even isolation. But here they are met with compassion, dignity, and unwavering support. The centre doesn't just provide services, it provides care in the fullest sense of the word. It offers a listening ear, trustworthy information, practical resources, and a reminder that no one has to walk this journey alone. Whether it's counseling, parenting support, or simply a safe space to talk, this centre empowers women to make informed decisions and equips families with the tools they need to move forward with confidence. In a world that can sometimes rush to judgment, Madam Speaker, Valley Care Pregnancy Centre stands as a beacon of kindness and hope. I'd like to recognize Executive Director Bill Davenport, the staff, and amazing volunteers. Thank you for the lives you touch, the families you strengthen, and the love you show every single day. Madam Speaker, my family has been the recipient of that love and will forever be in their debt. I'd like to ask all members of the House to join me in thanking the Valley Care Pregnancy Centre for all the incredible work they do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize and celebrate the opening of an exciting new business in Glace Bay called Retro Now. Retro Now is more than a store. It's a place where memories come back to life. From collectible hockey cards and classic vinyl records to vintage video games and treasured memorabilia, this shop brings together generations through a shared love of nostalgia. Whether you're a lifelong collector, a sports fan searching for that special card, or someone hoping to revive the golden days of gaming, Retro Now offers something for everyone. It's a space where stories are shared, passions are celebrated, and community connections are strengthened. Local businesses like Retro Now are the heartbeat of Glace Bay, Madam Speaker. They create opportunity, spark excitement, and remind us why supporting local really matters. Madam Speaker, I congratulate the owners of their new opening and wish them every success as they bring a little retro magic back to Cape Breton.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable young Nova Scotian from Cooksbrook who is making our province proud on the national stage. Hannah Cole has been named to the Honda Canada GDR Fox Racing Team, one of the most prestigious motocross teams in the country. This is a testament to the years of hard work, dedication, and determination Hannah has poured into her craft. Earning a spot on a factory-backed team of this caliber does not happen by accident. It is the result of talent matched with an unwavering drive to succeed. Madam Speaker, Hannah Cole is proudly representing our province, and she is an inspiration to young athletes across Nova Scotia who dare to dream big. On behalf of all members of this House, we congratulate Hannah and wish her every success this season. Nova Scotia is cheering for you, Hannah. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to recognize OK Tire in New Minas. The store, which is co-owned by Mike Coggins and Brent McNeil, has received the Community Grassroots Store of the Year award from their parent company. The award was presented at their annual conference in Mexico for their superior customer service, their excellent operations, and their superb community involvement. The tire store, along with store manager Chris Sullivan, supports a number of local organizations, including Open Ice, the car show, Martok Snow Drag, snowmobile race, and Harvest Marathon. OK Tire in New Minas, which has been open for a decade, is one of the many companies in our region who are committed to making our Annapolis Valley communities a vibrant and special place to live, work, and play. I ask all members to thank OK Tire in New Minas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Relay for Life, and so Colchester Academy has an in-school competition where the school combines themselves in a team to raise money for cancer research. It's a great initiative. You can donate online. I encourage all Nova Scotians to support cancer research and support Relay for Life this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a real happy birthday to Vic Frazier, 80 years old, and I showed up at the event in West Bedford, and there had to be over 100 people there, and I'm looking for somebody that looks like they're 80, and I finally see a guy up on the dance floor with 3 women who I thought was like 48 years old. And it was Vic, and I spent a couple hours at the event, just an incredible event, and had a lot of fun. I didn't want to leave. I can't wait for the 81st birthday, which will be coming up next fall. So great constituent. His wife helped out during the election, and happy birthday, Vic. And I'll be at number 81 with my dancing shoes on.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In March 2025, Devin Robichaud, an automotive technician from Clare, officially opened his new business, Mavilet Mechanical. After over a decade of dealership experience, he decided to open his own business, providing his services to the people of Clare and surrounding areas. With multiple years of Ford, GM, and Honda training, I'm sure he'll be a big help to many people in the community. His work ethic, honesty, dependability, and love for cars will be a great advantage while helping locals with their vehicles, repairs, and concerns. I'd like to congratulate Devin on his opening and first year of business and wish him a long and successful career. Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure for me to acknowledge entrepreneurs in my area, but especially the new generation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize RCMP member Constable Stacey McRae for her commitment to the betterment of Richmond County. Constable McRae has been working as an RCMP officer for 15 years and is also a very active volunteer in Richmond County. She spearheaded Cram the Cruiser in 2024, is involved in the annual Festival of Trees and the Bike Safety Rodeo. As part of Earth Day each year, Constable McRae leads a spring cleanup, coordinating with community members and local organizations to pick up litter along the roadsides of Richmond County to keep it pristine for everyone who drives and walks on our roads. Constable McRae was recently awarded the 2025 Nova Scotia Police Long Service Award for her years of service with the RCMP. Please join me in honoring Constable Stacey McRae for her leadership and commitment to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize several young ladies from Guysborough-Tracadie for their accomplishments on the cheer stage. Emily and Langston Dorrington of Sunnyvale and Emily and Natalie Chisholm of Harvard-Bushy had the experience of a lifetime when they competed with Richmond Cheer Athletics and finished 4th at an international cheer competition at Disney World in Orlando, Florida in March of last year. Emily, Langston, and Natalie, along with Autumn Hensby of Mulgrave and Coach Haley Chisholm of Harvard-Bushy, are part of Atlantic Cheer Academy's U16 Generals and joined by Emily on the Open SWAT team. The U16 team placed 4th at Cheer Expo Nationals this past weekend in Halifax, and they received an invitation to compete at the AIA International Tournament in Montreal in July. Open SWAT are national champs following a first-place win and also received an invitation to compete at the AIA Tournament in Montreal. Both teams received an invitation to the Global Games, an international competition in Hawaii in May of next year. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in offering 3 cheers for Emily and Langston Dorrington, Emily and Natalie Chisholm of Harvard-Bushy, Autumn Hensby of Mulgrave, and Haley Chisholm of Harvard-Bushy for their cheer accomplishments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize and congratulate Lakeland Plant World as it celebrates 50 years of business. Lakeland Plant World is a third-generation family-owned garden center located in Dartmouth. Since 1976, it has been known for exceptional plant quality with one of the region's widest selections of garden and landscape products. Founded by Ross Godfrey after his experience at Atlantic Gardens, the business has remained rooted in family values and horticultural expertise. Following Ross's passing in 2006, ownership transitioned to his nephew, Robin Godfrey, who continued to expand the center's offering. Today, Robin's son, Alexander, manages the greenhouse and retail operations, bringing experience from Barton Grange, an award-winning garden center in the United Kingdom. As Lakeland Plant World celebrates its 50th anniversary, it remains a leading year-round destination for gardeners across the metro area. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing the Godfrey family and the entire team at Lakeland Plant World for their enduring contributions to our province's horticultural heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 years ago, I tabled a bill to create a new clinical procurement office because I was concerned that healthcare procurement in Nova Scotia was too slow. I proposed a solution, but unfortunately it fell on deaf ears. And now today, the Auditor General has confirmed serious concerns with how Nova Scotia Health handled selected contracts. The Auditor General found that Nova Scotia Health was inappropriately using alternative procurement and not following provincial policy. The report also found weak rationale, reduced competition and transparency, and said that 5 of the 6 vendors tested, the contract was awarded before the use of alternative procurement was approved by senior management. Public money, Madam Speaker, must be spent with transparency, with accountability, with fairness, and ensure the best value for taxpayers. Warnings were given, solutions were proposed, but the government failed to act, and I believe, Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians deserve better.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to express condolences to the family of Foster Lyon of Bedford, who passed away on March the 19th. Foster was a well-known and well-loved math teacher who taught at Charles P. Allen High School in Bedford from 1978 until his retirement in 2009. Foster loved teaching, and it showed. Foster was born in Antigua and was happy to take students on school trips to show them where he grew up. One of his former students, who Foster taught grade 12 calculus, summed it up in one line, quote, "A kind and patient educator who creatively taught a difficult subject with great enthusiasm and made it understandable," close quote. Speaker, Foster and his wife Lolita live up the street from me in Bedford, and we've often chatted when I saw him out walking or when we met in the grocery store. He always had a smile, always had time to speak with anyone he came across. He will be missed and fondly remembered by many. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to bring recognition to my daughter, Maya Ray Smith. So a few weeks ago when my mother and in-laws were here, I showed Maya the video afterwards, and she said, "When are you going to do one of those about me, Daddy?" So with a few minutes left on the clock, I thought I'd stand and acknowledge my daughter. She is wonderful. She's kind. She's smart. She's funny. She's very tall. She's almost 5'9". She looks down on me. Now, hopefully, she doesn't do that for the rest of her life. But I wanted to say that she's also been fortunate enough and nice enough to win the Citizenship Award for her class the last 2 years. And I'm extra proud because in this year, her 8th grade year at Colcar 4 in Dartmouth, she is the class president, Madam Speaker. So thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll say I love you very much, Peanut, and I hope that you enjoy this little tribute.
Good job, Peanut.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, since we're bragging about our children, I'll talk about another one of my children today, Madam Speaker. I want to talk about my son, Noah. So my son, Noah, he's one boy amongst 4 sisters. And not only is he tall, charming, and good-looking like his father, he's a very sensitive guy. He's a great athlete. He's also starting his career in the construction industry. He's in construction. And I'm very proud of him. He's become a very a fine young man, and I'm very honored to call him my son, and he's single. Anyone out there have a, you know, I'm just putting it out there. Anyways, Madam Speaker, my son Noah is a great guy, and I'm just proud of him, and I love him so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member, it just kept getting worse and worse. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Sameen Khan. Sameen has been a dedicated volunteer delivering English classes 4 times a week to more than 30 students. She stepped in when another partner could no longer continue, bringing extraordinary commitment and energy to the role. Sameen provides students with a fresh, engaging, and unique learning experience that fosters both language skills and a strong sense of community among learners. Her dedication goes beyond regular class. She often works one-on-one with students before sessions, demonstrating true compassion and support. As someone with lived experience in resettlement, Sameen serves as a powerful role model, showing students what is possible in unfamiliar environments. Her personal journey inspires and motivates the community. Before volunteering, Sameen was already a community champion. As her restaurant consistently donated meals at reduced cost for various community events, her ongoing contributions reflect her deep commitment to supporting and uplifting our community. Sameen exemplifies the positive impact one person can make through compassion, leadership, and dedication to education and community building. She truly is deserving of recognition for her outstanding voluntary service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In these last few seconds, I just want to mention I was reviewing the financials for the Cobequid Pass, for the Western Alignment Act, and also reviewing all of the legislation over the last 31 years. And we now have $90 million plus. We have over 100 million in savings and 10 million in assets. It's time to remove the tolls.
Order. The time allotted for statements by members has expired. We are now moving on to orders of the day, oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians don't believe that this government is getting good value for the billions of dollars they're spending, and it turns out they're right. Today, a report from the Auditor General found that this government is inappropriately using alternative procurement and not following their own procurement policy, and this confirms what we have been saying all along. The government is handing out contracts without oversight and is wasting Nova Scotians' money. Madam Speaker, given today's damning report, does the Premier understand why Nova Scotians are losing trust in this government?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the member's just wrong on a number of fronts there. We certainly respect the work of the Auditor General, but while the opposition wants to prioritize process, we prioritize progress, Madam Speaker. We're making incredible progress in healthcare. And just to be clear, and I believe the Auditor General's been clear on this as well, the audit did not examine value for money achieved through these procurements. If the Auditor General would have, I think they would have seen tremendous value for money. Also Auditor General's report didn't look at whether the contracts delivered on needed health system outcomes during a period of incredible transition. These procurements did deliver on incredible health outcomes, Madam Speaker. We're proud of what we did, Madam Speaker.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government deprioritizes process so much that a year ago they tried to fire the Auditor General. Now, in her report, she notes that in 2024 to 2025, 99% of procurement spending was not done on a competitive basis. For a government who claims that competition is the answer to high costs,
This is a problem. The AG found that one vendor had no contract, another had a contract signed after work started, and other contracts were missing terms and conditions. This does not inspire confidence in the way that this government spends taxpayer dollars. What is the Premier going to do to fix this and regain the trust of Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Process over progress leaves Nova Scotians waiting. We won't leave Nova Scotians waiting, Madam Speaker. And the West Bedford Transitional Health Facility that the opposition complains so much about, Madam Speaker, has helped hundreds of people successfully return home from the hospital. I would encourage the member to go take a tour there and speak to the patients there. This is delivering on good health improvement outcomes. In fact, it has avoided over 18,000 hospital day stays, Madam Speaker. This is an incredible thing. We will always put progress, we will always put outcomes of patients and outcomes of Nova Scotians over above all else, Madam Speaker. We're proud of what we did on that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
And so it gets done, but at what cost, and more importantly, who benefits? If the Premier doesn't understand that this is a problem, he can't fix it. The AG reports that the 5-year Think Research contract for the Your Health NS app was terminated after 13 months. The initial contract cost the province almost $50 million, at the time the biggest Alt-P ever awarded, and was awarded after Jenny Byrne, the former campaign director for Pierre Poilievre, lobbied the Premier directly. The AG was clear that this contract was awarded without a conflict of interest declaration. Will the Premier finally strengthen the lobby registry so that Nova Scotians know who their government is listening to?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
It'd be a bit of a stretch to drop those two names and think I'm doing them favors, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, we are focused on Nova Scotians, and let's talk about that Your Health NS app. It's providing an incredible service to Nova Scotians, over 850,000 downloads, Madam Speaker. Every single day, 12,000 interactions, 5,000 appointment reminders go out through that app every single day, Madam Speaker. And you know, the biggest waste of money in the healthcare system is missed appointments. So everything we can do to make sure that people attend their appointments is an improvement for healthcare. We are delivering for Nova Scotians, and we will continue to deliver for Nova Scotians. And every step along the way, the only certainty, every step along the way, that member will say, please slow down and make Nova Scotians wait.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, Nova Scotia Power was granted yet another increase to power bills. That results in families spending over $600 on average on their power bills since this government took office. We haven't seen these precipitous increases on power bills since the NDP were in power. The Premier, who chose to make himself the Minister of Energy, responded by calling the decision out of touch in every way, but offered no examples, no plan, and no action to back that up. If the Premier truly believes this decision is out of touch, why won't he use the authority he has, both as Premier and Energy Minister, to actually do something about it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously, nobody's happy with the rates. Nobody's happy with the service, for sure. But to intervene, use this legislature to intervene in the independent regulator system is a very slippery slope. In fact, I can pull out quote after quote after quote of even the Liberals when they were in government saying we shouldn't intervene in that process. But that isn't particularly true right now, Madam Speaker, as we try to support the Prime Minister's vision of Canada being an energy superpower. Nova Scotia can also be an energy superpower. We're trying to attract billions of dollars of energy investments specifically to this province. It's not the time to overrule an independent regulator. That member knows that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I disagree. I think we should be intervening during the rate hearing process, which is why I was there and providing types of solutions that the minister could do, not overruling, Mr. Premier, but the Energy Board's decision is clear and entirely predictable. It says that the board does not have legal authority to disallow the recovery of legitimate costs that makes rates more affordable and is not an instrument of social policy. There are many tools at the government's disposal, like limiting Nova Scotia Power's profits, launching an independent savings review, or requiring interest on overestimated bills, but they haven't brought any of this forward in the session. So when the board itself is saying its hands are tied and pointing directly to the government, why is the Premier saying there's nothing he can do to help Nova Scotians?
There we go. Question.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My thoughts on the independence of the board are very clear, but I would say to the member that I would never say there's nothing government can do to help Nova Scotians. The member just this week, I believe, voted against a budget that reduced taxes across the board for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. The member is voting against a budget that supports investments in healthcare that are also very helpful to Nova Scotians and supports Nova Scotians in many ways, Madam Speaker. There's a lot we can do. There's a lot we are doing. That's how we got to $19 billion in spending in this budget, Madam Speaker, $1.2 billion deficit. Sometimes that member stands up and says you should spend more. Sometimes that member stands up and says, gee, why are you spending so much, Madam Speaker? But we Madam Speaker, are just focused on supporting Nova Scotians. We'll continue to do that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I voted against a budget and all the previous budgets that land us in the fiscal mess that we haven't seen before in our province. But what makes this even more frustrating is in their own submission that the Premier sent forward, the government pointed to expert evidence showing that Nova Scotia Power's profit margin could be reduced to 7.6%, a change that would bring down costs and ease pressure on families already struggling to keep up. Yet, despite recognizing this as a credible option, when we gave the government an opportunity to act, talking about bills that were voted on, why is the Premier choosing to protect 9% profit of Nova Scotia Power? His caucus voted against restricting that profit margin, as the submission pointed out to, and his energy staff would have analyzed before suggesting it to the board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you. We did make a very detailed submission to the board. We were hopeful the board would make a different decision. There's no question about that. Sometimes the member says we were silent in the process. Sometimes he says you made this big submission in the process. But the fact of the matter is we made a very detailed submission. We were hoping the board would see it our way and see it the way of Nova Scotians and make another decision. They did not. But, Madam Speaker, we have to respect the integrity and the independence of that board, and we will do that. But we will look for ways to support Nova Scotians through other measures, through rent supplements, through investments in tax decreases, Madam Speaker. We will continue to look for ways to support Nova Scotians, but we cannot and will not, and that member knows it, Madam Speaker, should not try to overrule the independent board on that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 5 years ago, this government promised to deliver $10 a day childcare, and that promise had a deadline, and that deadline is today. Families planned on childcare being affordable by now, like it is in other provinces. They made their family budgets trusting that this government would come through, but instead, parents in Nova Scotia are spending double what families in Winnipeg, Charlottetown, or St. John's pay. Why has the Premier left parents paying the price for his inaction on delivering $10 a day childcare in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, it is not true that Nova Scotians are paying on average double. On average here in Nova Scotia, we're paying $12 a day. Madam Speaker, we're proud to say that we've met our 9,500 spaces. On top of that, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to say that we've increased wages, we've added pensions and benefits, something no other province has done. Madam Speaker, we are still in discussion with the federal government and Minister Haydu. We're hoping that they will come on board and help us reach that $10 a day. But until then, Madam Speaker, we're proud of the work we've done, including 4,000 Nova Scotians that pay absolutely nothing for childcare.
I recognize recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Creative Accounting, I have tabled the information that shows that families pay twice, and parents in this province can't find childcare when they need it. The federal childcare deal did, in fact, include a promise to create 9,500 net new spaces for children 5 and under. That's not before and after school. Full day daycare. And yet, as of late last year, we were nowhere near this number. There simply aren't enough spaces for families looking for care. Ask any parent, and they will tell you story after story of waitlist stress and difficult decisions about having to put their career on hold. As the deadline nears to meet these promises, as it comes and goes, when can parents in Nova Scotia expect to have the affordable, accessible childcare they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, before and after and pre-primary is included in the federal agreement, Madam Speaker. And this whole thing where the member opposite and the NDP party keep downplaying and acting like before and after and pre-primary is not affordable childcare, Madam Speaker, is kind of an insult to the people that work there and the families that depend on it, Madam Speaker. We are going to continue to invest, Madam Speaker. We have meetings set up, and Madam Speaker, I would encourage the Liberal members to continue to encourage the MPs to make sure that the federal government makes the right investments here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that the member still has those cell phone numbers. The cruel cuts in this budget have already had huge disruptive impacts. People have lost their jobs and families are making hard decisions about what comes next. I have been stopped in the street by Nova Scotians who are losing their jobs. Literally this morning, I spoke to someone whose husband was laid off from a not-for-profit and is having to make hard decisions about what comes next for their family as a result of this budget. Trust has been broken, and even in sectors where cuts were reversed, everything is not back to the way it was. How can Nova Scotians trust this Premier's decisions when he doesn't seem to understand the harm they cause?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we recognize that budgets have very difficult decisions. They haven't been easy decisions for us. The reality is we have a $1.2, $1.3 billion deficit. We are spending almost $19 billion, and we are having to make tough decisions. We're making decisions to invest in health care. There's record investment in health care. As the member knows, the demands and the needs in healthcare just continue to increase. That's why we're spending $738 million more. We're investing in a school lunch program, almost $100 million. We're investing in indexing of social assistance, Madam Speaker. We're investing in tax cuts totaling almost $1,400 per family this year. These are tough decisions. No apologies for that.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
The constant repetition of no apologies is cold comfort to the Nova Scotians losing their jobs. We know that more job cuts are coming. This time of year, groups are normally hiring for the summer season, but we're already hearing from rural museums and theaters and cultural institutions that they will hire fewer people or they will not fill seasonal positions at all. Especially in these communities, the cuts to tourism, recreation, and cultural organizations will mean fewer jobs. Will the Premier finally acknowledge the harm his cuts are having on rural Nova Scotians who just want to build their lives here and help their families get by?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I reject the message of doom and gloom I hear coming from the opposition. The reality is Nova Scotia is resilient. We are in a time of global transition, of very tough global circumstances across the globe, across North America. We're in a time when we are investing in the growth and future, and I am optimistic about this province's future. We will prevail. We will invest in energy development. We can make Nova Scotia an energy superpower. We know the bright days are ahead for Nova Scotia. I reject that doom and gloom message, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today was supposed to be a milestone. It was supposed to be the day Nova Scotia met the $10 a day child care target, a commitment families across the province have been counting on to make life more affordable. But instead, we continue to hear from parents who can't find a space at all, and when they do, they are paying $20 a day or more. And what makes it even more concerning is that Nova Scotia received one of the highest levels of federal funding in the country, about $18,300 per child over 5 years, more than provinces like Ontario, BC, and Alberta. So, with some of the strongest funding in Canada, will the minister finally have an update for Nova Scotia parents?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, we did the best we could under the deal that member signed, Madam Speaker. And what we did do was invest $433 million for a total of $1.6 between the province and the Fed. Madam Speaker, we reduced childcare rates by 50% right across the board, an average of $12.13. Madam Speaker, we added pension and benefits so that childcare workers did not have to worry about retirement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to invest, and I would ask that member, when he was up in Ottawa taking selfies and meeting with the MPs, did he ask them about what they're doing? Did he ask Minister Haydu about more money for Nova Scotia? And if so, what did she say?
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Madam Speaker, I met with the minister previous to the current minister nationally, and I met with the current minister nationally long before that member did. So, Madam Speaker, for months now, the minister has been saying the province needs more money. But the reality is Nova Scotia has one of the best funded child care agreements in the country, ahead of provinces like New Brunswick and PEI. Child care is essential for parents to work, for our economy to grow, and for families to have stability. Parents aren't asking for excuses, they're asking for results. When will the minister meet with the federal government and meet this important target?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, I have met with them and I'll continue to meet with them. Glad to know the member met with them and nothing came from it, Madam Speaker. The truth is the agreement that member signed did not take into account construction inflation, wage inflation, all that stuff. So, Madam Speaker, we are doing the best we can with this deal that was given to us. And we are leaders in Nova Scotia. All the other provinces, in Canada, all the other provinces and territories recognize it. The only ones that don't recognize it is the leader of the NDP party and the leader of the Liberal Party.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage. I'm concerned that his government thinks that some in this province should work for free. Last week, the minister's colleague, the MLA for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank, was discussing this government's decision to end the Artists in Schools program when he told an artist, and I quote, "I'm hoping that maybe yourself as an author or other people as performers can still go into the schools and share that regardless of funding or not," end quote. Arts and culture are a vital economic driver in this province. Madam Speaker, does the minister agree with his colleague that artists should work for free?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Madam Speaker, absolutely not. That's why we have over 8,000 hours of art in our schools every single year. That's why we employ our teachers, Madam Speaker. That's why we invest over $66 million, the second highest amount ever in this province history in art, Madam Speaker. We value art in school, and it is a core part of our children's curriculum.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, we know that art education is not equitable throughout this province, and that is why the Artists in Schools programs are so important. Most artists in this province cobble together a living. You can hardly find a more nimble and resourceful group. They work hard to build a life for themselves and their families. The work that actors, writers, singers, and visual artists do through the Artists in Schools program is part of that livelihood. They prepare lesson plans and work hard to ensure that their workshops support student learning and success. And now the government has taken that away. Can the Minister of CCTH explain why artists preparing lesson plans, just like teachers do, should not be paid?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, any art teacher in our school is being paid. Plain and simple, Madam Speaker. We continue to invest in the arts in our schools. Over 8,000 hours of art in our school every single year, Madam Speaker. It is a core part of the curriculum, Madam Speaker. We're not asking anyone in the education system to work for free. And for the member to say that, I'm blown away, Madam Speaker. We're investing more in education than we ever have in this province's history, and we're investing more in art than we ever had in this province's history.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Speaker, this government spending has put this province in a tight spot. Of course, many provinces are in a tight spot, although so far not as tight as us. But this government refuses to get a handle on spending. They have spent billions outside the budget process, something that in other provinces you still have to bring to the House for debate. It's no wonder that Nova Scotians are telling us they can't trust this government with their hard-earned money, with the way they're handling it. Will the minister respect Nova Scotians and commit to bringing all government spending to the floor of the House for debate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think there is a big difference in terms of what's happening in Nova Scotia, and something that we can be proud of. We have the lowest surgical wait list since 2015. We have a only province in the country that has a province-wide care coordination centre, saving hundreds of thousands of beds across. We have lowered wait times in our emergency rooms. We've lowered them in terms of ambulance response times. 94% of people are attached to the primary care provider. The satisfaction survey at Nova Scotia Health shows that over 80% of staff are pleased with their employer and with the work environment that they're working in. OPOR is being implemented in this province. It's been kicked down the road for 10 years by previous governments, and we got it done. And
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is, if everyone, ministers, the Premier, everyone, is ready to stand behind the results and the outcomes, then what is the big deal about bringing the spending to the floor of the House? Why are we not being clear with Nova Scotians? I really can't understand it. There are big decisions to be made as Nova Scotia faces leaner years ahead. But with this budget, this government has made it clear they're not very good at making big decisions. The budget process, in a word, has been chaos. Ministers can't answer simple questions. The government released conflicting information about cuts. And the impact of the cruel cuts is falling on those who can't afford it. Will the minister rebuild trust with Nova Scotians and table a transparent and accountable plan that engages Nova Scotians in a budget process?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we are following the process that's been in place since 2010. We will continue to follow that process. All of the spending that we do is presented to the legislature. Madam Speaker, no apologies about that. We will do that. We will continue to do that. Madam Speaker, and when we can do more, we will do more. The reality is that I don't know what to think of the opposition. They say spend more, they say spend less. They say spend less, but spend more on this program, spend more on that program. Madam Speaker, they're all over the map. We will continue to do more when we can do more.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just heard the Minister of Health say that we have the lowest wait times in emergency rooms ever. I'm not sure what wait time she's measuring. Maybe all the emergency rooms that this government closed, because otherwise it's certainly not what Nova Scotians are experiencing. Anyways, my question is for the Minister of Health also. The Auditor General found that Nova Scotia Health awarded $3.7 billion in contracts through alternative procurement, and found repeated weaknesses in justification, oversight, and procurement discipline. So my question to the Minister is, did she recognize, at what point did the Minister recognize this was no longer an exception but a pattern? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a reminder as we go forward, the members are supposed to speak to me. I recognize the Honourable Member for our Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. And certainly, as we've said, we appreciate the work of the Auditor General. The recommendations have all been accepted, and they'll be very useful in reducing risk and helping us in terms of the procurement process going forward. But when we look at when we came into government, 2021, we were in a period of crisis. We couldn't wait forever. And these investments that we have used alternative procurement for have been very, very impactful for Nova Scotians. Maybe the member opposite will turn her nose up at West Bedford. That saved 18,000 bed days. That member complains constantly about wait times, but can't put the dots together to show that when we move patients to an alternative level of care in the right space at the right time, it helps all people in the acute care units get the care they need in a timely fashion.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General's concern was not the work. The Auditor General's concern was the process. So is the minister admitting that proper procurement was set aside because it was too slow? Or does the minister believe that those rules simply did not need to be followed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. And certainly we feel that an Alt-P process is a valid form of procurement. It's there for a reason, and we certainly have used that. We value progress and outcomes over process. And here's what the audit also found, that there were no issues with the vendors selected or their projects pursued. No real or perceived conflicts of interest. All sample payments were appropriately approved. Regular monitoring in the majority of cases. So we want to strengthen our procurement process, and we are going to use it at every opportunity to deliver results for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, during his recent visit to Nova Scotia, Prime Minister Mark Carney praised our entrepreneurial spirit, saying this makes our province special. And he shouted out Hope Blooms as an example of that spirit. The same Hope Blooms that is losing half its funding because of this government's cuts. My question is for the Premier. When the Premier met with the Prime Minister recently, did he tell him that he's cutting the very program that's being held up as a success?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. And the kids at Hope, these are amazing Nova Scotians for sure. It's incredible what they do, and I'm very proud of the work that they do. Madam Speaker, I had a good visit with them, and I encourage them to keep moving forward for sure. They're incredible Nova Scotians. The budget has been tough. There's no question about that, Madam Speaker, as we look through and how do we make sure we can spread limited resources further and still invest in things like healthcare and education and stuff. But it's a tough process, Madam Speaker. There's no question, but that's not to diminish the incredible work at those kids at Hope Blooms, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, Hope Blooms is so much more than just a program, and they always need to be invested in, and they are amazing Nova Scotians, but right now they're feeling those cuts. It helps young people succeed. It provides mentorship and scholarships. It leads anti-racism work. It improves food security in our communities. The Prime Minister recognizes Hope Blooms' value, but instead of doing the same, this government is cutting their funding in half. Why is this government slashing funding for an organization that helps young people build their futures right here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you can't overstate the positive work that they do. It's incredible, the positive impact that they have. And, I could go down the list of organizations in this province and pretty much say the same thing about all of them, for sure. There's a lot of Nova Scotians doing a lot of good. And the Hope Blooms crowd is for certain in that category. I have much respect for them and what they do. The budget decisions are tough, for sure. But when we come out of the legislature, we will sit down and work with the various groups and talk about how we can support them in other ways, how we can encourage them to continue to move forward, Madam Speaker, because they've certainly earned my respect, and we'll look for ways to support them and other organizations across this province.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
When it comes to finding childcare, Nova Scotian parents are doing everything right. They're signing up for wait lists before their baby is even born. And they still can't find care by the time their parental leave runs out. There are only about 1,300 infant daycare spaces across the entire province. And more than 7,000 babies were born last year. Does the minister expect parents to sign on to childcare wait lists before they even conceive?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud of the work that's been done on the child care file, Madam Speaker, by everyone involved, including this government, the people behind the scenes, bureaucrats, and nonprofit sector, Madam Speaker. And I'm proud to stand here today and say that we have met our 9,500 spaces, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to work at this. We understand the importance of affordable child care, Madam Speaker. Even though the members opposite vote against the budget time and time again, we'll continue to invest in child care.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, the minister knows full well there are 5 babies born each year for every 1 infant child care spot. That is a huge, long-standing, known problem. This government insists that pre-primary spaces are a one-size-fits-all fix to child care needs, but they don't help parents with babies that are years too young for pre-primary who need care right now. Families are running out of time before they can get back to work. They're putting careers on hold, losing money and livelihoods. Why does this government want to argue about numbers and statistics while the crisis in infant child care spaces grows worse?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no argument from this side. It's just facts. The argument's coming from that side, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, not once did I say that pre-primary was for newborn children. What I said was pre-primary is part of the child care plan, which the federal government recognizes, but the opposition does not, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are going to continue to invest. In fact, Madam Speaker, $309 million in pre-primary, $433 million in child care in general, 50% reduction no matter what the NDP say. We've reduced child care fees by 50%, and we have over 4,000 families that are paying $0 for child care, Madam Speaker. That's progress, and we're going to continue to work.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this question is related to the Auditor General's report that she released today on alternate procurement. Of the 6 contracts the AG looked at, 5 of the vendors in the sample were not even approved for alternate procurement before the work even started. Why is it that all but one case, contracts were awarded before senior management even approved the use of an untendered contract? If these decisions are not coming from senior management, who is it that's making the decision to override the existing provincial policy, or as the AG describes it, inappropriate use of alternate procurement? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I do think it's really important that we take the member back to 2021, and I could go on for 100 question periods to talk about the crisis healthcare was in under the leadership of that former government. And they can, make all the noises they want over there. There's several of us in this chamber that lived it. So it was urgent when we came in. We did promise Nova Scotians we would address healthcare. We did use alternative procurement. We did deliver the results that Nova Scotians asked us to deliver. And you know what? There's things that we can do that will strengthen us, reduce the risk. We're happy to accept those 13 recommendations, but I will never apologize for the work and the money that we've invested in healthcare for the good of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's not about just the use of alternate procurement, it is the use of the inappropriate use of alternate procurement. That's what the Auditor General pointed out today, and that it is a troubling pattern and policies are being ignored. Contracts are being rushed through and the government is not screening vendors for conflicts of interest. The picture this report paints is a department that's not following its own guidelines, senior managers not signing off on alternate procurements, and ultimately vendors are receiving large contracts because of political decisions made in the Premier's office. Ultimately, this is why we have a procurement policy. to ensure that our procurement is being done properly and the government is maximizing taxpayer dollars. My question to the Premier, why keep the policy at all if they're not intending to actually follow it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. So what we've said is that we appreciate the work of the Auditor General. There are 13 recommendations as a result of that audit. They will help in future procurements to reduce the risk and also strengthen the process. We're happy to keep that policy. We're happy to make it better. But I have to admit that really this investment had a significant impact, and value for money, unfortunately, was not part of this audit, which is a shame, because West Bedford has saved 18,000 bed days in the first year. Virtual Care Nova Scotia, which I think may have actually started under the former government during COVID, but I may be wrong, provides thousands of appointments every month, including a key entry point for Need a Family Practice Registry. Your Health NS has been downloaded 850,000 times.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Tourism is a lifeline for communities across Cape Breton. It keeps small businesses open, supports local jobs, and helps people stay in their communities. This sector depends on a strong air access through the Sydney Airport. But this government's attack on tourism threatens that growth. Why is the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage cutting support to the sector, knowing it will hurt the Sydney Airport and put Cape Breton jobs and communities at risk?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Madam Speaker, that's why we're making an investment in the regional air access, Madam Speaker. Tourism does matter to Nova Scotians. It's a $3.7 billion economic impact business in our province, and we're continuing to invest in tourism. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Speaker, I certainly hope that money is going to the Sydney Airport. Numbers from the Sydney Airport speak for themselves. Last year, economic output was up by 276%, and I'll table that. The total GDP and jobs created more than doubled. This is real growth for Cape Breton families, real jobs, real economic development. Why is this government risking that progress instead of investing in the tourism sector that's clearly delivering results?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do want to echo the comments of the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage. We are investing in regional air access, Madam Speaker. I expect there will be more to say in the weeks ahead. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, we do support the Sydney Airport. We do also support the Halifax International Airport through air access funding through my department. We'll continue to engage with those important partners, recognizing they're important to regional connectivity and important to those regions as they bring people to that area and across this beautiful province. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Hello, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government speaks of attachment to primary care. The Nova Scotia Health site states the registry is for people who need attachment to a family doctor and nurse practitioner. Last week, when asked the minister a question about the number of people on the Need a Family Practice Registry, the minister said people can be attached to pharmacists, physiotherapists, and other primary care. I agree. Can the minister provide a clear answer for Nova Scotians? What does the minister exactly mean when when someone is attached to primary care? Will that, or does that include a family physician at some point in time?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think it's important that we talk wherever possible. We actually want to attach Nova Scotians to a team-based care. It does include physicians, includes nurse practitioners, it includes family practice nurses, sometimes a social worker, perhaps other allied healthcare providers, sometimes a pharmacist. This is a modern way that new physicians have told us that they want to practice. They no longer want to be a single door that does everything from ear piercing to palliative care, which is what we are accustomed to in this province. We had one door to go through with family physicians. They did everything from soup to nuts. That is not the case anymore. People are asking for team-based care, and we're proud of the work that's happened, that we're able to deliver that, which has resulted in 94% attachment in our province.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, virtual care, primary care clinics, social workers are an important point of care for Nova Scotians, especially when they're on a needed for family practice list. But these aren't substitute for long-term primary care teams with a doctor or a nurse practitioner who knows you and your health concerns, someone your family can count on long-term, not just episodic. This is what Nova Scotians have been asking for. Therefore, my question to the Minister: if someone is seen at a pharmacy care clinic or through a virtual care, are they removed from the need of family practice registry or put on another list called Primary Health Connect?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, and I thank the member because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the incredible progress that's been made around attachment as well as access. So if you're on the Need of Family Practice Registry, you have unlimited virtual care appointments. If that provider, which is generally a doc or a nurse practitioner, feels you need to be seen in person, you then go to a primary care clinic, of which there are 19 across the province. The folks that work in that primary care clinic can then follow you either for that episodic period of care that you have, or perhaps they're going to keep you under their care until a permanent primary care provider you can be attached to. This is an incredible system. We should be celebrating the work that's happened around this. It's not my work, it's the work of healthcare professionals. They're experts in their field, they're providing incredible care to Nova Scotians, and we should be championing this instead of tearing it apart.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Everwind is proposing to transform the deepwater ice-free port of Point Tupper from fossil fuel storage to transport to a large-scale wind-powered green hydrogen production facility. They've been given significant access to thousands of hectares of provincial land, water allocations and environmental approvals, and hundreds of millions in taxpayer funding, which they use to pay off their high-risk debt and make improvements that support continued fossil fuel operations. But improvements that specifically support green hydrogen are not advancing, and there's no binding commitment by Everwind to purchase power for green hydrogen. My question for the Minister of Energy: what safeguards are in place to protect Nova Scotia's interests if Everwind doesn't deliver, like we just saw happen in Newfoundland?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's incredible work happening in the energy space in Nova Scotia in general. We have opportunities offshore oil and gas, opportunities onshore gas, incredible wind opportunities. We've approved, I think, 17 wind farms since we've been in government. That's probably 17 in the last 10 years, Madam Speaker. So we continue to tap into the opportunities that we have in energy, and we'll continue to push forward on that. And Everwind has a business plan. They're working through that, Madam Speaker, and I hope they're successful for the sake of Nova Scotians, but we're focused on a number of different facets of the energy opportunity for this province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
So the answer is no protection. No evidence of clawback provisions on public funding if the project doesn't deliver, restrictions on transferring provincial interests like Crown land, water, or project approvals to a new owner if Everwind doesn't proceed, or requirements that green hydrogen production actually occurs. Without safeguards, taxpayers foot the bill, take all the risk, and have no guarantee that we will participate in an emerging industry. The Minister of Energy is an accountant, and his Chief of Staff is a lawyer. They should understand these risks. So my question for the Minister: is the absence of these protections the result of oversight, or is it a deliberate choice? Why has the government proceeded with public funding, land and water access, and approvals without putting in place enforceable protections for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member is just wrong on the characterization of the arrangement. I encourage the member to look at the documents and actually understand what's happening before we come to the floor of the legislature. But we're optimistic about the energy future in this province. I know there's lots of people trying to tear it down and hold the province back. I'm not one of them, Madam Speaker. I'm optimistic about the future of this province, and we'll continue to move forward and move this province forward in every way we possibly can, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, des familles qui ont le droit d'assister aux écoles du Conseil scolaire acadien provincial sont frustrées à cause d'un manque de services sur la péninsule de Halifax. Halifax families are frustrated that it's hard for their children to complete their education in the CSAP system. There's no high school for them on the peninsula, so students have to go to Burnside each day. It would be easier to go to École Sommet in Bedford, but families have been told there is no chance because they're bursting at the seams. Many students at École Marimonde are planning to abandon their CSAP education before high school. Est-ce que le ministre de l'Éducation peut identifier des façons pour améliorer la situation à l'École Sommet? What will the Minister of Education do to ease the strain at École Sommet?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't really hear the question. I just couldn't hear it. The volume was pretty low, but mon français n'est pas bien, so je parle anglais. Madam Speaker, what I will say is I think the question was around CSAP and schools in particular. We're heavily investing in the CSAP, and we meet with them regularly. We have a good relationship with them, and obviously we want our children, every child in this province, to learn French and have an opportunity to be bilingual, and we're proud of our Acadian culture, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue to work with and invest in the CSAP.
I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, on attend avec anticipation l'ouverture de nouvelles écoles de CSAP au niveau primaire sur la péninsule. Speaker, in September, the new school for students in P-9 will open on the peninsula. The CSAP has asked the Minister of Education if they can renovate the old elementary school and turn it into a new high school. Constituents who live close to École Marimonde are also interested in keeping the property as a school. But the proposal is stalled on the Education Minister's desk. Est-ce que le ministre peut confirmer qu'il prendrait une décision sous peu pour ces familles? Will the Minister of Education give parents and students an answer and tell them, will students be able to continue their CSAP education on the peninsula?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We continue to meet with CSAP, and there's a whole host of options that have been put before us. We continue to go through that. Again, I want to assure the member and every Nova Scotian, we want to make sure that our children have access, our Acadian children have access. Madam Speaker, we just opened up a brand new school, and one of the members riding is a beautiful school, Madam Speaker, and we're going to continue to invest, and we'll sit down with them and continue to discuss options for all of our children, including the ones right here on the peninsula.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I will now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, everyone, for the lovely debate. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I'd just like to change the hours for April 1st from 1 till 12, so 12 to 11:59. So instead of 1 o'clock, it's 12. We're just moving it back an hour, sorry. And I asked, Madam Chair, that you... Oh.
No. So pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request to change the hours for April 1st from 12 to 11:59. All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Yeah. 11:59. All those... All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that you do now leave your seat and we resolve ourselves into the Committee of the Whole House on bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you do now rise and report progress back to the House.
The motion is carried.
I recognize the clerk.
The Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered no bills and reports significant progress on those no bills. And the chair begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
We are on fire today, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, the hours for Thursday, April 2nd, be 9 a.m. till 11:59 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for April 2nd be from 9 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Let's go. As for Friday, Madam Speaker, I ask that you now leave the chair and House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole House on bills.
Deja vu. The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order. Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call 198 an act respecting certain financial and other government measures?
Bill 198, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures, continuing debate on Clause 59, Amendment NDP 4, which was moved by the Honourable Member from Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Peer. Is there any further debate on this amendment? I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm really pleased to be back now, and I'm pleased. So we are at 3 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, and we're back debating the Financial Measures Act. Specifically, right now, we are looking at an amendment that was put forward by the NDP relating to forest lands and changes to the Forestry Act. So give me one moment as I get to that section. Okay. So we're looking at an amendment to the amendment put forward under the government's bill. And this is really about ensuring stakeholder participation. So this is, who does government need to engage with when doing this work? Who does government need to connect with in redefining forest property, as has been put forth in Section 59, and then more broadly, as is expressly articulated in the NDP's amendment, in assessing the actions that are needed to implement the recommendations of the Leahy report, advance ecological forestry practices. And then it also requests or requires, if the provision passes, that government will table a report in the House of Assembly on the results of the consultation. And I really appreciate this because it highlights the need when we do this work particularly, but really any work at all should understand and take into account these principles. The need to engage with the people who are impacted, the experts in the sector, the folks in the field who understand both the science behind what is needed, but also the operational reality with what is needed, and who are best positioned to really give government good advice on decisions that they're taking and the steps that they're taking moving forward. And so I appreciate this amendment. And so I also appreciate the fact that it gives me the opportunity to go back to the Leahy report, which I don't feel we've spent nearly enough time on in the course of our proceedings here, and which I think provides lots of good advice and insight into specifically these provisions, but more broadly, I think a lot of provisions that we're looking at that somehow got included in the Financial Measures Act, but really relate to our Crown lands, relate to the citizens' use of those Crown lands, government's rules around those Crown lands, and then potential industry and forestry that happen on those Crown lands. So the Leahy report is an important guiding document that really does need to be the foundation of our conversations. And so we've covered some of that ground already in the course of one or two clauses that we spoke about yesterday. But this particular amendment that has been tabled by the NDP, it really invites us to go back to the section of the Leahy report that I think we heard a few government point of orders on yesterday in terms of relevance. And that's the section that talks about who it is that that Dr. Leahy, Professor Leahy, consulted with in the course of the preparation of that report. And the NDP's amendment, NDP 4, relating to Clause 59 of the FMA, brings that into direct relevance to our conversation because it is about consultation and implementation of the Leahy report and further government reporting on that. And so the individuals and organizations who Professor Leahy engaged with are directly relevant to this question. So if this provision is accepted, if this amendment is accepted by the House, and it becomes part of the law moving forward, then government will need to engage with the forest conservation stakeholder community. In addition to woodlot owners, including woodlot owners. And so, I'm quite pleased that we do have the helpful guidance of the Leahy report that we can review to understand who would be expected to be engaged in the course of that consultation. So I'm going to take some time now as we begin discussion on this clause that the NDP has tabled, to review the variety of folks who were engaged with the work that was done by Professor Leahy in the course of publishing, of researching, engaging, and then publishing the independent review of forest practices in Nova Scotia. So if folks, we tabled this document yesterday. So anyone who is who's interested in having access to it can get access to it. And then for folks who do have it and are want to know where specifically I'm referring, the table of contents you can see at the front. It takes us actually. There's an executive summary with quite a number of subheadings there. But I'm moving along through the executive summary, and I'm going to start at the introduction. So it's numbered page 1, although you'll find in the report itself it's actually a number of pages into it because the ones in the executive summary are numbered with Roman numerals. So if we go to page 1, there's a helpful review here of folks who were engaged, folks who are experts in forest conservation and very much part of the forest conservation stakeholder community. And I think that these are great references for us to understand who it is that the NDP has identified in as being included in folks who should be consulted by government if this clause moves forward. So I'm just going to take a little time now and go through that. And so we know the introduction, it frames this as being work that was commissioned by or requested, completed at the request of Nova Scotia's Minister of Natural Resources at the time. And again, the scope of this, so we understand whether the scope overlaps appropriately and well with the NDP amendment, NDP 4. The scope of Dr. Leahy's report was to undertake an independent review of aspects of the forestry in Nova Scotia, of forest practices and market concerns raised by owners of forested land, particularly in the western region. So there's 2 issues that were under review. But fundamentally, both of them are collapsed into the report, and so all stakeholders, whether they provided submissions on the first element, forest practices, or the second element, market access concerns, all of that was considered by the report, and all of that was considered by Professor Leahy in his work. And so as a result of that, we know that all of those stakeholders, and their organizations would continue to provide relevant information in relation to NDP 4. Because NDP 4 is about implementing all those recommendations of the Leahy report. So we know as well then that all of the folks who are referenced here should continue to be in scope and continue to be of assistance and help to the government in moving forward with this clause if it was adopted. So who were those stakeholders? Who were the folks who were engaged? So I'm just going to go through them, and perhaps the government may take note, or again, this is available to them should they have to move forward with this. So the first individual, and so the first group of folks we're going to talk about are the team of expert advisors that that assisted Professor Leahy, Dr. Leahy, with this work, and he acknowledges that their work had been a tremendous help to him in the development of this report. And so the first is Dr. Peter Dunker, who's a professor at the School for Resource and Environmental Studies at Dalhousie University. So there is an expert and an individual who would be able to provide further advice and guidance to government under their work under Clause 59, under the NDP revision. But I think beyond that individual, this identifies an organization, a resource that might be more broad than the individual, or that most definitely is more broad than the individual, and that is the School for Resource and Environmental Studies with Dalhousie University. So that is a stakeholder who would have important advice on forest conservation that this clause calls for the government to engage with. So that's a really, I think, helpful piece of guidance. The second person who's referenced here is a Mr. Al Gorley, RPF, President, Triangle Resources, Inc., and formerly Assistant Deputy Minister, BC Minister of Forests, and Chair of BC Forest Practices Board. So I personally don't know what Triangle Resources, Inc. is and whether it would have any relevance to this, but certainly his role with the BC Ministry of Forests as Deputy Minister and then Chair of the BC's Forest Practices Board is another, lovely, thank you. Thanks very much. There's another clear expert and source of knowledge that the government could and I think should be engaging in this work broadly, but also specifically in relation to the clause that we're looking at right now, which is NDP 4, Clause 59, in terms of engaging with the forest conservation stakeholder community. It may be the case, though, that government looks at that and says that this particular person is too remote. It could be arguable that the way CWHB NDP4 is constructed is really focused on the Nova Scotia forest conservation stakeholder community and maybe more limited than somebody from British Columbia. So I acknowledge that that particular person and those particular resources, the BC Forest Practices Board, while I'd submit they probably have lots of helpful advice for government in moving forward with this amendment or moving forward with the actions required under this amendment, it is possible that it is beyond the scope of the terms of the amendment. And so I'd be interested to know, as government is considering this amendment, what their thoughts are on that. If they think that that the BC Forest Practices Board is beyond the scope of forest conservation stakeholder community as identified by the NDP. And if they are giving consideration to accepting this amendment, whether they would look more broadly, like to these sources in British Columbia, or whether they would confine their engagement to more local resources and more local experts. So I'd be very interested to hear their thoughts on that as the debate proceeds on this amendment. The next expert that's been identified here that provided support to Dr. Leahy was Dr. Malcolm Hunter, Professor of Wildlife Ecology and Lieber Professor of Conservation Biology with the University of Maine. And so again, that is someone who has subject matter expertise that I think is very relevant to providing advice to government and engagement in the course of conversations with forest conservation stakeholder community. Certainly, it can be seen that wildlife ecology and conservation biology in an academic sense would provide really important insight and knowledge. And Maine is geographically and ecologically much more similar to Nova Scotia than British Columbia is. So I think we could again question whether somebody from Maine is maybe a little too remote when we consider the forest conservation stakeholder community. I'm not sure if that's somebody who's too remote. But certainly the subject matter expertise that they have is definitely relevant to this, and I would submit could be helpful for this work, even if it's not captured specifically under the provisions of NDP 4, the amendment that they put forward, and the definition of forest conservation stakeholder community that they may have had in mind. But again, I would be curious to hear from government as we proceed on debate on this clause, Clause 59. which is an amendment to the Forest Act, but which fits within the Financial Measures Act. I'd be really curious to hear from government what their thoughts are on whether that particular expert is someone who would fit within this, and whether they would consider consulting with them again as they look to prepare a report to table in the House of Assembly here to update Nova Scotia on the status and progress of the Leahy report. So the next expert who was engaged and who provided advice and support to Dr. Leahy in the course of the building of this report was Dr. Robert Seymour, who is a professor, I never knew how to pronounce this, emeritus, and my Latin is rusty, and formerly Curtis Hutchins Professor of Forest Resources, Quantitative Silviculture, University of Maine. Again, Maine. So again, these are forests and ecological systems that are quite similar in nature to Nova Scotia's. So much of their practices and their understandings and their knowledge would be very much applicable here. And so this I would submit as someone who would be able to provide some guidance and insight in terms of what's beneficial to our forest conservation stakeholder community. And I find it interesting. So this is the prior experts that we've mentioned seem to have more broad scope in terms of the broader ecology. But this one in particular, this person in particular, is focused on quantitative silviculture. So I think very honed in on forestry itself, and potentially sort of the numbers involved in that. Maybe in terms of the volume of harvest, or potentially the monetary value, I'm not sure. So it is a different perspective than the other experts who we've mentioned already would have. And so again, that's a person I think that I would submit probably has really significant and important and helpful subject matter expertise that the government could engage with in assessing NDP4, either in assessing it for whether they're going to move forward with it and accept this amendment, or also potentially, once the amendment is accepted, what actions they might take in response to that. Moving along, so the next person is Mr. Laird Van Dam, RPF Senior Partner, KBM Resources Group, and External Adjunct Professor, Natural Resources Management, Lakehead University. So again, subject matter expertise here that Mr. Van Dam seems to have in terms of natural resources management. They also seem to be involved, or he also seems to be involved in a resources group that may have operational experience, which so far we've been talking about scientific and academic experience and knowledge, which is an incredibly important component of any stakeholder engagement. But we also need to ensure that that perspective is rounded out by operational experience. So it may be possible that the KBM Resources Group does have that, and Mr. Van Dam has that. I'm not really sure. I'm also not sure where Lakehead University is, geographically speaking. So I just would sort of put the caveat there in relation to my remarks previously about experts from British Columbia and experts from Maine. I don't know if Lakehead University is located in a place that has a similar ecological profile and geographical profile to Nova Scotia, in which case that expertise would be, and subject matter expertise would be directly applicable, or whether it's maybe further afield like we see in British Columbia. Either way, I think the information could be helpful, certainly, to government. But helpful is a different question than whether it fits within the terms of CWHB NDP1 and the specific clause that says that consultation will be with the forest conservation stakeholder community. And so I don't know the answer to that. Again, I'd be really curious to hear government's perspective on that as our debate continues on this clause. So I'm hopeful maybe someone from government, possibly the Minister of Natural Resources, will rise and make some comments on the scope of this consultation and whether they consider someone that's further afield outside of Nova Scotia in maybe a different geographical area would be consulted if moving forward with this clause, or needs to be consulted based on the wording of the clause. And perhaps we'll hear also from the NDP who put this forward, and I really do appreciate the clause. I think it's excellent. Maybe we'll hear from them as to what was envisioned within the definition of forest conservation stakeholder community, and whether that envisions sort of a broader community or a more geographically limited community. I think either approach is perfectly reasonable, right? I mean, you can go on forever. Like, you can go on forever consulting and engaging. You can go on forever debating. Like, there are lots of things that are relevant, but we have to draw a line somewhere. And so it would be perfectly reasonable to draw a geographic line that said, you know what, these people are out of scope for this work, but these other people are in scope. That's totally reasonable. Because, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that are relevant to this question. So, so I could understand if government decided to draw a line. I could absolutely understand if the NDP envisioned a line in drafting this. So I'd be very curious to hear that as we move forward with debate on the clause. The next person who was part of the team of expert advisors who advised Professor Leahy on the work of this report was Mr. Chris Wedeles. Wedeles, I think that's how maybe you pronounce that name. Wedeles. Partner, Arbor Vitae Environmental Services Limited. And again, I don't know the geography or the sort of, that may be something that's local. But again, now we're talking something that appears to be more sector-based and not academic by the sounds of this. So that's really helpful because we want to make sure we have diverse perspectives in any sort of engagement. And then the final person listed here in this particular paragraph as member of the team, but we'll continue on. There are some sort of support folks who are referenced after this. But the final person included in the paragraph that references the team that provided advice to Professor Leahy is Dr. Jeremy Williams, also a partner in the Arbor Vitae Environmental Consulting Limited. So again, rounding out the folks who provided advice, we have academics, we have folks from diverse geography, we have folks whose focus is on ecology and wildlife, but we have others who are focused on forest resources. So it's a broad range of folks who provided advice to Dr. Leahy and who could certainly be considered as potential advisors and folks to engage with as part of the forest conservation stakeholder community referenced in CWHB and DP4. So this is such an excellent resource for understanding who might be engaged under this clause. So I'll continue on. And then the next paragraph identifies some additional people and some different roles, so who are also sort of part of the team, but with different roles in that team. So the next person is Mr. David Foster, who was a PhD student at Dalhousie and supported the team as a research associate. And that's actually an interesting question because the forest conservation stakeholder community that is identified in NDP 4, I'm not sure whether the work of getting ready to engage might require that kind of research role. So certainly government has internal resources with expertise in forestry and ecology. We saw some really disturbing cuts recently around that. So it may be the case that government has actually, in the course of the cuts that they made in this budget to the Natural Resources Department, and in the course of the restructuring that happened, it may be that they have done some harm to into the knowledge that was held by that department and by the government around these issues. So that's certainly something that I have heard from constituents and from folks across Nova Scotia with concerns around the cuts that government made, is that they've lost. No, it's not lost. Lost is passive. They've deliberately removed this expertise.
We're talking about the Leahy report here, please. Not your opinion on, Anyway, thank you. Stick to the report, please. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Great, thank you for that. So as we look at CWHB NDP4 and the requirement there that government consult with the forest conservation stakeholder community, part of the preparation work for any sort of engagement like that is building a subject matter expertise that allows you to even understand the questions you're going to ask the stakeholder community. And so the question of whether you have that internal expertise because you've developed it over years and you have maintained and supported a staff team that is well educated, well supported, and has maintained their expertise, or whether as a government you've decided to remove them and cut their funding and terminate their employment, and then you're left without that expertise, is a really legitimate and relevant question to how government might move forward with this stakeholder community consultation and engagement. And so the question of those cuts is quite relevant to this, because if in fact those cuts have undermined government's ability to participate in an informed way with this kind of consultation, then they will have to go outside government to get that expertise to help them prepare. And so Mr. David Foster, who is a research associate who supported Professor Leahy in his work of engagement, might be the kind of person who needs to be further engaged by government to actually do the work that was proposed under CWHB NDP4. So I think it's, certainly Nova Scotians expressed that exact concern when they wrote to me and to other members of government about the cuts that were happening within natural resources. The concern that expertise would be lost. The concern that the work that is necessary to manage and preserve, but also to utilize our Crown lands, that expertise, if that's cut, if that's removed because government cuts positions and terminates the employment of people who have that expertise, then the very work that we're talking about, the work of consulting with, very specifically, a forest conservation stakeholder community, would be undermined. So there would be a lot of consideration that would need to be given around, well, who do we engage with now? Now that we've terminated the employment of these people who had this specific expertise, as we move forward and make further decisions and do consultation, like the consultation that's been proposed under NDP4, how do we know what questions to ask? How do we know who to engage with? To ask intelligent questions, you need to be informed. You need to understand the issues in front of you. You need to have subject matter expertise. To do effective engagement, you need to have access to those sorts of intellectual resources. And so, so it may be the case that folks like Mr. David Foster, who was a PhD student when this happened, but perhaps has moved along to a different role now, may very well be necessary as external resources for government to move forward with the forest conservation stakeholder community consultation that is proposed under CWHB NDP4. So I think it's great that this person's identified here. He might be someone that if this amendment passes and government does move forward, that they would consult with. I do, though, I would be very curious, and I hope maybe as we proceed with debate on this clause, this amendment, maybe government will, maybe the Minister of Natural Resources will be able to stand up and tell us specifically, though, whether those experts and that expertise has been somehow preserved even in the face of the cuts. It may be the case that government wouldn't need to engage with a student like this to provide research and support in preparing for consultation with the forest conservation stakeholder stakeholder community. Maybe it is the case, and I think we've heard previously in the media the minister say exactly that, yes, no, government still does have that expertise, but that didn't fully reconcile, certainly for me, with the cuts that were reported. And it didn't reconcile with the Nova Scotians who reached out to me to say, no, these cuts very much impact on government's knowledge base and expertise in this area that is fundamentally important to the preservation and maintenance of Crown lands, which are lands that are to the benefit of Nova Scotians, not particular industries or sectors, not the personal property of ministers themselves or departments themselves. These are Crown lands that are to the benefit of Nova Scotians, that are held, I don't want to use in trust because there's legal implications to that, but almost equivalently in trust for Nova Scotians. Government has responsibility to maintain these lands and operate these lands in a way that protects Nova Scotians' right to use them. So perhaps the Minister of Natural Resources will provide some comments as we proceed with debating this clause on whether that expertise does still exist, and not just sort of a blanket assurance, but some specific responses maybe to the individuals who've pointed out the very clear ways in which the recent decisions to restructure and to terminate the employment of folks who were employed in this very important area, how in the face of those decisions, this expertise has been preserved for Nova Scotians. I certainly invite those comments, and I look forward to them. I'm hopeful perhaps she'll do that. So we'll move on. The next person here is a Mr. Tom Soul with the Department of Natural Resources, who has been the review's organizer and secretariat. So there's someone who's internal to government. I certainly do hope that this individual is still employed with government because well, for so many reasons, both for his own personal sake and his family's sake, but also for the sake of the work that's underway here, because as someone who had expertise, or someone who was involved as the organizer and as the secretariat in this work that was done by Professor Leahy, he would have really good knowledge about how to engage. So not only the subject matter, as someone with natural resources and who was involved in the Leahy report, so not only the subject matter that informed Professor Leahy's work, but also the process of engaging with Nova Scotians, and which is key to this provision that the NDP have put forward, is exactly that. It's both the substance of the Leahy report and the process of engagement. So this would be a person within government that would be able to provide this expertise and one would expect potentially work on this exact clause. So that's, I think, a very helpful reference. I'd love to hear from the minister about her thoughts on that.
Order. We talked a little bit about repetitiveness, and you've repeated that comment at least 6 times. So we know that you want to hear from the minister. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't reference hearing from the minister on that particular issue again, but there may be other issues that are important to hear from the minister on. So it may be the case that I have to say it again in relation to a different thing, but that would be a different issue. So I'll move along. I won't say it again in relation to this particular employee. So moving along. The next person that was that provided assistance to Professor Leahy was a Mr. Nathan Iyer, a graduate student at Dalhousie University, and he was commissioned to write an overview of the history of forestry policy in Nova Scotia. That, I think, provides really important contextual lens or contextual information about forestry in Nova Scotia and the Leahy report. Whether that's within the scope necessarily of consulting with the forest conservation stakeholder community, I'm not sure. So this may or may not be a person who falls within that scope and who would make sense to include in this work. But certainly their subject matter expertise, I think, would be established here. And I would think I would think they would have information that's relevant to this question. Whether it's material, because those are two different things. Relevance means, is it related to the question at hand? Material means, is it persuasive? Like, do we really need to talk about it? And they're two different concepts. And the nice thing about debate in legislature is the question for us is relevance, not materiality. So that's, that's an interesting aside. So moving along from that particular person, the next person listed is the Mersey-Tobiatic Research Institute, who wrote a report for the review called State of Nova Scotia Forest and Biodiversity Review. The Mersey-Tobiatic also hosted and provided a report on a one-day workshop for invited participants in discussions about forestry in Nova Scotia on options for creating, this is incredibly relevant actually, for options on creating continuing dialogue about forestry and forestry issues in Nova Scotia. So this one, I want to pause here for a minute. So you know what I don't do on the floor, because I'm candidly not good at it, right? Like, I am not a storyteller. I'm no good at stories. I'm just cut to the chase. I cut to the facts. I stick to the, listen, I can analyze something for hours on end, but you ask me to tell a story and I get tongue-tied. So I'm not very good at that. I don't tend to infuse a ton of personal experience into my dialogue here, which I do observe is something that, like, many members do, right? I've heard so many personal stories, and I think they're highly informative, and there's been a lot of latitude, I've noticed, in many debates given to that. It's not something I do, but I am going to take a moment here and do it, and hope that the latitude that's extended to other members on that front is extended to me as well. And I just want to mention the Mersey-Tobiatic Research Institute in relation to that, because so that is an institute that obviously we know engages with community, as has been mentioned here. So they had workshops and discussions about forestry, and they do incredible work. I'm not going to go sort of talk in great detail about the work that they do, but personally speaking, so I've volunteered with the Friends of Kedji for decades now, and I say that I haven't, in the last 5 years, I have barely made it there at all. So I say that with my apologies to the incredible volunteers that do work with the Friends of Kedji, because the work that they do is incredible, and they support Ketchmakujik, and they support so many different things, and they're passionate and they're dedicated, and I have so much respect for them. The reason I raise that is Kedji is very close to the Mersey-Tobiatic Research Institute, and so that is a place that I think of very fondly, because periodically we have done meetings there, and it's just a welcoming place, and the folks who work there and volunteer there are also incredibly passionate and dedicated, and it just brings me fond memories. And so I wanted to share that, because again, I don't tend to take very many opportunities on the floor of the House to share personal. That's just not who I tend to be. But it might be of interest to people. And Ketchmakujik and the preservation of that land and that environment and the surrounding lands and the surrounding environments is something I'm deeply passionate about, and have volunteered for thousands of hours. Like, I have had thousands of hours of volunteer work put into my work with Friends of Kedji. And not all of it was related directly to this. I actually was I was the person who did the buying for the gift shop in Kedji for probably about 10 years. And so, but the funding that was the funding that is derived through that work supports the broader ecological, environmental work that the Friends do. So that was my little divergence there, and I'll come back to the topic now. So the Mersey-Tobiatic Research Institute, as we just established, they not only have deep subject matter expertise in this, and actually prepared a report on the state of the forest and biodiversity, but they also have great expertise in community engagement, and then did that work as part of the Leahy report. So I would say not only would the Mersey-Tobiatic Research Institute be a member of the forest conservation stakeholder community, but they would be an incredibly good resource that the government could access in determining how to consult with that community. So they're both probably an organization who might help government in its preparation, and also be participants in that consultation themselves. And that, I think, is especially important if as I have heard from from community members that the cuts that have been made to the Department of Natural Resources has impacted their ability both their expertise on these matters, but also potentially their ability to coordinate this kind of stakeholder consultation. If that's the case, if what we are hearing around that is the case, then the Mersey Tobiatic Research Institute is going to be a valuable, potentially an invaluable partner in the work that's required by CWHB NDP4 in consulting with a forest conservation stakeholder community. So moving along, I think this is really enlightening in terms of the broad range of experts and individuals and organizations who have expertise and interest in this topic. And I think it's really helpful to understanding the terms of this amendment that the NDP put forward and the scope of any likely engagement that's to happen under it. So the last organization mentioned in this particular paragraph is the Nova Scotia Forest Biodiversity Science Advisory Committee. That's actually, I'm not familiar with that committee, but I would say it sounds absolutely relevant, forest biodiversity. And so it sounds to me like they would have subject matter expertise and likely would fall within the forest conservation stakeholder community. And so to me, I think they would be yet another helpful resource in undertaking the work that the NDP have proposed under their amendments to Clause 59. So we'll continue on because that's the team. Not just all we've covered so far is the team of folks who were engaged and supported the work of Professor Leahy. But this continues on to review other stakeholders who I think will be key to defining the forest conservation stakeholder community that NDP is contemplating in their amendment. And so Professor Leahy goes on to say, and this I think will be both helpful from an individual and identifying the stakeholders' perspective, but also identifying the process perspective, because this continues on and talks about both. It talks about stakeholders who were engaged by Professor Leahy, but it also talks about how those stakeholders were engaged, which certainly is a question that is raised by NDP4. The process that we've got, the only specifics of the process that I see referenced in NDP4 is that the consultation shall happen for a period of 12 months. So that gives us an idea of the timeline. And so we know that it's something that would happen over the course of 12 months, but in terms of how that happens, that would be something that government would have to determine. So we'll continue on and see what the Leahy report gives us in terms of advice around that. So Professor Leahy goes on to say he's received oral input at approximately 80 meetings conducted between early December 2017 and the middle of April 2018. That's actually kind of a helpful timeline for us to understand, because if government is moving forward with the consultation with the forest conservation stakeholder community, the fact that those meetings took place over the span of 4 to 5 months, approximately, that would be a scope that would be within a scope and a timeline that would be within the provision here that we're looking at for NDP4. So one might envision a similar type of consultation happening with those sorts of meetings. So 80 meetings, more than 160 people participated in those meetings. And then he lists off the folks from his team who were involved in those meetings as well. So it's clear from this, I won't read their names again, but it's clear from this that Professor Leahy didn't have those meetings one-on-one necessarily. He utilized and was supported by his teams in those meetings. A number were also attended by the other members of the team experts. And so he says, in writing this report, I've reviewed the notes taken at those meetings. And he's received and reviewed more than 250 submissions. So not only were there meetings, and this is important because the meetings themselves are not what help you take away valuable information from stakeholders in the course of consultation. You can have a meeting and walk away knowing nothing else. You can have a meeting and walk away completely unenlightened. It's what you do with the information shared at that meeting that matters. And so it's clear that Professor Leahy in this case took his own notes and used them to inform the work that he did in writing this report. And so I think that that's an important message. And he goes on to say again, received and reviewed more than 250 written submissions. So in government's consultation with the forest conservation stakeholder community, these kinds of, I'm going to say they're probably small, they're not one-on-one meetings, but they do certainly seem to be meetings that don't necessarily have a whole lot of people involved, because there were 80 meetings with more than 160 people. So if we think about what that looks like, these don't seem to be big town halls, or maybe it was a mix of town halls and one-on-one meetings, or it could have just been small group meetings. Either of these or any of these pathways or avenues are available as potential stakeholder consultation processes that could work for the forest conservation stakeholder community. And there are pros and cons to each. So in a town hall, what can sometimes happen is that the sort of loudest and most passionate voices, the voices of people who are comfortable speaking up, tend to dominate the conversation, and don't always allow everybody's voice to come forward. So town halls can kind of have that impact. They can be an important tool in a consultation process because they do allow you to engage with a large number of people with minimal staff, and so from an efficiency perspective, a town hall type meeting can be useful in that way. But it doesn't always allow you to get everybody's voices heard. So when you have smaller meetings, where they're perhaps roundtable meetings, where you have a smaller number of stakeholders, you have the ability to ensure that everybody's voices and perspectives are heard. And so those will be important considerations for government as they assess how they might comply with their obligation to consult with the forest conservation stakeholder community. I will say as well, it can be helpful to be strategic in how you structure the invitations and who you invite to meetings. So sometimes it's beneficial to have stakeholders who have sort of unified, unanimous interests in one particular thing at a table. Then you can really drill down, better understand the perspectives they have. So you might have, in this case, in relation to NDP4, you might have small woodlot owners who own their property and are engaging in managed forestry, but not clear cutting. And you have them all at one meeting, and you get a chance to have conversations with them with a deep understanding of the way that they're approaching things. And then you might have a separate meeting with stakeholders who have different expertise or interests. And then you can drill down quite deeply into each of those conversations. So there's a real significant benefit to that. But what you don't then have is the dialogue and the understanding that comes when you bring stakeholders with diverse voices together. So there are real opportunities to the various ways that government could structure their consultations. And 12 months gives you a lot of time to do a variety of these kinds of things. And so we do see evidenced in the Leahy report and what he's describing here that it may be the case that this was done. It's not really clear, but we do know that there were multiple meetings held and lots of people attended them. And in addition to that, written submissions were undertaken and reviewed. So continuing on, and these are another series of meetings that Professor Leahy talks about, but now we're getting more into the nitty-gritty of what the kinds of meetings were. So he goes on to say he held 2 weeks of meetings and many individual discussions with most of the members of the review team, and had continuous and ongoing dialogue and analytical collaboration among most members of the team, with periodic discussions with others. And that's interesting because that speaks again back to the staffing question and what it is that government will be able to do with the information that's obtained, and whether government does still have the internal expertise necessary to engage in this and really analyze the information that comes forward, or whether they will have to look externally to do that as a result of the cuts that they've made within the Department of Natural Resources. So Professor Leahy goes on to say, I hosted a workshop on the work of the Department of Natural Resources on natural disturbance regimes and ecosystem-based forest management framework for officials in the department and those who had criticized the work of the department in those respects. The workshop was attended by members of the review team and some members of the Forest Biodiversity Science Advisory Committee. And then he also references tours that members were taken on, through illustrative harvest sites organized by department, forestry companies, and environmental advocates. That, I think, actually raises a really interesting point, which is to say that sometimes when you embark in a consultation like the one that is contemplated by CWHB NDP4, not only do you have to make sure that you have your own internal expertise that allows you to prepare yourself and organize yourself with subject matter expertise and knowledge and understanding of how to engage in consultation, but the people you're engaging with may need some education as well. They may need to be provided with a broader understanding of the work that you have underway. And other aspects of the sector, because that can be really helpful for them in participating in a meaningful way in the consultation. So folks are coming in on the same page about what the objectives are, what other folks in the community are experiencing and understand. So it may be the case that in the preparation for this consultation and in the course of the consultation, government might deploy that kind of approach in terms of providing educational experiences to the folks who are participating, including visiting sites and having presentations from stakeholders. And so it's really lovely to see how thorough. And I think, there was never any question to me about how thorough this was, but it is really nice to go through it point by point like this, because it's a reminder of just how much work and effort and how much intellectual capital was engaged, and people's expertise and stories and experiences were engaged in the process of coming up with this report, and how valuable the report is as a result of that extensive and fulsome engagement. So we'll continue on. Dr. Leahy goes on to say he's reviewed and taken into account the documents produced in a process that resulted in the natural resources strategy called the Path We Share, a natural resources strategy for Nova Scotia 2011 to 2020. And there are a number of documents included in that strategy, which included the report of voluntary planning on the views of Nova Scotians who participated in that organization's engagement with citizens, the reports of the members of the forestry panel of expertise that advised on the steering panel of the process, and he references Donna Crossland and Bob Bancroft, as well as John Porter. The report of the steering panel, who included retired Chief Justice Constance Gluby, Joe Marshall, and Alan Shaw, and then the natural resources strategy and the progress reports on its implementation, subsequently published by DNR. And then finally in this paragraph, the review also reviewed and considered documents produced in the process called the Western Crown Lands Planning Process. So I must say there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack in this particular paragraph. And in fact, these are all reports and engagement processes that tap into further subject matter expertise on the exact question of the recommendations of the Leahy report in relation to ecological forestry practices, and no doubt have a number of folks identified in each of those reports who would potentially be the exact stakeholders who are referenced in NDP's forest conservation stakeholder community. So we could actually continue continue on with our discussion of this by pulling each of those reports and reviewing the stakeholders who were engaged as we proceed through debate this afternoon on Clause 59, the NDP amendment that proposes a consultation period and then the ultimate tabling of a report in this House on the results of that consultation in relation to the implementation of the Leahy report recommendation. So I'll put a pin in that for the moment, but we might come back to that and evaluate each of those independent reports for what they have to offer and suggest around stakeholder consultation. I think, you know, those are folks who have expertise and experience and personal experience in the field, and we know who contributed to this work significantly. So certainly I think it would be beneficial to review them to understand whether they fit within the scope of this forest conservation stakeholder community and how they might add to government's consultation. So this goes on as well to reference how supportive the Department of Natural Resources, the minister at the time, the deputy minister, who was then Julie Towers, and the executive director of Renewable Resources, John Porter, how supportive they had been of the review. And I think that highlights a really key element of the important role that staff plays in government consultations like this. You know, these consultations are not the minister out wandering in the field asking random questions sort of on their own to individuals. These consultations happen because staff prepare them, organize them, use their expertise and knowledge and skills to craft consultations that are responsive to and supportive of the sector that they are engaging with. Each sector is different, so the way you consult with one sector may be different than another sector. The barriers that present themselves in one sector for participants of community may not be present in another sector. So we think about, when do you have the consultations? Is there a time of day impact based on whether a sector is a sector that works nights or works days? Is there geographical challenges associated with engaging with the sector? Are folks located centrally? Are folks located in an urban area where people are sort of similarly situated and that means it's pretty easy to get to meetings? Or are folks distributed across Nova Scotia in more rural areas where transportation can be a challenge? And so the consultation that will happen over the course of the 12 months with this forest conservation stakeholder community will need to take those things into account as it is formed. We'll need to understand, you know, when can we have meetings? Do we need to build in time for people to find childcare if they're going to come to the meetings, to arrange for transportation? Or is this a sector that is comfortable with and can just hop on Zoom meetings and that will be an adequate and suitable and efficient and convenient way to engage? That kind of electronic engagement can be really helpful from a convenience perspective for folks who have access to that, but it also sometimes just puts up a wall and doesn't always foster the kind of interpersonal dialogue that happens with in-person meetings. And so these are the kinds of things that that government experts, that the folks who are in department and who are not only subject matter experts in their own field, but also participate in engagement and consultation on a regular basis. This is the kind of thing that they understand. They know this deeply, and they have experience in how these kinds of consultations can play out. And so, a government would have to rely very extensively on the expertise within the Department of Natural Resources in crafting this consultation. And as Dr. Leahy pointed out in the course of his report. And so again, in relation to this issue, which is a different issue than the one that I raised, I would be really curious to hear the Minister of Natural Resources speak to whether that consultation expertise still exists within her department. I'm not talking about the subject matter expertise I referenced earlier. This is a different issue. So I would be curious to hear that.
So I'm just going to remind the member about repetition. Warned you 3 times now. Next time I'm moving to the next speaker. Thank you. I recognize a member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we move on, this raises an important point as well. I've only got 2.5 minutes left, and I haven't even finished Professor Leahy's outline of the details of the consultation and the stakeholders he consulted with. So maybe someone else will pick that up. But this is really key, I think. He noted that every request for information was promptly and fully answered. The department provided 3 days of extensive briefings at the beginning of the review and further briefings to the team. The department was generous in helping the review team conduct analysis that was critical to its work, including harvesting and market-related information and impacts on wood supply of possible changes in forest practices, particularly on Crown lands. So that really does demonstrate the specific importance of having department staff who are able to support consultation and the kinds of things that are necessary to support consultation. It's ensuring that briefings are available and that information is provided promptly, and also analysis. You know, it's not just simply a matter of getting information from stakeholders. Consultation is not sort of a one-way process where information is absorbed and then that's the end of it. It is an interactive process, and it's a process that does involve analysis. When you consult broadly with individuals and with organizations, you are going to get conflicting advice. You're going to get conflicting information. And your role, our role in government when that happens, which it naturally does, because we have diverse communities with diverse perspectives, is that you have to undertake analysis to understand whose positions are reflective of the broader group, and to understand how you can best reconcile those positions and move forward in a way that meets the needs of Nova Scotians broadly and that doesn't unduly harm or disproportionately harm individuals or groups within the province. And this is, so I think these are all really important considerations in looking at the amendment that the NDP have brought forward, which calls for a 12-month consultation period with the forest conservation stakeholder community and woodlot owners. I didn't even get to go through my woodlot owner list, which I have an extensive and long one of. But I really appreciate the NDP's amendment that they've brought forward, and I'm very supportive of it, and I look forward to hear further debate on this particular amendment and then the clause as we continue to debate this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to stand and speak to the NDP amendment that is tabled before us. And of course, it is an amendment to the Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. And this amendment reads, the Minister of Natural Resources shall consult for a period of 12 months with the forest conservation stakeholder community and woodlot owners respecting the actions needed to implement the recommendations of the Leahy report to advanced ecological forestry practices, and shall table a report in the House of Assembly on the results of the consultation. So when I read through this amendment, I would say in general, Mr. Chair, I do support this amendment. And certainly in Cumberland North, in the area that I represent, forestry is a very large part of our economy and very, very important to the people that I represent. When I read through the amendment, the Minister of Natural Resources shall consult for a period of 12 months. I'm not sure that full 12 months is needed. I guess it depends on if they're going to consult with all woodlot owners throughout the province or not, or just a select few people. But they're asking for the minister to consult with two different stakeholders. So the forest conservation stakeholder community, and not being an expert in forestry, I'm not 100% sure who those people would be. And I would be interested to know exactly if the member that tabled the amendment has recommendations of who the government should be consulting with specifically with regards to forest conservation stakeholder community, as well as woodlot owners. Now, I know a lot of woodlot owners, so that's more the people that I know up in Cumberland North. A lot of them are private woodlot owners. And this amendment is respecting the actions needed to implement recommendations of the Leahy report. Now, the Leahy report was first tabled in August of 2018, and I remember it was a very tumultuous time in the forestry industry, specifically up in our area because we have a lot of woodland in Cumberland, and a lot of our woodlot owners were providing wood for Northern Pulp. So even though I grew up on a farm and we have a lot of, I shouldn't say we, my father owns a lot of woodland and I spent a lot of time in the woods, my dad would specifically enjoy taking us out to the woods to cut wood on like the afternoon of Christmas Day. He was like especially enjoyed the torture, I think. But that's how he was raised, so that's what we did. But so there's a lot of private woodlot owners that were selling wood to Northern Pulp. So even though I did have that experience growing up, being in the woods was a regular part of our routine, I really learned the majority of what I know about forestry during the time period when people were trying to decide, the former government were trying to decide what to do with Northern Pulp. And I really appreciated the work of forestry experts throughout the province, particularly in northern Nova Scotia, that took the time to educate and take us out into the woods, help us to learn their forestry practices, and help us to learn that many of them, I mean, there's bad actors in every industry, but most of the people that are managing our forests, I would say, are making a real effort to manage them and to take care of the environment. And they were able to help educate myself and many other MLAs and other people in the community about why they do the practices that they do. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I still have a lot to learn when it comes to forestry practices. And when it comes to the Leahy report, I certainly appreciate the work that he did in putting this report together. And those that have read the report know that he recommends a triad model, conservation areas, mixed use, limited high production areas with biodiversity and ecosystem sustainability at the center. And I would say that there's a lot of people in our area that have come to me with concerns about the amount of, this would be probably before Northern Pulp, but I still get some of these concerns with the amount of clear cutting that has happened in Cumberland County. And then in some of the areas where the clear cutting was done, there have been problems with flooding and other issues. And in one particular area in Cons Mills, I believe it was Hurricane Dorian. Yes, it was Hurricane Dorian, where in Cons Mills there was significant flooding and we lost a huge culvert. And because of the federal environmental laws, our Department of Transportation at the time weren't able to replace that culvert until the next spring. So it created a lot of hardship for people in that area, in particular the farmers who had to haul hay to their cattle all winter and take an extra couple kilometers to get there. But regardless, Mr. Chair, I hear a lot from my constituents, people with concerns about some of the forestry practice that may not be following what the Leahy report did recommend. So for that reason, I do support this amendment tabled by my colleagues in the NDP in, I would say, in philosophy. I'm not sure that we'd need a full period of 12 months, but I would like to see a report. And I think what this amendment does is it puts a question, I believe, before the House, is does this government support the Leahy report? And if yes, rather than just saying yes, prove it by committing to tabling reports here in this House, which show proof of the practices and the work that's been done by this government that fall in line with what the Leahy report recommends. And without the reporting, without showing the House, without showing the people of Nova Scotia by providing reporting on this, then we really have no idea what has been accomplished or what hasn't been accomplished with the Leahy report. And some of the reading that I've done on this show that, in fact, a lot of the recommendations have been put in place. but there are some that still haven't. And we would like to know, I guess, that what is the direction of this government? Is the direction of this government to stay in line with what the Leahy report has recommended? Or is this government going to be moving away from the ecological recommendations, the ecological forestry practices that the Leahy report has recommended? Is this government planning on going more towards commercial, high industrial focus forestry practices or not? And those are fair questions to ask. And I believe this amendment that the NDP have tabled or have put forth with regards to amending the FMA, Bill 198, they are asking that the government table a report in the House of Assembly on the results of this consultation for the period of 12 months. I did send a letter to the Minister of Natural Resources with several questions pertaining to forestry practices, specifically up in northern Nova Scotia. And I was going to try to have that printed and tabled when I speak to this amendment, but unfortunately I wasn't able to do that. But I do think that people that working in forestry right now want to know what is the direction of this government. What is the direction that they're headed when it comes to ecological forestry practices here in this province? What is the area of focus? And I do have more to say on Clause 60, and I've got an amendment coming forward for Clause 60. So I'll keep more remarks around that with regards to Clause 60. But I do think that this amendment asking for a report, it would show the people of Nova Scotia, it would show us here in the House, what is the direction of this government and what are they planning to do? What have they done over the last 5 years with regards to the Leahy report and the recommendations, and what's the direction that they are headed? And I think that's a fair request of the NDP with this amendment. I'm going to just say a few things about the Leahy report. I'm not going to read all the recommendations of the Leahy report because there are many, but I would say just in general, Professor William Leahy, who unfortunately I haven't had the pleasure of having a conversation with about this, but he was asked by government to undertake an independent review of forestry practice in Nova Scotia, and the review was commissioned in 2017. And I believe it was commissioned in response to a growing public concern to do with overharvesting, clear cutting, a loss of biodiversity, and a deep erosion of public trust in how forests were being managed. And I will say, around this same time that the Leahy report was commissioned by the former government, there was a large sort of, I would say, movement in the Pugwash area by people. They now call themselves the Friends of the Pugwash Estuary. And they formed an organization to protect this specific area, an estuary where it's right close to the Pugwash Harbor, to protect that land. And they are doing incredible work. And if anyone's interested, they can find that online under Friends of the Pugwash Estuary, FOPE, they call themselves, FOPE. But what Leahy delivered in 2018 in response to his review was a very comprehensive roadmap for the province. And it really was a blueprint for transformation. He did not say the system needed tweaking, but rather he said it needed to change, fundamentally needed a shift. And Mr. Leahy found that Nova Scotia's forestry model was overly focused on fiber production, too much emphasis on volume, not enough on ecological integrity. And he warned that current practices were not sustainable. Biodiversity was at risk and public confidence had been lost. And I have no doubts, and members from the Liberal Party can probably speak to this obviously a lot more stronger than I can, but I'm assuming his report did contribute to the decision around Northern Pulp. And I know that I think we all could see that that was a very, very difficult decision for the former premier. I remember sitting with forestry. I have goosebumps just thinking about it, Mr. Chair, but sitting with some of our contractors, forestry managers, woodlot owners from Cumberland. We sat together in a boardroom. We had a big screen on the TV, and together we watched Premier McNeil make that announcement. And for them, it was devastating because many of them had millions of dollars worth of financed equipment that potentially they were going to go bankrupt and lose with the result of the closure of Northern Pulp. And it was a devastating day, but we rallied as a community, as a forestry community, formed the Cumberland Forestry Advisory Committee. Our first two meetings, Mr. Chair, were one was an ice storm and one was a snowstorm, and we had 99 people attend one and 100 people attend the other. It was incredible how the forestry community came together after that announcement, and we found a pathway forward. But I mentioned that, Mr. Chair, because I believe the Leahy report is a very well-respected report within the forestry community. And not too long ago, I met with Greg Watson of North Nova. He leads the forestry cooperative in Wentworth, and they do a lot of work with private woodlot owners throughout Nova Scotia, but specifically in northern Nova Scotia. I have a lot of respect for Greg Watson. He is very focused on what the Leahy report spoke to, and really makes an effort to do ecological forestry practices and help private woodlot owners to accomplish that. So one of the things that the Leahy report did focus on is that if we continued on the same path that we were on, we would degrade the very forestry resource that we depend on. So the key recommendations, and at the core of the Leahy recommendations, was a shift to ecological forestry, meaning that we need to change the way we're managing our forests as ecosystems, meaning that we prioritize long-term health over short-term extraction, and balancing environmental, social, and economic outcomes. The Leahy report did not propose a system built on confusion. He did propose a system where landowners are left guessing. He emphasized the importance for clarity and transparency, education, and support. He acknowledged a critical fact, and I mentioned this yesterday, that New Brunswick, a larger percentage of woodland in New Brunswick is Crown land, but here in Nova Scotia it's the opposite. 75% of Nova Scotia forests are privately owned. And I referenced the amendment that the NDP have brought forward, that the importance of the Minister of Natural Resources consulting two groups of people, one of them being the private. It doesn't say private, but I'm assuming they reference private when they say woodlot owners respecting the advanced ecological forestry practices. It's important that private woodlot owners are respected by all of us here in this House and the government. You can't implement forestry reform without working with private woodlot owners. And it's important that they're consulted and that we collaborate with them. So as I mentioned, the government of the day did accept the Leahy report publicly. They said they would implement their recommendations, but that was a while ago. It's now 2026, and I think this amendment would really show the people of Nova Scotia and us here in the House whether or not this government is committed to the Leahy report as well, or if they're moving in a different direction. And I think that would be something that would be good for the minister to clarify to this House. And I think this amendment sort of forces the government to maybe answer that question, whether or not they still support the ecological forestry practice that are in the Leahy report. So I'll finish my comments, Mr. Chair, in support of this amendment. Again, I'm not 100% convinced that we need 12 months. I think that may be a little longer than what's necessary. I would like to know a little more about who would be the conservation stakeholder community, who would be some of the, I'm assuming some of the nonprofits. And I do think that it would be good to have a clear reporting mechanism. So if the government is not willing to support this amendment, what I would call on the government to do is to start providing clear public reporting on the Leahy recommendations. And with those few words, I will take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just on my feet for a couple seconds to answer the question asked by both my colleagues. So I'm just going to give a couple examples of potential forest conservation stakeholders. Would be the Mi'kmaq Forestry Initiative, the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, and Forest Nova Scotia would be just a few examples of those types of conservation. So thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually, I don't think I can support the amendment as it's read. Just, I know the spirit of what is trying to be achieved.
Just if we could have the mic turned off for the honourable member for Whitney Pier. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And always trying to get more transparency, especially with reports like the Leahy report. Continue to ask about progress every year and estimates where we can get detailed, up-to-date information in absence of having the recommendation around the annual evaluation brought to the public. So, as I said last evening, there was only one evaluation completed by Professor Leahy himself, as who we chose in government. We thought he was kind of the quintessential choice for evaluating the progress, and of course he had a technical team that he was able to hire to go through all the recommendations methodically. So this amendment, while trying to achieve a level of transparency, is asking for a period of another year for consultation. I think the time for consultation on implementation of the report is done. I think you could have further discussions with each recommendation on the affected groups, but I think another 12 months to go back to a 2018 report and relitigate the reasons why recommendations are put forward, and the impact to all the groups is long past due. I think it's time to make progress on the report. And then the other reason why I wouldn't support it is it's just simply not inclusive enough with just forest conservation stakeholder community and woodlot owners. You know, there's tens of thousands of woodlot owners, very important. And the forest conservation stakeholder group, the member mentioned some examples, which is helpful. The Mi'kmaq Forest Initiative, which I signed, should be a good stakeholder there, but there is already a minister advisory committee doing this work. When I put together the committee as a minister, it was a large committee that was balanced with all of the license holders, the major license holders. We had Westford there, we had Irving there, we had even a representative from Northern Pulp there, without knowing the future of Northern Pulp, but still had control over their lands and their crown land access. But we also had Mi'kmaq representation. We had the tourist sector there. We had academia there. We had woodlot owners associations there. We had Greg Watson was mentioned. He was on that advisory committee. So I was disappointed when the new government came in, but it's their prerogative to shorten that list quite a bit. But as far as I know, the council still exists. With 5 or 6 people serving on that board. So I would say it's time to refresh that board, and that we have that official body that can work with the minister as opposed to going through a whole new year of consultation with limited community representatives and woodlot owners, because it doesn't mention sawmill owners here. We know that the many sawmill operations employ thousands of Nova Scotians across the province, so we would need to have sawmill operators as part of that discussion. But really, we need just some transparency on the work happening around those recommendations that are outstanding, and there's a number of them, and without having that evaluation period, we can't see what's happening. I do think it's important that we show the action in implementing the report and not just say that we endorse it. I know of at least 6 or 7 recommendations that aren't publicly decided as being complete, while the official word from the department is that 95% are complete. One of the biggest, I think, advancements of the report that is complete is the new management guide, what was called the SGEM, but basically the guide that prescribes treatments on the matrix land. So that really did create monumental change, and there was a number of drafts to get it to where it needed to be, so that operators had certainty on what it was expected of them. And then I think the high production leg is moving along at a good pace. We see some slowing down of the other third part of the triad, where the conservation leg is required to go at the same pace, and that's why we need to have the evaluation to have a close look at why that's being slowed down. But the consultation level was significant on the SGEM, so much so that when I talk about industry representation as being part of the consultation, here's an example. Previous drafts didn't recognize that the highland forest in the Highlands in Cape Breton had a type of boreal, maritime boreal forest that was predominantly softwood, coniferous type trees that can be ecologically harvested with what people know as clear cuts. So more high production to feed fiber. But the previous guide did not recognize that and treated the whole province as if we were all a mixed species multi-age, what most people would recognize as the Acadian forest, but in the report was referred to as mixed species multi-age. So that consultation with Port Hawkesbury Paper and others resulted in a shift in recognizing that forest type up there, and that's why industry needs to have a part of this. And that's where I think the Minister Advisory Committee, which is already set up to do the work alongside the Minister, is an important one. And I would recommend going back to that committee and finding a mechanism to report to the public where we're at with this report. So there was a lot of work happening with natural disturbance regimes. There was a lot of work happening with the environmental assessment piece. There was even a company hired to look at preparing a guide for 20-year forest stewardship plans. That should happen at the same time as the outcomes-based forestry that was being worked on. And we really just need to find a way to press forward on recommendations that benefit industry, that benefit better ecosystem management. One example is the wood heating. We're finally into phase 2. But there was no movement over the last few years. So bringing more of those projects online, we know there was about 100 that were considered eligible for a potential transition from a more volatile fossil fuel. We're talking about, the context we're in today with the Middle East war and how much more expensive that is. So we know that there's pushback from some that said wood is more expensive. Well, now you're seeing the benefits if there was faster progress on identifying more sites. And I know I would think most members are supportive of moving in the direction, but there was recently an announcement to move forward in the next phase. So this is a balanced report, and I think a lot of people on all sides of the issue see trade-offs and endorse it, but the government needs to decide whether or not they are going to endorse the whole report or not. Because Professor Leahy was very clear that it won't work if you cherry-pick the recommendations that you like in the report. We even took the tough decision to say there would be provision allowed for spraying on Crown land, something not a lot of people want to talk about. But that's how you make more efficient high production pieces of land, so you're operating on a smaller acreage of the limited crown land that we have, and then you have less clear cutting on the broader landscape, and you have much more focus on selective harvesting. It only works if you do it all. If you're going to really go into areas and try to maximize what is actually basically a garden for wood, with still limited provisions to protect wildlife, riparian zones, and all the rest, but you still need to have the other side of things with the protected areas, the matrix side too. It's all important. So, yeah, I don't want to be too critical. I think the spirit of the amendment is trying to really shed light on what's happening with the Leahy report and do the work with more consultation and bring ideas on how you implement the recommendations. But the roadmap is there. This was consulted on for years before the report even came out. Deep consultation with private landowners. People really care about their private land. That's why most of the focus is on Crown land. And the private land, there was limited things around protecting banning whole tree harvesting and things like that. So that's all I'm going to say on this. I just don't think it's worded the right way that I could support the amendment.
Shall Amendment NDP 4 carry? No. That amendment is defeated. Shall clause... I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to speak to Clause 59, if I could. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Clause 59 in the FMA Bill 198 is regarding the Forest Act. Section 3 of Chapter 179 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Forest Act, as amended by Chapter 29 of the Acts of 1998, Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2024, and Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2025. You know, in trying to read Bill 198 and all 137 clauses and all of the legislation that is affected by all these 20 bills that are in Bill 198, like really, to do our due diligence here in this legislature, this is a piece of legislation we should have had 2 months ago. And in speaking, you know, with the person that assists me now, who I'm very blessed to have, you know, often we have conversations about how things are done in the federal government. And in the federal government, members of parliament are provided legislation for a very significant period of time before it's required for debate. And that happens, Mr. Chair, so that legislators, parliamentarians, as well as the staff that support them and us, have the time to read, to study, to analyze, and then come up with their own stand, I guess you would say. You know, do they support or not support? And we're being asked, Mr. Chair, to make decisions on the fly. And there is so much in this bill. But pertaining Clause 59 in particular, when I look up the Forest Act and what is actually being amended, and then I look at all the different amendments to the Forest Act over the years and what those all mean, you know, I think that that's important if we are to really fully understand what these amendments mean and what they're affecting. And that's why I wanted to stand on Clause 59 and just speak to this a little bit. So this amendment that's in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, regarding the Forest Act, is striking out and quote, and renewables in Clause F, and B, it's adding immediately after Clause K, the following clause, KA, forest property, now has the same meaning as in the Assessment Act. So then I went to the Assessment Act, and I think the library are trying to print it for me right now, but when I read through the Assessment Act, it actually, the Assessment Act that I looked up doesn't actually have the forest property meaning I had to then find another piece of legislation where there had been an amendment to the Forestry Act and in an omnibus bill that talks about what the meaning is of forestry property. And I thought this is a really good example of why omnibus bills are poor legislation. Because when Nova Scotians or anyone is trying to find laws, it's like a puzzle. It's like trying to piece together, similar to before I came in for member statements, trying to find all the different amendments to the Western Alignment Act regarding the Cobequid Pass over the years. And one of the last amendments to it was in an omnibus bill, actually in the Financial Measures Act. And you know, you've got to go digging and to do your due diligence. But it takes time, Mr. Chair, and to table a bill here in this House with 20 pieces of legislation in it is, in my opinion, it is not responsible governing. And honestly, it shouldn't just be us here in opposition that study out these bills. And every one of us, all 55 of us, are voting on these. Are all 55 people reading this legislation and all the relevant pieces of legislation that go with each one of these amendments? And if so, if they were, I think they would also not be pleased, because you cannot simply do your job, Mr. Chair, in these current conditions. We simply cannot do the job that we are sent here to do, to fully understand the implications, what the amendments mean. Now, my colleague from Lunenburg West is a lawyer. She's brilliant, and she's able to probably get through this and understand. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a registered nurse. I've studied business as well, but the reality is it probably takes me a lot longer than it would somebody who's been trained as a lawyer to understand legislation. But the reality is my constituents elected me to represent them. And I think most people in this House are not lawyers. And most people are, I would assume, I could be incorrect, but I would assume most people are more like me in that I have to read the amendment like in clause 59 for the Forest Act, and then I have to, I can't just make an assumption of what it means.
Order.
I have to.
Order. I just, you're kind of straying there quite bad, and clause 1 was an opportunity to discuss this in general. So if you've got something particular with clause 59, then please carry on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate you allowing me to at least express my frustration of the speed of which the legislation is put before us and the hours that we sit here, and I will get to clause, I'll get to my point, but the hours that we're here in this legislature to midnight every night, and now tomorrow starting at 9, again till midnight, how are we ever supposed to have time to actually do our study on the bill that is before us? So, Mr. Chair, this clause 59, now changing the definition of forest property to now have the same meaning in the Assessment Act, what does that mean? Forest property has the same meaning as in the Assessment Act now based on this amendment. And although it may sound straightforward, when we consider that approximately 75% of woodlots in Nova Scotia are privately owned, this becomes far more than a technical definition. It's important for people to understand, what does it mean? Why is this definition of forest property being changed? Why is this even in the Financial Measures Act? So it becomes a question of who is in, who is out, and under what conditions. So now we ask, does this change who qualifies as a forest property owner here in the province of Nova Scotia? And if the answer is yes, then we need to be very clear about what does this look like. So if yes, if this definition that is in the Financial Measures Act in clause 59 now changes the definition of who qualifies as a forest property owner in Nova Scotia, then we need to understand, how does it change and who qualifies? Who are we potentially looking at a situation where land that has historically been treated as forest property may no longer qualify under this new interpretation that is in Clause 59? What does it mean? And again, it's been mentioned, I think, at every time someone stands here, we do not have ministers that will stand and explain the legislation that has been placed before us. So then we are left to make assumptions. I'll give an example, Mr. Chair, and this is particularly important to Cumberland North because we have hundreds of small woodlot owners, if not thousands, and forestry matters, and they should be given explanations of why the definition of forest property is being changed in the Financial Measures Act. So, for example, Mr. Chair, a small woodlot owner in a rural community, someone who manages or owns 40 or 50 acres, who selectively harvests, who manages their land responsibly, but who may not have a formal forest management plan or a professional forestry oversight or the resources to navigate complex administrative requirements. Under a stricter or differently interpreted definition tied to the Assessment Act, that individual could find themselves reclassified. And if they are reclassified as no longer qualifying as being a forest property owner, then what happens next? Their land may no longer qualify for the forest property tax rate. And that means, and this is what matters to people, that they may have to pay a higher property tax. That means reduced viability of keeping that land as forest land. It may pressure a private woodlot owner to sell. It may pressure a private woodlot owner to subdivide or to change land use. And Mr. Chair, if this is not the case, then I invite the minister to stand and explain to us why the definition of forest property is being changed. Because if it's not the case of what we're making an assumption, then if this change does not alter who qualifies, then why is that not clearly stated in the bill? Why are we left to interpret this? Why are we left to make assumptions? If there's truly no change in eligibility of who is defined as a forest property owner, then the simplest, most transparent thing this government could do is just say so. Provide assurance to forest property owners in Nova Scotia. Something that says this amendment does not change eligibility for classification as forest property. But that language is not here, and when the language is missing, it creates uncertainty. And uncertainty, Mr. Chair, is not neutral. It has consequences, and landowners begin to ask, will this affect me? Do I need to prepare for changes? Should I be making different decisions about my land right now? And when government creates that kind of uncertainty without clarity, it is the people on the ground who carries the burden. And in some of my conversations with forestry professionals, they have made it clear that if people are going to have a forestry management plan written for government in order to qualify as a forest property owner, there are not enough people in this province that have the ability to do that, to have one for every small woodlot owner in this province of Nova Scotia. So we need clarity. Does this change to the Forest Act in Clause 59, does it create new requirements for small woodlot owners, private woodlot owners, forestry owners? Does it create new requirements or expectations? This bill sets a framework, and the details are left to regulations again. We see that. We're not told whether a management plan will be required. We're not told whether reporting obligations will be introduced. We're not told whether compliance standards will change. We're left to wonder. I don't understand why we are provided, and Nova Scotians are provided with legislation like this. It's really, it's ridiculous, to be honest. So again, Mr. Chair, I ask why. Why are we seeing a change in the definition of forest property. We are being asked to pass a provision here. We're just all expected to don't question us. We know what we're doing. We have a supermajority government. But if those requirements are significant enough to affect tax status, land classification, and economic viability for landowners in this province, then it's significant enough to be debated here, to ask questions, not later behind closed doors. Because I can tell you something, Mr. Chair. If I don't stand here and ask questions about this, and then in 6 months' time, my forest property owners are being forced with paying residential tax rate on their forest land, you are going to see a massive uproar in this province from the people of Cumberland County. I'll tell you that will happen for sure, and I'm assuming all across the province of Nova Scotia. So what is this government's plan? If the plan is not to do that, then we deserve to have an explanation of Clause 59 in the Financial Measures Act. Clearly, it must have to do with something to do with financial measures, or it wouldn't be in this bill. I'm telling you, I just think about the people that I know that own small woodlot owners.
So I got your point. You repeat it many, many, many times that you're asking the question of why the definition has changed. We've got that. So I just asked you to, kind of move on to something that we haven't discussed already. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the people that own woodlot in Cumberland North and throughout Nova Scotia are our maple syrup producers. How are they going to be affected? Will their properties be reclassified if they don't have a forest management plan? They would like to know. They would like to know. Other people that owned private woodlots in Cumberland North are simply people that use it for their hobby. I know many people, they may have a cabin back in the woods and they go there for their mental health. They go there, they take their children so their children can learn how to live off the land, not have a flush toilet, but have an outhouse, and it's used for education purposes, it's used for mental health. Are those people gonna have to be paying a higher tax rate, a residential tax rate? This is an important question, Mr. Chair. There's all kinds of different scenarios. I would say most of them in our area are related to farming. I would say every farmer that I know owns woodlot, and they use that for their own personal harvesting, for building, and for work that they do on their farm. Many farmers are very diverse. They have diverse revenue sources, and their woodlots are part of the way they generate revenue. A lot of times they go into the woodlots in the off-season when they're not planting in their fields or harvesting their crops. You might see farmers go into their woodlots, in March and April or in the fall. But I think a lot of farmers would want to know, what's this government up to? What are they up to? Why is the change to the definition of forest property in the Financial Measures Act under Clause 59? We are being asked to approve this, a definition, without understanding its full implications. We are being asked to approve a framework without seeing how it's fully applied, and that is not how legislation is supposed to work. Legislation is supposed to provide clarity, it's supposed to provide certainty, it's supposed to allow people affected to understand what is changing and how it will affect them, and in this case, the clarity is not there. Was this explained at all to the people it affects? Was there any consultation before this was put in the Financial Measures Act? And that brings me to the final question, Mr. Chair. Was this explained clearly to the people that it affects? Was there any consultation with people that own woodlots or forest property here in the province of Nova Scotia? And I think we can say with confidence, no, I certainly didn't hear of any. Not only because we have not seen clarity in the bill itself, but because we have seen a pattern from this government a pattern where transparency is limited, a pattern where details are deferred, and a pattern where decisions are made first and explanations come later, if at all. It's almost like when we ask questions, the response that we get back is, how dare you ask us questions? But that is our job, Mr. Chair. That is our job on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia. So I ask, what is this doing in the Financial Measures Act? Mr. Chair, we saw for 4 full days at public bills hearings a number of people. 4 full days. Some of those people had concerns about the changes to the forestry here in Nova Scotia. I received several letters. I was going to read them, but I got a lot of stuff here, so I'm not sure where they're at. But I do want to make it clear and put it on the record, Mr. Chair, that people are asking questions, and therefore I felt compelled to stand and speak to these concerns that people are telling me. And you know, sometimes when you dig deep into bills, you start to find more, and then the more you dig, the more questions you have, and people deserve answers. People are feeling uncertain, concerned, and not fully heard. We heard that loud and clear at public bills hearings. So Mr. Chair, when we ask whether or not anyone was explained what this change in definition of forestry property means, the answer is not found in the wording of the clause. It's found, the public have told us very clearly they want more information. And I ask that the government provide that on behalf of the 75% of woodlot owners, or the people, the 75% people that own forestry in this province are private woodlot owners. And they deserve to know why the definition of forestry property is being changed here in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that just a moment to stand up and to try to, as I said before in question period, make it make sense. So that was on March 24th. I think I answered the same question that the member has been talking about here now for the last 30 minutes. And I know that I certainly travel in different circles than what the member across the aisle does. But as Minister of Natural Resources, we were hearing very loud and clear.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what the member is referring to when she says she travels in different circles. If that was meant to be an insult, I'd like her to retract that.
It's not a point of order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm referring to is the fact in the Department of Natural Resources, we were hearing very strongly and loudly from the forestry sector that they wanted attention to carbon storage. And it's very clear, and I'm going to read it. The amendments that we're making are simple, they're straightforward. And it seems like a mountain is being made out of a molehill here. But for carbon storage, if you're managing your property for forestry, there's no change. You still get the low forestry rate. Again, let me say it. If you're managing your property for forestry, there's no change. You still get the low forestry rate. If you're using your property for anything else, and you're not doing carbon capture, there's no change. With this change, a property that's only doing carbon storage and not managing for forestry, they will no longer get the forestry rate. If a property is being managed for both, they will get the forestry rate. This is what the forestry sector has asked for. There's been strong consultation, there's been strong feedback from people in the forestry sector, and this is our response to them. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it was nice to hear from the Minister of Natural Resources on this bill of hers. Bear with me a moment because I was organizing my thoughts on harness racing because I have to do the research and the analysis on the floor of the House while debate is underway, so I need to get back to the bill that we're talking about. Sorry. This is all under the same bill. I have to get back to the clause that we're talking about now. So bear with me a moment. Okay, I have these papers. I have the act. Now let's find the clause. We're on 59, Mr. Chair?
We're on clause 59.
Okay, so I'm going to start with what the Minister of Natural Resources just said. And she has said it before. She said that that she heard from industry loud and clear that the forestry sector is looking for this change, and that there's no change for people if they're managing their property for forestry. She considers this to be a mountain being made. She considers what opposition is doing right now as making a mountain out of a molehill. And so I'm just going to pause right there for a second. I know the constituents who've reached out to me with legitimate concerns that their property taxes will go up, in some cases 2,000%, are not making a mountain out of a molehill. And I know that those people who've reached out to me and who have reached out to the minister as well, because she's been copied on the same emails I have. So if she wants to reference the circles we all run in, I can definitely say that the folks who are reaching out to me with this concern are also reaching out to the minister. And I didn't hear her speak specifically about them. But what she did say, and this has taken a while because this issue was raised at the very beginning and it wasn't clarified this way at the beginning. At the beginning, we all understood that this was a dichotomy. You were either managing your forest, which meant high production. That's what that is essentially what we were told at the beginning of this process when we asked the question.
We're not talking, this clause doesn't really talk about managing your forest. This talks about the definition of forest property. So please, kind of stick to the purpose here. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify the way in which this is relevant, this clause, 59, works in conjunction with 60. 59 talks about the Assessment Act and the definition of forestry property, which is an enabling clause, and then it works in conjunction with 60.
Order. Just hold on a second there.
Pardon? Are we on clause 60?
So I just remind the member that we're on clause 59. The definition of, get this exactly here, the definition of forest property. And I ask that you remain on that. I have, thank you. Go ahead. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask that the rulings be made fair For example, the Minister of Natural Resources just stood and spoke to Clause 60 and spoke about carbon sequestration. So she did not get ruled out of order.
It's not a point of order. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that you've clarified that that was not a point of order and that I am out of order for speaking about the relationship between Clause 59 and Clause 60. So I guess I've got a couple of questions. A point first and then a question. The point that I'm going to make is this. Typically, we would have an opportunity at the second reading of a bill to talk about the broader purpose of the bill. And we would have an opportunity at Clause 1 to talk about the broader purpose of how the sections interact with one another. When legislation is bundled into an omnibus bill, instead of getting that opportunity 20 different times to talk about how the clauses interact together at both second reading and then Clause 1 debate, that is lost to us because we have to only talk about that once. So we only got one opportunity to talk at second reading about the FMA, and that's the broader question of the FMA.
Order. So I've already ruled on that, and we're going to stick to the 59, which talks about the definition of Forestry Act. If we can't do that, I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that ruling, and I just want to make sure I stay within that ruling. So I would ask for clarification from the chair as to how to reconcile the points that the minister made when she stood up to speak to 59 with the ones that I'm talking about. And it truly is, I'm looking for clarification so I can better understand
I've made
the ruling.
order. So I've made my ruling. We'll carry on. If you want to continue to speak, then stick to the proper definition of Forestry Act. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did appreciate the ruling and respect that. Want to make sure that I stay within the terms of the ruling. That's why I'm looking for clarification as to the subject matter of the minister's comments on 59 and how I can stick with those and still comply with your ruling.
I recognize, is there any further discussion on Clause 59? I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair, I rise on a question of privilege. I believe what we are witnessing here is not an ordinary interruption. It is repeated conduct directed at a member in a way that amounts to harassment and is interfering with her ability to perform her duties in this chamber. Every member has a right to be heard, free from obstruction, interference, and intimidation, and I ask that you protect that privilege now.
First, you didn't rise on point of order, and second, it is unparliamentary to challenge a ruling of the Speaker. Order. So if you want to challenge the decision of the chair, it must be done through a order of motion. The partiality of the chair, it must be done through an order of motion. Shall the clause carry? Clause is carried. Is there any debate on clause 60? I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment for clause 60. Mr. Chair, this amendment, I believe, has been passed around. Not sure if everyone has it. Mr. Chair, this amendment is regarding page 12, clause 60 of Bill 198, Financial Measures Act. 15C, add after proposed section 15B the following section. 15C, for greater certainty, nothing in section 15A or 15B requires an owner of forest property to submit a forest management plan as a condition of qualifying for maintaining a tax rate for forest property under the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter or the Municipal Government Act. And I think I proposed this amendment, Mr. Chair, for clarity. I think, my comments on the former clause made my point that people are looking for clarification. And if indeed what the minister shared, I still didn't fully understand, because I'll read what I believe the minister shared is people need to understand how the minister defines forestry. So I do propose this amendment, and I'll share some comments of why the basis of this amendment, Mr. Chair. So let me just find my many pieces of information here. So in the Financial Measures Act, Clause 60, which is one of 137 clauses in this one bill, Clause 60 says, Chapter 179 of the Forestry Act is further amended by adding immediately after Section 15 the following sections. 15A, an owner of forest property that is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction shall file with the minister a report that contains a description by location and parcel identification number of the parcels that are being used in whole or in part in the commercial carbon sequestration transaction. B, a description of the forestry operations occurring on the forest property. C, any other information prescribed by the regulations. 2, the report referred to in subsection 1 must be in form required by the minister. That is pretty open to, it's very subjective. And 3, the minister may share a report filed under this section or any information contained in such report with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Property Valuation Services Corp., the municipality or municipalities in which the forest property that is the subject of the report is located. So we can make an assumption from that it has to do with taxation, but it's not clearly stated. And 15B, the minister may direct an owner of forest property to disclose whether the forest property is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction. And 15B2, where further to direction under subsection 1, an owner of forest property reports that the forest property is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction, the minister may direct the owner of the forest property to file a report in accordance with 15A. So lots of questions from the forestry sector on this. I will say, like in general, people in industry it's kind of across the sector. Healthcare, forestry, meat inspectors, or not meat inspectors, but people that work in abattoirs, people are scared to say anything publicly for fear of retaliation. And so people that have asked me questions about Section 59 and 60, Clause 59, 60, they're hesitant to make anything public because they don't want anything to come back on them. It's not a real good, very good, healthy culture that has been created. So I put this amendment forward, and I'll share some of the reasons. As set out in this bill, eligibility for tax rate may be tied. And I actually, maybe before I go into my notes on this amendment, I will just read what I heard the minister say when she rose to speak on the last clause. She first started her comments by saying, I know that I travel in different circles than the member. I'm really not, I really felt like that should have been out of order. I don't know what that means. Because in circles, my circles, I don't really have circles. I'm friends with everyone. And whether it's in high school or in my community, I'm not part of a clique. I'm friends with beef farmers, I'm friends with business owners, I'm friends with nurses, healthcare professionals. I don't really have circles. My circle is my community. So I don't know what the minister's comment, what that was intended to mean. But regardless, regarding Clause 60, I think it's important that we respect forestry woodlot owners and have this conversation. So what I heard the minister say after that comment about my circles or her circles, let me see, read the amendments that we're making a simple, straightforward, seems like a mountain being made out of something. If you're managing your property, no change, you still get the lowest rate. If you're using your property for anything else, you're not doing carbon capture, there's no change managing forestry. I think the question a lot of people have asked me is, how is forestry being defined? So if people are doing, quote, forestry, they will not see any tax changes. People want to know how the minister will be defining that. Is it defined as having an active forestry management plan? Or like, how is that being defined? So that's why, Mr. Chair, I have proposed this amendment so that there's greater certainty, and I put that right in the amendment for greater certainty. Nothing in Section 15A or 15B, and I read through those just so everyone listening will understand what I'm talking about, requires an owner of a forestry property to submit a forest management plan as a condition for qualifying for or maintaining a tax rate for forest property under the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter or Municipal Government Act. So as set out in this bill, eligibility for that tax rate, for the forestry tax rate, may be tied to conditions established by the minister, including requirements that may be prescribed in regulation. And of course, when things are in regulation, we don't know what those are. They're not transparent for the people. Now, we've seen too many things put in regulations by this government. So as set out in this bill, Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, eligibility for the forest tax rate may be tied to conditions established by the minister, including requirements that may be prescribed in regulation. It's very important because what it means in plain terms is who qualifies, who does not, who keeps the lower tax rate, and who may lose it. This will ultimately depend on conditions that are not fully set out here in this bill. They may be set in regulations, and we don't know what that looks like. Those regulations will be determined later by the minister through regulation, and that should give all members of the House pause. Let's take a step back and explain this in very simple terms. A private woodlot owner today qualifies for a certain property tax rate. They rely on that. They budget around that, and they make decisions based on that. So under this framework, their ability to maintain that rate could depend on meeting conditions that are not fully yet defined. Conditions that could include submitting a management plan, conditions that could evolve, conditions that could change, and conditions that are not before us. I mean, what we did hear the minister say is if people are using their forestry land for carbon sequestration, I think that's clear, then I would say they're looking at a change in their tax rate. And I'm curious who recommended that, if that is in fact the case. I can't imagine the property owners wanted that. So who in fact is looking for that increased taxation rate if they are doing carbon capture, carbon sequestration rather, and is that punishing people that are trying to do good things for the environment? There's other people in this House that are more expert in that field than myself to speak to that, I would say. Hopefully some people will consider. Mr. Chair, this potentially could have real consequences because if a landowner does not meet those conditions, what happens? And the reality is if forest management plans are required, there's a lot of people that wouldn't have the ability, they may be intimidated, they wouldn't know how to go about doing that. And they may lose access to the forest property tax rate. It means that they may face a higher tax bill. And for a lot of people, that is not a small change or a minor adjustment. That could be the difference between maintaining a property and struggling to keep it. And it can affect decisions about whether to keep land, whether to sell, whether to invest, and whether to continue managing it at all. So when we talk about this clause, Clause 60, and the amendment that I'm proposing, we're not just talking about administration, we're talking about decisions that can directly affect people's financial reality. Let's take a moment to take this out of abstract and into the real world, because behind every clause, behind every regulation, behind every condition, there's very real people that are impacted. So my office spoke to a gentleman who purchased a piece of land in Kennecook. He purchased it not for development, not for commercial use, not for profit, but for his family. He built a modest camp there. There's no running water. They bring in what they need. There's no electricity other than what they can generate themselves. It is simple, and that is the point. It's a place where he and his children can go to spend time together. They get away from screens, from social media, to be outdoors, to build something together. And they've, in fact, created their own BMX track. In the winter, they snowshoe, they build jumps. They even built a small zip line on the property. Sounds like a lot of fun. In the evenings, they sit around a campfire, they unwind, they reconnect, and they spend time in a way that many families are trying to hold on to. This is what that land means to him, and that's what it's used for. So would that be defined under the minister's new requirement for forestry? It's vague. We're left with a lot of questions. He wants to know, this is one person that reached out to us, Mr. Chair. So, will his property still qualify for the forest property tax rate because he's not doing any active forestry? Will he be required to submit a management plan? What would that involve? What would that cost? And if he cannot meet those requirements, then what happens? Will his tax bill go up? And if it does, by how much? Will it be a residential tax rate, or is there going to be a new tax rate? Because it matters to family, and it matters to whether or not that land would be able to be still kept by him. It matters whether he can keep it and pass it on down to his children. And certainly in my area of the province, a lot of forestry land is done. That's exactly what happens. It's passed on down through the generations and used by families, generation after generation after generation. And can't remember the name of it, but there's a new country song, and it's so good. There's like 4 famous singers. Tim McGraw is one of them. And it tells a story about the value of land. And it's not something you can put a price on. And I've learned that from my father. It is when land belongs in a family, there's no price that can be put on it that will ever replace that land. So in cases like this gentleman that reached out to my office, you know, he wants, part of his legacy is that this land will be able to be passed down to his children. And if there's a change in his taxation of that land because he's not doing any actual forestry management, it's really being used for pleasure, will he be forced to pay a new tax? It's a legitimate question. So the issue before us is, because when we talk about requirements that may be prescribed in regulation, this is what it looks like, Mr. Chair. It looks like uncertainty. It's not knowing. It looks like wondering whether something you built up for your family is still going to be affordable. It's not theoretical. This is his reality. That's why he reached out, and I know there's many others that are asking the same question. And that is why this amendment matters, Mr. Chair. It removes one major source of that uncertainty. It ensures that access to the tax rate is not dependent on a requirement that may be difficult, costly, or unclear. It provides a measure of stability, a measure of fairness, and a measure of respect for people who are simply trying to maintain something meaningful for their families. At the center of this is ministerial discretion, and I mentioned that when I was reading through even one of the other points that I said. The report referred in subsection 1 must be in the form required by the minister, but we don't know what that looks like. And there's other areas too that refers that are very subjective. So ministerial discretion. The minister will have the authority to set the conditions, to define the requirements, and determine how eligibility works in practice. And again, I want to be clear. Ministers do need tools. They need flexibility. No one's disputing that. But there is a difference between flexibility and uncertainty. And there's a difference between authority and a lack of clarity. And when the conditions that determine who pays more and who pays less are not fully defined in legislation, that creates uncertainty. And authority without clarity creates uncertainty. We want to have certainty here for the people that we represent. Mr. Chair, this raises a fundamental fairness question. It is reasonable for this House, is it reasonable for this House to pass legislation that may result in people paying higher taxes? When we do not yet know exactly what conditions will trigger that outcome, and when the minister did speak a little bit ago, my understanding is the minister said if the land is being used for forestry, they will not see an increase in taxes. But I think we need to know, how is that defined? Does that mean people have to be actively cutting wood and selling to industry for it to be considered forestry? Can people have forestry property, a private wood lot, and be using it for personal reasons like this gentleman from Kennecott that reached out to me? So we need clarity. It's reasonable to ask landowners to accept, is it reasonable, rather, Mr. Chair, to ask landowners to accept a framework without being able to see how it will apply to them? Because for many people, the question is simple. Will I still qualify? What will I be required to do? And what happens if I cannot meet those requirements? And right now, those answers have not been provided. This is what I mean when I say we are putting the cart before the horse. We are being asked to approve the structure and then see the details later. But the details are what matter. And we've talked about this bill, how there's 137 clauses and 20 pieces of legislation impacted, and each one of those 20 pieces of legislation also are connected to other pieces of legislation. And this one, for example, we're looking at several things being impacted: the Minister for Municipal Affairs, the Property Valuation Services Corporation, municipal governments, the Forestry Act, the Assessment Act. There's all kinds of things being affected here. This is only one clause of 137. And as I mentioned, I'm going to mention it again because it's worth stating. These bills should not be presented and tabled in this legislature the way they're being done. When we look at the way other jurisdictions do legislation and laws, including the federal government, legislators, parliamentarians are given legislation weeks, if not months, before they are expected to debate them. They have time to read them, research them, do their due diligence, and then form an opinion. And we're not permitted that luxury here in this House. We're given it, and then we're here till midnight every night, so how do we even have time to do the work? We're trying. I'm trying, and I know other members are trying, but when I go back home, people are going to ask me how I voted on things, and I need to be able to explain to them and justify why I voted yes or no, and the reasons why. And the only way I can do that intelligently is to do the work and to read and to try to understand what these things mean. We should be provided more details. The details are not a small part of this law. They are the part that affect the people that we represent, and we should have given more information. Really, every bill, in my opinion, Mr. Chair, every bill should be provided with the actual legislative changes, the purpose, the reason. The minister stood and to say some comments, but we actually didn't hear why. Why is this in the Financial Measures Act? Why was this bill put forth? What consultations were done, and with whom, and for what reason, and what are the impacts? Who's going to have their tax rate increased? It's frustrating being on this side of the House when we're given such little period of time and such a large amount. There's 9 bills before us, and many of the bills, including this one, are omnibus bills. So this amendment, I believe, Mr. Chair, will bring greater certainty. People deserve to know exactly what this clause means, and if it doesn't mean an increase for people that use their private woodlots for personal reasons and for recreational use, or for a farmer who may use it for personal harvesting, maybe to provide heat in his or her own home for their wood furnace, or maybe they have, I know one of my uncles has a unit that actually provides heat energy for the entire farm, and all of the wood that he and his wife use come from their own private woodlot as part of their farm. So will they qualify still for a forest tax? These are the things that people deserve to know, and this is why this amendment matters, because it would provide some certainty. A private woodlot owner should not be required to submit a forest management plan as a condition of maintaining this tax rate, and this amendment will provide some clarity. Mr. Chair, if this House is being asked to approve a system that could change how people are taxed, then this House has a responsibility to understand how that system will work, not in theory, not later, but now. And if we don't have that clarity, then the least we can do is ensure that we are not creating barriers that could have serious consequences for the people we represent. What this clause does, in fact, is open the door to requiring private woodlot owners to submit a forest management plan as a condition for qualifying for or maintaining forest property rate. Now, that may not be explicitly spelled out in a single line in the bill, but the authority is clearly there. And when we read the legislation in this House, we do not just read what is written, we read what it actually enables. That is an important point to make. We read what the legislation will also permit. And we ask what this will mean and when it is applied in the real world, what does that look like? And that's why I put this amendment forward. It says the private woodlot owner shall not be required to submit a forest management plan as a condition of qualifying for or it says, rather, that it shall not be required to submit a forest management plan as a condition of qualifying for or maintaining forest property rate. That's all it does. It does not remove the tax rate. It does not eliminate planning. Sorry, I read that wrong. So I think I made my point, Mr. Chair. I hope people will support this amendment. It will bring greater certainty, and that is what we need. We don't need to be creating unnecessary anxiety for people at this particular time. There's enough in this world. If, in fact, the government will not pass this amendment, Mr. Chair, and if, in fact, Clause 60 is going to require people to qualify for the forest tax rate, and they need to prove that they're doing forestry on their land, then this becomes a very big problem. This becomes a massive issue about red tape. And forestry workers, professionals have told me they do not have the capacity to provide forestry management plans to all the private woodlot owners here in the province. It would be an additional layer of requirement, and the question is not whether planning is good. The question is whether this government is making it mandatory and tying it to a tax classification. And when you attach a requirement like this to a tax rate, it's no longer optional. It becomes a condition, and there's going to be a lot of people that won't even know about this that possibly could be subject to an increase in tax rate. I'm picturing the 80-year-old, the 90-year-old people that own woodlots in our area that would have no idea, and then all of a sudden get a surprise tax bill, and the stress that that would cause in their lives. My question to the government is also, what problem is this solving? What is the purpose of Clause 60? And if they're not willing to pass my amendment, why? Why will they not provide certainty for private woodlot owners here in the province? Why? Has there been a demonstrated issue with how private woodlot owners are managing their land? Like, what problem has led to this legislation that is before us? Has there been evidence that this level of intervention is necessary, and why? What is it trying to do? What is the result that this is trying to produce? Are we creating new problems? Mr. Chair, let's talk about the time and difficulty involved. A management plan, if required, is not something that can be put together overnight. It requires assessment planning, documentation, and more often than not, a professional assistance. And I mentioned yesterday in talking about forestry, I'm very proud. I have a brother that works in forestry, and he has told me, you know, he would love to see everyone have a forestry management plan. I mean, that's the work he does, and he sees the benefit. But the reality is not everybody wants to use their land for industry. A lot of people, including the people I mentioned before, the Friends of the Pugwash Estuary, they own a lot of woodland, a lot of forestry land. They don't want anyone to touch it. They want it preserved for ecological reasons, environmental reasons. So will they have to provide a forestry management plan? So my question again is this necessary? And that leads to a difficult question, but one has to be asked. Is this about good policy? Is this about revenue? Is the government trying to increase revenue for the province? Because if the effect of this requirement is that some landowners can no longer qualify for the forest property tax rate, then what? They move to a higher tax category. So it's fair to ask, is this in effect a tax grab? Is this a way of narrowing eligibility rather than supporting landowners? I'm not asserting that as a fact, but I'm saying it is a reasonable question to ask. And Mr. Chair, finally, there is another aspect here that we need to consider, and that is privacy. Because when we require a management plan, what are we asking for? We are asking landowners to provide detailed information about their property, how it's used, about what's on it, about what they intend to do with it. Why is that government's business? It's a good question. How much involvement do we want government to have in the management of private land? Where is the line between oversight and intrusion? Because private land ownership should carry with it a reasonable expectation of autonomy in this province and in this country. And policies that require increasing levels of disclosure should be justified. So why is this minister requiring that? Land ownership in the province of Nova Scotia should not come with unnecessary intrusion. So we have to ask again, why is this here? And why is this part of Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act? And I am proposing this amendment so that small woodlot owners and forestry landowners in this province will have greater certainty that they are not going to be subject to an increase in their tax rate. And that matters to people. You want to get people in an uproar, you increase their taxes. Mr. Chair, there are people, woodlot owners, who did not even realize this provision was in the bill until many days after it was tabled. And it's not because they are not paying attention, it's because this bill is so large, 137 clauses, 20 pieces of legislation, and it's trying to be moved through this House quickly and in the darkness of the night when people are at home in bed sleeping. Why? Why the rush? Why are things trying to be hid from the public? And if they're not, then why is this legislature being managed the way that it is? And why is this amendment to the Forestry Act stuck in a financial measures bill that is supposed to, my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding, the Financial Measures Act is supposed to reflect measures that have to do with the Appropriations Act and the budget. So things like things that are impacted, like Income Tax Act or Sales Act or Sales Revenue Act, things like that, not the Forestry Act. So why is it stuck in this bill? And if the government's not trying to hide something, then be forthright and pass this amendment that will give forestry landowners in this province this certainty that their tax rate is not going to go up if they own forest land. The reality is good legislation takes time. We should have proper amount of time to do our due diligence in this House. I hope that members will consider this amendment, reduce the stress on Nova Scotians, bring certainty to what Clause 60 is really for, and by passing this amendment, we'll bring greater certainty that nothing in Section 15A or 15B will require an owner of forest property to submit a forest management plan as a condition of qualifying for or maintaining a tax rate for forest property under the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter or the Municipal Government Act here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to put on the record that this amendment would be a wise one to just clarify for the government so that we don't have a whole bunch of woodlot owners that are actually already engaging in forestry, intend to engage in forestry, may have even just had a cut on their land, but aren't needing to have a forest management plan for years or if not decades, knowing how long cycles are for harvesting timber. So I would more likely support this, and it's much more clear, this amendment that my colleague's putting forward, than supporting Clause 60 as it stands. If the minister's description of what's happening with Clause 59 and 60 together are exactly how she puts it in the House, then I would be more inclined to support it if the objective is to not allow owners of land that have no intention at all to engage in forestry to get that tax break. But the way that it's written, and this is another symptom of why these kind of complex arrangements and amendments that are made are put into an omnibus bill and not broken out and debated separately by ministers to get up on every reading and address all the questions that pertain to it and address the potential unintended consequences, then that's what happens. And so the red tape that's added to actually make these property owners to disclose the costs that they have to provide to run out and try to find forest management plans when they weren't intending to do it this year. And even if they can find resources to actually get their management plan done. And then also allowing, this one does stand out to me. I think that my colleague was referring to it a bit in terms of the privacy piece. So not only is the minister going to be able to get the report, but share that report with, quote, other interested parties, certain other parties. So what does that even mean? You know, maybe it just means that the minister has an obligation to share with municipalities and those that are going to be collecting the taxes, but it doesn't clarify that. Like, I wouldn't want all of the forestry groups knowing what's happening on my land and having everyone knock on my door or sending notes to say that we want access to your timber. That there's no right for the minister to be able to take private landowner information and potentially be able to shop it around. And again, the minister's not saying that. What the minister said, I think, is all well and good if we're just trying to prevent landowners that don't even have potentially maybe even trees on their land and are on the coast and being able to be impacted by that. But as it's stated in Clause 60, this amendment, I believe, is required. There's a lot of folks that I know that have woodlots that don't have management plans. So if you pass this amendment, at least you make it clear that that's not required and they won't be taxed. And I think that's what is important. So my understanding also with carbon sequestration is that you're not eligible for those credits if you're just a passive landowner. That you actually require some kind of management to prove that net benefit of additional carbon sequestration. So a lot of folks, my understanding, that are engaged in this, I think Dale Prest was mentioned, and there are others, that do a lot of selective harvesting, and some of them even do some high production on their land too, but they dedicate a portion of their land to carbon sequestration, but they just need to prove an improved forest management. So the way that the clause is written is too loose for me to be able to support. Even though I support moving in the direction, as the minister has explained, I guess now twice, but we have no protection as the law is written. And I have to remind folks that are ministers that they're not the minister forever. So you're granting a lot of power to future ministers and governments to make these kind of changes where if people don't, if the tens of thousands, how many woodlot owners do we have? 30,000, 40,000, some odd in the province. If all of them can't get forest management plans to any minister, whoever it is, that they're going to arbitrarily be able to say that there is no active forest management happening on their land. That's another definition that we haven't been able to ascertain from the government. What is active forestry? So it's not clear, as the minister suggests, that this is just about carbon sequestration. It is not clear that folks won't be taxed if they're not able to, if they have a woodlot that they're intending to cut 20, 30, 40 years from now. So why put that red tape on honest, hardworking property owners that have so much invested for their retirement in a lot of ways, for their kids' education? So I just want to caution the government on making this change, because I take the word of the minister that that's not what she wants. But sometimes laws are drafted, and especially if they're drafted in haste in an omnibus bill, that they don't consider that there could be unintended consequences. But I don't agree with the minister, regardless of all that. And if the intent is good, I would not support the clause just based on granting more and more power to share information on private property to certain other parties without even saying who those other parties are. I don't think most Nova Scotians would want their information shared by the minister. So this amendment, I think, is a good one to provide clarity to the forest property owners that even though they are engaging in forestry activity, that they don't have a specific requirement to submit a forest management plan. or even there's no even discussion on the time limit. There could be something that says a certain amount of years, or make it corresponding with when the last cut was, or history of any management in the past. So if you pass the clause as is without this amendment, conceivably you could have a family that has engaged in what most people would understand as active forest management for generations, over and over and over again. But if they don't have a forest management plan that's satisfactory to the minister, boom, they lose their forest management tax. And I'm not saying that that's what the intent is, but that's how the clause is being represented, 59 together with 60. So without this amendment, the government can't guarantee that that's not going to happen. I can't imagine that they're going to want to allow that happen with that many people impacted, that many folks that have their property. But I think the way that it's written, I don't understand why they would not want to at least provide some protection. And words, we just saw it with the conservation easements, words aren't good enough. The minister said that he wasn't going to impact hardship. Folks still showed up to public bills because they were concerned. Shouldn't have had to, but their concern was there until there was actually amendments withdrawn. So I think we need more clarification, not with words in the House, especially committee of the whole, but actual legislative changes before this moves forward. At least pass this amendment, and we can at least tell those landowners that are engaged in active forestry that they don't need to prove to any minister that they have a forest management plan. So that's why I support the amendment.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to get up for a minute or so just to say that, first of all, we agree with this amendment that would not force upon anybody a plan as a condition to qualifying for the maintaining the tax rate for the forest property under the HRM charter as well as the municipal charter. When I think about the onerous act that is in clause 60 of this kind of forest plan, this forestry plan that the minister wants, my thoughts turn to Lori Morton and her husband, who, due to the devastation after Fiona, actually have been told to not cut for their lifetime. So when people are being told that are doing forestry management and carbon sequestration and what have you, and they are doing the proper maintenance, when they're being told do not cut, Fiona or maybe the next big storm takes out a lot of their forests and they have to regrow, and they're being told not to do any more cutting over the course of their lifetime, to not do any. I think of if we do not pass the members independent 2, if we do not pass that, people like the Mortons and others who've had this issue occur on their lands are going to be negatively impacted. And I heard what the minister had said in her Make It Make Sense comments. And the thing is, we had woodlot owners come before public bills on their own to express their concerns. They read the bill. They spoke with people. They got an understanding of what was going to occur, and that was the potential differential tax rate. It is the woodlot owners that brought this to most people's attention. So, for the minister, I would have think that more consultation should have occurred. In fact, it sounds like no consultation occurred, except for maybe one part of the industry, but not the rest. And so I really do believe this whole mess needs to be taken back and consulted. But for now, I just want to thank the independent member for this, and we will be supporting it. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I look forward to the opportunity to speak to this amendment and to further speak to the clause itself as debate on this proceeds this afternoon and into this evening. So I first want to start with the comments of the minister. Minister stood to speak previously when we were on clause 59, but actually spoke to clause 60. So I'm glad that we're now on clause 60 and I will be allowed to address those remarks. And so she was very indignant, very, very indignant. And she said carbon capture can coexist with managed forestry and not have negative tax implications. And she wanted to put that very clearly on the record. And while I appreciate that comment, that's not what the bill says. And the minister's indignation doesn't make it so. We're not debating what we feel. We're not debating whether we're upset about something or annoyed because people interpreted something a certain way. We're debating the clauses that are before us in the acts that government tabled. The words on the paper. Our emotions about how people respond to those words really have no impact on what the words mean and the result of the words for Nova Scotians. So the minister's indignation about people's interpretation of this doesn't change the words that she put forward to be included in this bill, and that's what we're debating. So that's what I'm going to start with. So just to be clear, the minister talked about 3 categories of landowners. So she talked about landowners who have forestry but no sequestration, 1 category of landowner. The minister talked about, and this is the crux, these are the people we're hearing about, landowners who have forestry plus sequestration. And the minister talked about people, landowners, who have no forestry but sequestration. So her point that she was so passionate about was that middle category, the folks who have forestry and sequestration should not be negatively impacted. And she was pretty upset that anybody thought that they would be. So what we should see then in this bill, if that's in fact what the bill is intended to do, and if that's in fact what the minister intended, is that we should see 3 categories of landowners clearly reflected in the terms of this bill. That's what we should see. So let's take a look. So we're on clause 60, and I'm talking, I've spoken to speak, I've stood up now to speak in relation to the independent members' amendment, and I will come to that too because they're connected with one another. We need to understand what the clause 60 put forward by government says to understand the implications that that the members' amendment then has as well. So I'm starting with government's clause. So let's go through. Let's see if we can find those 3 categories of landowners in here so that we can provide assurance to that middle category, the ones who have both sequestration and managed forestry. See if we can find any assurance in here of the kind that the minister so vehemently articulated earlier today when we were talking about a different clause. So let's go through. Section 60, Chapter 179 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 15 the following sections. 15A, an owner of a forest property that is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction shall file with the minister a report that contains. So an owner of a forest property being used in a commercial carbon sequestration. So that seems to capture. Well, actually, we do need to go back to the definition under the Forests Act to understand what that captures, right? Which is the point I was trying to make earlier. So let's go do that. Bear with me a moment. I've got to pull this up on my phone. Forest property. So I've had to go as the independent member from Cumberland North took us through earlier tonight to really understand what all these things mean together. You got to go to each of the acts, right? So to understand, thank you very much. To understand what forest property means, I have to go to the Assessment Act because that's what is referred to here. So I'm going to go to Assessment Act and look at the definition of forest property. Forest property means any lot of land, excluding any buildings or structures thereon, not used or intended to be used for residential or commercial or industrial purposes or any combination of such purposes. Let's unpack that. So it's a definition by exclusion. It doesn't say here's what forest property is. It doesn't say it's a managed property, it's not a managed property, it's a high intensity forest property or some other kind of property. It doesn't talk about the management of the forest on the property. It talks about what it isn't, right? So it isn't a residential property, it isn't a commercial property, it isn't an industrial property or any combination of those things. So what we're left with is a definition of forest property that captures properties that are forested and not being used for forestry, and properties that are forested and also being used for forestry. So if we remember where I started with this, we were talking about the need in this section to see 3 distinct separate groups if the minister's assurances were actually what this bill says. We would need to see not only forestry with no sequestration, we would need to see a group of forestry with sequestration and a group that has no forestry and sequestration. But this definition actually folds 2 of them in together. Folds them all in together, in fact. So it doesn't break out 3. It doesn't break out those nuances that the minister talked about. It just means if you have a property that could be that is forested and could be used for forestry, it doesn't even have to be forested, to be clear. This definition doesn't require your property have any forest at all. But it lumps together properties that are being used for forestry and are not being used for forestry at all. The entire spectrum is included in that definition. So there's no distinction there of the kind that the minister told us about. And so then when we look at the rest of this provision, so 15A, as I said, an owner of a forest property. So forest property means anything on the spectrum from not being forested at all to being highly and intensively forested, and being used in combination with commercial sequestration, has to file a report. So of those 3 categories of landowners, there are actually only 2 reflected in here. So this clause does not capture any landowner who is undertaking forestry with no sequestration. So that group isn't concerned. They're not captured here. The other 2 groups, though, are captured here with no distinction. This clause captures both those folks who are not performing any forestry at all and who are sequestering, and it captures those folks who are managing their forest and managing their property and are also sequestering. So the distinction that the minister says should show up in this bill isn't here. The protections that she has asserted so vehemently and indignantly are in place for the people who have raised their concerns, and for those of us who are making a mountain out of a molehill. What she has told us is not reflected in the bill she put forward. Just not here. So what she has said is not what's here. And you know what's going to happen? When this act is passed, if it's passed, law enforcers, so people who are looking to collect taxes, the people who are navigating disputes on this, the lawyers, the courts, are not going to come back and listen to what the minister said if the words are not consistent with that. So I've talked about how the debates that we have here on the floor of the House matter for interpretation of law, and they do, but they don't override the words. So courts will only look at what we say about it if the words are unclear. If the words are clear, that analysis stops there and the courts don't bother to come back and look because they don't need to, because the words are clear. And these words are clear. There's nothing ambiguous about this. It's very clear that this is supposed to, because there are 2 clauses that do it, right? So we go back to clause 59 and it very clearly creates a definition of forest property that captures both managed forestry and also people who own forest property that are not managing at all, not foresting. So the bill is very clear. The words are very clear. The minister's assertion is not reflected in these words. And so courts are not going to come back and review the minister's comments for the passion with which she said them when they interpret this. They're going to look at the words and they're going to say, we know what was meant here because it's spelled out in black and white. And these provisions capture those folks who are managing the forestry on their property and also sequestering. That's really important. That's really important. That to me says this is not a mountain out of a molehill. That to me says this is a legitimate and significant concern that people are raising. And so it's important that we have this conversation. So I said my piece on that. I want to turn my mind now specifically to CWHB Independent 3 and the term. No, wait. No, we're on 2. Yes. CWHB Independent 2. And I want to say I greatly appreciate the spirit with which the member has put this forward. And I appreciate the attempt that this shows to rectify the problem that we've heard from landowners and that I've just described, and that the minister denies exists, but that's just not the case. And so I think, so I really do appreciate the spirit of that. And if this provision, if Clause 60 does go ahead, then it would be improved by the member's amendment, because what it would do would be it would confer a protection on these folks that we're talking about, right? This third category, the folks who have forest property that is being managed, having managed forestry on it, but also having sequestration. It would protect them from negative tax consequences, and I think that's an important, very important element of this. So. I really do appreciate this, and I think if this whole clause goes ahead, it should go ahead with the member's amendment to it. And so I support this amendment for that reason. But I would say, unfortunately, it doesn't go far enough in addressing the disadvantage that the government's Clause 60, in interacting with Clause 59, it doesn't go far enough in addressing the disadvantage that these clauses will impose on our woodlot owners who are engaged in forestry, but are also engaged in sequestration, in carbon sequestration. Because although it would, so to just sort of frame folks in case they don't have the amendment in front of them, CWHB Independent 2 adds a provision to government's to Clause 60. And it adds a provision that indicates that nothing in the sections 15A or B, which make up government's Clause 60, nothing in those clauses requires an owner of a forest property to submit a forest management plan as a condition of qualifying for or maintaining a tax rate for forest property under HRM Charter or the Municipal Government Act. So that is absolutely a protection for the taxation element of this. So that's important, because we most definitely should not be disadvantaging these folks who are engaged in commercial activities on their property. Like, let's be clear, these are folks who are engaged in commercial activities, they're engaged in forestry. They're engaged in forestry in accordance with the Leahy report, which I will bring back out in the course of my remarks on this, because that really will help us understand exactly what these forest management plans are about and what these property owners are doing on their land. So the provision that the member put forward, that the member from Cumberland North put forward, would protect those really important activities, protect them from negative taxation implications that will arise, not that would, that will arise as a result of governments moving forward with Clause 59 and Clause 60. So I really appreciate that objective, and I think it's an important one. But the reason I say that it doesn't go far enough is that it doesn't alleviate the obligation that's contained in 15A and 15B, the obligations that's contained in 15A, and then the expansive rights that are provided in 15B, it doesn't shield them from that. So I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, although with the addition of Clause 15C, although there wouldn't be a requirement to submit a management plan as a condition of qualifying for the preferred tax rate, those owners are still obliged under the operation of Clause 59, because that's where we find the definition of forest property, and Clause 60 that the government has put forward, to submit information in a report to the minister. So the effect of that is that folks who are engaged in forestry without sequestration don't have to submit this report. But folks who are landowners who are involved in forestry with sequestration, or have forestry property but are not involved, but are not forest harvesting, and are involved in sequestration, have to go through the hoops that are set out in this act. And I mean, so hoops. So the government, which is the government that likes to celebrate their red tape reduction, in this act is creating hoops. Like, it seems to be not consistent with their goal of making things easier for Nova Scotians to participate and easier for small businesses to participate and clearing red tape. This is adding a bureaucratic layer for folks who have, for woodlot owners who are both managing their forests and participating in sequestration. So let's go through and see what it is that this clause actually requires. So we've covered the first part of it. An owner of a property that is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction shall file with the minister a report that contains a description by location and parcel identification number of the parcels that are being used in whole or in part in the commercial carbon sequestration transaction. So I'm curious why that's necessary. Like, what purpose does that serve? Why does the minister need to know that? I don't know. That I don't think we've heard. We've heard the minister say that some folks in the circles she travels in are looking for these clauses and are looking for some element of this, but I'm not really at all clear why they would be looking for government to start to gather information on the properties across the province that are engaged in carbon sequestration. So location and parcel identification number, that zooms you right in, right? Like, if you've got that, you can drive to the property. So why is it that the minister needs to know this information? Who's asking the minister to collect this information? This is personally identifying information, so which we know we want to avoid doing that unless absolutely necessary, because there are breaches that can happen that can be very problematic. And so I'm really perplexed why that's necessary. So that's A. That's the report has to contain that description. So, we call it meets and bounds in in legal terms, but it does. It would allow a person to find exactly the coordinates of the property and go there. I don't know why that's needed. The second one, the report also must contain a description of the forestry operations occurring on the forest property. So that perplexes me a little bit too. Like, why does the minister need that? Why is the minister needing the level of detail that's required? Is it not enough to know that just forestry is happening? I mean, if we're interested in forestry, does it matter what particular kind of forestry is happening? Like, that's just another layer of red tape. Why would that particular information be required? And you kind of have to go out of your way to do that. So if you're someone who's just casually managing your woodlot, you go in and you take out some firewood every now and again, you're participating in forestry. Why do you have to tell the minister that that's what you're doing? Do you have to tell them, like, how many cords you're taking off? Like, do you have to specify I'm going with my horse? As I have some neighbors who do this work with their horses, and they go and they take off, 12 cords of wood once a year or every couple of years. Do you have to describe, like, whereabouts on your property you're going for that? Like every year you're going to report, I took, the big old oak tree that was, 60 paces from my house down, and then, in the next 3 years I plan to take the hemlock that's, back in the backwoods. Why does the minister need this information? What's the point? It seems like unnecessary red tape. I don't know why the minister would need that. And it doesn't stop there. Like, it actually doesn't, it keeps going, and the report also could contain any other information prescribed by the regulations. What else could the minister be looking for? Like, the B is a pretty big catch-all, a description of the forestry operations. A is the specific metes and bounds of the property that would let the minister, show up at the door and wander through the yard to see what's going on. What on earth could be the other information that would need to be added in regulations that the minister would need to know? More red tape. So this makes no sense. It makes no sense at all why the minister would need any of this information. And then we have subsection 2, 15A subsection 2. The report referred to in subsection 1 must be in the form required by the minister. I mean, I guess that makes life just slightly easier for people if the minister is going to create a form for people to fill out, but I don't know why we would need this information shared with the minister in the first place. So back to the point that sort of led me into this. This provision is going to require, it excludes those who are involved in forestry with no sequestration. So this is not an obligation on the broader, more high-intensity forestry operations, which I just pause there and say, why would we not want to know this for them as well? So if it's this important to have this level of granularity and understanding about the forestry operations that are happening in Nova Scotia, why are we limiting it only to those forestry operations who are involved in sequestration? Or also, which is also captured in this act, those folks who have forestry properties who are not using them for forestry. Why would the other foresters not be included in this? It's not really clear. I would think if we're introducing red tape for one, we should be introducing red tape for all. But I would suggest less red tape is better, and I feel like none of this red tape should be required. So we'll continue. Subsection 3 of 15A says as follows, and I think we actually heard the member from Timberley speak to this already, and I absolutely share his concerns. So subsection 3 says the minister shall share a report filed under this section or any information contained in such, it's permissive, not mandatory. The minister may share a report filed under this section or any information contained in such report with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, so presumably that's relating to the taxation issues that we were talking about previously, or potentially bylaw issues, I'm not sure. With the Property Valuation Services Corporation, so again, this is moving into taxation territory. The municipality or municipalities in which the forest property is the subject of the report is located. But I'm going to go back, though, to what this information is, right? This information is really detailed, personally identifying information that includes the specific details of the property, right? So now not only can the Minister of Natural Resources show up at your door, but the Minister of Municipal Affairs, anybody from the Property Valuation Corporation, or the municipality in which you live. Those organizations could have access to your address and just show up to check out what you're doing. And they might also have with them the details that you provided to the minister of the forestry operations occurring on your property. Why? Why do we need this to be disclosed? And then why would the minister need to share it that broadly? So that again, makes no sense. And I didn't hear the minister answer why on that front. So we're still left in the dark on that. We don't know why government is creating additional red tape requiring the disclosure of information that may identify people personally, and then giving themselves the power to share those broadly with other organizations. So I have issue with sub 3. So let's move along to 15B, sub 1. The minister may direct an owner of a forest property to disclose whether the forest property is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction. So again, more information. So not only does the minister have a report that the property owner has filed, but there's this additional ability to compel the minister to for the minister to compel the owner of a forest property to disclose further information. And then 15B sub 2, where further to a direction under subsection 1, an owner of a forest property reports it is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction, the minister may direct the owner of the forest property to file a report in accordance with 15A. So like if 15A didn't do it, then you're gonna get caught under 15B for sure. Like, so anybody who is involved in sequestration, whether you have a property that is completely unmanaged, and it doesn't need to be managed, let's be clear, like there's no obligation on landowners to forest their properties. But under this provision, if you're involved in sequestration, whether you are managing the forest that you have or whether you are not, you will have to provide this information. And then the minister can hand it out to a whole lot of people. We've been given no good reason for why this provision is here. And so just to sort of close the loop on the CWHB independent 2, I do believe absolutely that clause improves the situation in terms of providing protection for property owners from having disadvantageous or higher tax rates applied to them, but it doesn't provide them any protection for the requirement to disclose all this information. And I don't know, so I appreciate the amendment. I will be supporting the member's amendment, but then I will be voting against the clauses themselves. And I just want to explain that because it's not an irrational position to take, because there is a world in which the member's amendment could be accepted, and then the government, the clause 60 as presented by the government proceeds, in which case the member's amendment makes an improvement to that. So I think I wanted to put that on the record as to why what might seem, if you hadn't given it sort of the thought that I have given it, why my votes on this might be a little confusing, but that's the position that I'm taking. So where do we go from here? Others who have already spoken on this have shared some of the input that they've received from community members. I'm going to do the same thing because, again, if we come back to this, if we come back to how this is unfolded, these issues came to our attention because woodlot owners read this, reviewed this, and then, actually, no, because this is kind of funny. It's funny, it's not funny. It's not funny at all, it's disturbing. But you gotta laugh sometimes. So, this wasn't actually detailed in, let's be clear, this was not detailed in the information that was initially disclosed to the public about this bill. So when we look back at the Financial Measures Act press release, let me just go through. It is there. It is there, but the minister then spoke about it later, and I think, let me see. So if we go back through and we do look at the press release, we can see that this is identified. So let's go back. February 25th, the morning that this was tabled, so the morning that this was introduced, this is when it went out to the public. And in the press release, it does actually say on page 2, after it reviewed some of the elements that actually relate to financial measures. Then it went into the bullets that related to all the things that have nothing to do with the financial measures.
Order, please. We're doing pretty good so far, but we're getting a little bit off. If we can speak directly to this proposed amendment. Sure. Yeah, instead of the press conference, that'd be good. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
I just had my thumb on it. So, because the press release does actually reference this. So, the first bullet on the second page of the press release, under the line that says the Act also includes, says, changes to the Forests Act to ensure that preferential tax rates are only provided to active forestry properties. Land used as carbon sinks will need to be reported and would be taxed at a different rate if not actively contributing to the forestry sector. So therein lies the concern, because what is meant by active forestry there? So for folks who are participating in a managed forestry, or who are, for example, using their woodlot to do some foresting, like for their own purposes, managed forestry can sometimes take place over decades. So you may be participating in a managed forestry activities on your lot, which means that you're not doing anything for 30 years. Right? That's still managed forestry. That is part of forestry. There's, many forestry plans that involve significant periods of, I don't know if it's called fallow in forestry or not, but significant periods of fallow time where you're not actively managing it. So that's where the confusion and frustration and concern started, because for anybody who's in that boat, who has forested land, this provision put up alarm bells for them. And so, and there are a lot of people who were perplexed at this, and a lot of people who were concerned. So I'm going to go through a few of them. I'm going to start with the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. And I can table this, but I would like to get copies back, because I don't carry 2 copies of every piece of paper I have, because I don't have enough room in my 3 briefcases that I carry around. So when I table something, I need to get it back, or else I don't remember and I lose it. So here we are. So this was received from Mayor McLean-Weil, and it was written on March 17th. And again, the minister has stood up tonight and assured everybody that no, in fact, the concerns that we have are actually a mountain out of a molehill, and we shouldn't be worried because things will be fine, even though the bill doesn't actually say that. But lots of people are worried, and government hasn't gone to the steps of actually changing the language to reflect the assurances that they've given. And even significant organizations are concerned. So, like, we've talked about the varying levels of engagement that the individuals who are affected by this have. Like, there's lots of people who will be affected by this who are probably not paying attention to what we're doing, because every now and again they just clear their land a little bit and they're involved in sequestration. But they may not be super tuned in, and certainly if this came to their attention, one could be completely forgiven if they, if they pose some questions and didn't have the resources to go through the analysis that we all do here and that other organizations do. But it's not just those folks who have concerns. It's not just those folks who are saying this is a problem. It's not just those folks who read the press release and then potentially the act and said, like, this is a problem for us. It's even organizations like municipalities. So that just demonstrates the lack of engagement and the lack of consultation that the government has done. So I'm going to read what was submitted by the mayor of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. And other, I received this because this is my area. But it may be the case that other mayors have reached out to other MLAs as well. I'm not sure. It would not surprise me, because what Mayor McLean-Weil says would apply to many areas in this province. So I'm going to read it. And it's directed to the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board and to the Premier. And I will say, that's another function of this act proceeding as an omnibus, right? When you're in an official position like this, you don't want to add a cast of thousands to your as recipients to your letter. But in an omnibus bill, you almost maybe you sometimes have to. So in any event, proposed change to the Forestry Act. The municipality of the District of Lunenburg has concerns with respect to the proposed amendments to the Forestry Act, which have been introduced as part of the Financial Measures 2026 Act. In particular, we are concerned with the level of uncertainty that is being created by the introduction of these amendments in the absence of meaningful engagement with local woodlot owners and other stakeholders. So it says it right there. Folks who are impacted by this had no idea and were not engaged when government made their decision. So moving on. We would expect that such a significant change to the forestry taxation system would be subject to robust public consultation and discussion prior to introduction of the proposed revisions. Well, we would, those of us in the opposition would expect that as well. The public would expect that. We know that the municipality expects that. It's disappointing that the government didn't do that. And it goes on. In a presentation to the NSFM, the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, Deputy Minister LaFlèche advised that the proposed amendments were, at least in part, a reaction to foreign investment in woodlots, forestry areas, i.e. commercial carbon sequestration, for the benefit of international businesses. Well, that's interesting. Did we hear that from the minister at all? I don't think I did. I've run out a couple of times because I admit I need to, like, it's only me in here. And so occasionally I have to run out to use the washroom and eat something. But I don't recall hearing the minister say anything at all about foreign investment in woodlots benefiting international businesses as part of the reason. So that's a little weird, actually. I think that the deputy minister would be suggesting something that hasn't been tabled at all on the floor of this House in this conversation. So perhaps the Minister of Natural Resources, I'm assuming it's that, yeah. Well, whatever minister, I mean the Minister of Natural Resources or the minister responsible for municipalities or the Minister of Finance. Love to hear from any of them on this because this is a concern that government hasn't brought up on the floor of the House. So is there an influx of international businesses who are engaging in commercial carbon sequestration and somehow causing concern? I don't know. It's certainly not anything that was brought to my attention prior to reading this, which I did the other day when I received it. So I mean, maybe? I'm not sure. Moving on. While the proposed amendments may be an effective response to the issue of foreign investment, they may also, she says unintentionally, serve as a disincentive to local woodlot owners from participating in carbon offset projects and contributing to provincial conservation targets. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. The impact she's identified to these amendments is that woodlot owners might be disincentivized from participating in carbon offset projects. And that's a concern that I've certainly heard from constituents as well, because the impact of this is that participating in commercial carbon sequestration, carbon offset projects, is a financial penalty. This creates a financial penalty to any woodlot owner who wants to participate in that. And so that's a problem. I mean, commercial carbon sequestration, carbon offset is an important initiative. It's an important initiative. It's so important that government has provisions supporting it. That's what those provisions are. And yet our provincial government seems to be creating financial penalties for people who are participating in it. A little bit like maybe the EV situation, right? It seems like it's a little bit like the EV situation where we've got a federal regime, I believe it's federal commercial carbon offset, and as is the case with the EV incentives for purchase, federal programs that are supporting important programs, federal initiatives, and then we have provincial measures that are penalizing people who are participating. I don't think that's fair to Nova Scotians. I think we should get on the same page. So that's the federal question. There's like inconsistency there. And then the last part of that said, also serving as a disincentive to contributing to provincial conservation targets. So that's also concerning. It's especially concerning in light of government's inability to answer the question of the protected lands objectives that were supposed to be reached by, is it today, March 31st, to enable Nova Scotia to take part in and to receive the full benefit of the $28 million in support of our efforts to protect land here locally. So again, those impacts, which have been identified by municipalities and have been identified by landowners, are significantly problematic. And we're still left wondering what the reason for this is. Maybe that was the reason. Like maybe the goal is to disincentive local woodlot owners from participating in those projects. Maybe government doesn't want that happening. Maybe they don't want woodlot owners to contribute to provincial conservation targets. That would fly in the face of the things that they've said about those objectives. But again, it's not really what we say, it's what the legislation that we pass says. And so we're still left wondering. So there's just one paragraph left to this letter. And it goes as follows. We respectfully request the proposed amendments to the Forestry Act be removed from the Financial Measures Act, as there has not been public consultation and the potential unintended consequences that may result if the amendments are passed as part of the Financial Measures Act. So very clear request from the part of one of our municipal partners to not proceed with these problematic amendments. And so really appreciated the clarity with which Mayor McLean-Weil articulated those concerns. I can table, just put that aside. So that was one of the submissions that we received. We received a number of other submissions as well, and I want to talk about those in the moments relating. So if we go on,
Order.
I think...
Did you want to table that, or are you just putting that aside?
I can table it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, super. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are still left trying to understand, and this has, it has implications for the operation of CWHB 2, Independent 2. We're still left trying to understand the goal of the new clauses 15. Sorry, I've lost track of my bill here. Just one sec. The objective of the clauses the objective of the sections under Clause 60 that government has put forward. And then as a result of that, sort of how the implication, or what the implications of CWHB Independent 2 would be. But I do still want to go through and talk about the items that we've received, or the correspondence that we've received relating to this, because it gives us an idea of whether the clause that's been submitted by the independent member will rectify some of the concerns that we're hearing from with respect to the government's amendments, or whether there will be still concerns remaining. And so I think it's very relevant for that. And so one of the submissions that we received, and again, this is an organization that one would have expected would have been engaged in the course of government's work trying to prepare these provisions, because this is an organization who's involved in this exact work, right? So, and I believe this was submitted to public, yes, this was submitted to public bills, so I'm going to read some from it, but I won't table it because we all have access to it. So this is the submission from the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust. And we've talked a little bit about this organization before, and they are incredibly well positioned to provide advice on this. They work with woodlot owners, and they have deep understanding about this. And so I'm going to read some sections of this because I think it's important for this debate, both for the clause itself and for the members' amendments. So they're talking about they're talking about the Community Easements Act provisions and the Forest Act provisions, but I'll focus only on their comments as they relate to the Forests Act provisions that we're talking about right now. So there's some generic ones here that apply to both, and then I'm going to flip to page 3, which zooms in on the Forest Act changes. So the general comments, which do apply to the Forest Act, say, if passed as drafted, changes would directly undermine the private land conservation and ecological forestry tools our organization has spent years building, and the province is counting on to meet its 2030 protected areas commitment. These changes would weaken the permanence of working forest easements, expose landowners and federal partners to significant uncertainty, and inadvertently penalize the very forestry and conservation practices the province should be incentivizing. And that's very close to what Mayor McLean-Weil said in her submission. We urge the committee to act on these concerns before Bill 198 proceeds, and offer concrete workable alternatives that achieve the government's stated objectives without unintended consequences. And then going on, just to provide a little background to understand why the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust input is so valuable in this debate. NSWWT was founded to provide an alternative to traditional conservation on private lands, one that keeps forests working, economically productive, and ecologically healthy for generations to come. That is exactly the kind of organization that we want weighing in on this, right? Because we're talking about the management of forestry and in relation to also carbon sequestration. We hold working forest community easements, so it's just one of the things that they do, that empower landowners to continue commercial forestry activities while committing to long-term stewardship. Promoting working forests is the core aspect of our work and contributes to long-term rural economic viability. We encourage the improvement of woodlots through ecological forestry, inherently growing carbon and the quality of timber. So this is a best of both worlds situation. This is a situation, these folks, the NSWWT, are involved in ensuring that property owners can not only contribute economically in our rural areas and commercially in our rural areas, but also preserve the long-term viability of the forests and participate in carbon sequestration. So to support sort of the long-term ecological goals and climate mitigation efforts. So they are very much on point with what we want to be achieving. And they have deep expertise and operational experience in exactly these issues. So I'll skip past what is contained on page 2 because that really relates to the Community Easements Act. And I'm going to move to the detail that's contained on page 3. And it's in relation specifically to the Forests Act provisions that we're talking about now. And so we've talked about the disincentives. We've talked about the ways in which the government's clause 60 would disadvantage woodlot owners who are both utilizing carbon sequestration and also managing their forests. But I'm also mindful of and considering as we talk through this issue whether what the NSWWT says, how that aligns with the amendment that the independent member has brought forward, and whether the concerns that they raise are alleviated by the members, fully alleviated by the members' amendment, or whether there might remain any concerns. And so that's kind of the lens that I'm looking at now. So issue 2, proposed changes to the Forests Act, carbon sequestration reporting, clauses 59 to 61. What the bill proposes. It overviews. The Bill 198 adds reporting requirements for forest property owners engaged in commercial carbon sequestration transactions, with authority for the minister to share that information with municipalities and property valuation services. The evident intent is to ensure that forest properties earning carbon revenue are not benefiting from preferential forestry assessment rates intended for active working forests. That was the belief that they had, and that was based on information that was shared in the press release. And so that was their concern. And why this matters. So then they went on to explain what implications that has and what concerns that raises. So they say, and they have, excuse me, they have 4 points that address why it matters, and then they have 2 recommendations. 2 recommendations. So I'm going to go through those. So the first, why this matters. Improved forest management is active forestry, not passive sequestration. That's the key to this. So the position of the government seems to have evolved from the beginning of this conversation to the end of this conversation. At the beginning of the conversation, government was quite clear that that it seemed that anything that was involved in sequestration would be captured under this. But we finally gotten to tonight, and the minister has doubled down on the concept that no, in fact, managed forestry can work in coexistence with carbon capture and not have those negative implications attached to it. But we're still stuck with a bill that doesn't say that. We're still stuck with a bill that sweeps all of those, both of those categories into its provisions. So the NSWWT goes on. The carbon, so they said, improved forest management is active forestry, not passive sequestration. The carbon protocol most common in Nova Scotia is based on improved forest management, IFM, not passive carbon sinks. IFM requires proponents to go above and beyond business as usual practices. So that's interesting. Growing more timber, harvesting responsibly, and sequestering more carbon through better forest management. These are practices that showcase Nova Scotia's forestry leadership and create sustainability assurance for our forest products. Treating IFM projects as evidence that land is no longer working forest is factually incorrect and would penalize the very model the province should be incentivizing. So they make the point that we've been making here tonight and that we'll talk about in more detail when we leave this amendment and start talking about the clause itself. But it's relevant for this. So I think, though, that captures the point that I was making in relation to the member's amendment, in that both of these things are captured, and the disadvantage that is associated with having to disclose all of this information to the minister, it's not remedied. That concern that's raised here is not remedied by that provision. So then we look at the second bullet. Conservation set-asides are a feature, not a flaw, and they should not be taxed as one. So nearly every one of our easement properties include a small conservation set-aside. The specific areas most likely to contribute to protected areas as OECMs. From our understanding, these conservation zones may be assessed at a higher tax rate, which would deter landowners from participating in our program. And so that again relates to the independent members clause, in that the clause that the independent member has submitted really only protects landowners from taxation implications, not from the onerous reporting requirements that exist. And when we look at this bullet, when we look at this particular point that the NSWWT is making, it gives us an understanding of the level of detail that will need to be shared by property holders who are participating in carbon sequestration. So this was something I didn't really appreciate. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time in the Leahy report, and there's a lot more I want to say about what managed forestry in private land looks like. But this particular piece, the fact that these properties have small conservation set-asides, that was news to me. So anything submitted to the minister under government's Clause 60, Sections 15A and 15B, is going to have to include those kinds of details. So it goes to show the level of detail that the minister is looking for from property holders, and that's onerous. Like that is work that we're requiring property owners to undertake. And as much as I appreciate the independent members, the improvements that the independent members clause makes around taxation obligations, it doesn't address that question of reporting and what property owners are required to report on. So then we come to the next item, and that's submitted by NSWWT, and that's that carbon revenue enables stewardship, but it does not replace forestry. Carbon revenue is not a substitute for forestry. Current markets do not generate sufficient returns to replace timber income, but it provides a funding mechanism that makes the long-term stewardship planning services we deliver through our easements economically viable for landowners. Remove that revenue stream through punitive taxation, and NSWWT cannot sustain our activities. The province loses both the forestry activity and the conservation outcome. So that, in fact, if the member's amendment is accepted, it may address that issue. It may support the protection, the taxation protection that the NSWWT is seeking. So there is an improvement there, but still based on the minister's assertions and the language of the bill, I'm not confident that those negative impacts won't still happen in some way, shape, or form. So I believe that the member's amendment may help that, but I'm not sure it overcomes the inherent problems with the government's provisions on this. And then the last bullet that the NSWWT submitted is that landowners have the right to diversify revenue streams from their property. Beyond carbon, the ability to generate revenue from alternative sources, whether ecosystem services, non-timber forest products, or emerging conservation finance mechanisms, is increasingly essential to the economic viability of private land forestry. Landowners who can diversify their income are better positioned to maintain long-term forest cover, contribute to their local communities, and sustain easement commitments. Amendments that create tax uncertainty around non-timber revenue streams will discourage exactly the kind of diversified, stewardship-oriented ownership the province needs more of, and push landowners towards higher impact land uses that generate no conservation benefit whatsoever. So again, I think that the member's amendment may help address this in terms of defining that, or indicating that they do not, that woodlot owners would not need to submit the forestry plan to take the benefit of taxation rates. But I don't know that it provides the full protection that is necessary given the language of the clause that we're debating. So I remain concerned that the NSWWT's issues that they've raised as experts in this field, and not just experts but stakeholders who have indicated that their very existence depends on both of these revenue streams being available and depends on still being able to maintain and access the tax rates that they have been accessing. I don't think that that's I don't think it's fully addressed. I don't think it's fully addressed. So before I set this letter down and wrap up my comments at this stage of debate on these clauses, I just want to provide an overview of the two recommendations that the NSWWT made around this. So recommendation 3 is clarify that IFM projects equate active forestry. So they mention what they're looking for is adding a regulatory carve-out using regulation making authority already provided in clause 61 to clarify that improved forest management carbon protocols, where active timber harvesting remains a core requirement, do not constitute passive carbon sequestration for purposes of preferential forestry tax assessment. So that's a clear recommendation that addresses some of the issues that the independent members' amendment does and the concerns that are being raised. But I will say that there's not adequate protection in regulation. So regulation is not going to override legislation. And regulation is subject to change by either the minister or governor and council, depending on, I don't have the clause in front of me, which one this is set up to be. But that would not provide the long-term assurance and protection that that I think the NSWWT is looking for. Having said that, they have recommended something that government could do and potentially table here to provide some assurances that that's the intention. They go on to say, additionally require that any change to a property's forestry tax status based on a carbon report be preceded by written notice and a right to respond for the landowner, preventing inadvertent reclassification. I appreciate the conciliatory approach that they're taking here. I submit that we should just remove these clauses entirely, but I appreciate the goodwill that they're coming forward with in recommending some things that they think would mitigate these problems. And again, it seems to be the case that although there are significant improvements made by the independent members' amendment, it doesn't rectify all the problems that are being addressed here. And then, so I can't finish that right now, but there may be opportunity as we continue debate. So I appreciate the time that we are taking to cover this and represent Nova Scotia's interests on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other debate on independent 2 amendment? Okay, shall amendment independent 2 carry?
No. No first.
There's only one person. Amendment is defeated. Continuing debate on Clause 60. Recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We asked for a recorded vote. As soon as you asked, we both stood at the exact same time to be recognized and to request a recorded vote.
I did not see. All right, hold on here. Recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was standing in the corner. I saw both people come up. I would ask you to check the tape.
All right, I'm going to take this under some guidance here. Folks, if we stand up, just make sure I have the time to turn around and check before you sit back down. That'd be helpful for me. Thank you. Stand by. You know what? I'm just going to rephrase it, okay? Shall amendment independent 2 carry? There's been a call for a recorded vote. We'll ring the bells until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. We will now have a recorded vote on Amendment Independent 2. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer,
No.
Nolan Young,
No.
Kim Maslin, John Lohr,
No.
Brendan McGuire,
No.
Tim Houston, Barbara Adams,
No.
Michelle Thompson, Fred Tilley,
No.
Dave Reiche,
No.
Twyla Gross,
No.
Tom Taggart,
No.
Brad Johns, Daniel Barkhouse, Adoke Ferrari,
Nope.
Susan Corcoran-Greek, Leah Martin,
No.
Chris Palmer,
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard,
No.
John A. McDonald,
No.
Brian Wong,
No.
Trevor Boudreau,
No.
Brad McGowan,
No.
Kyle McCory, Tim Outhit, Rick Burns, Julie Van Exen,
No.
Diane Timmons,
No.
David Bowlby, Nick Hilton,
No.
John White, Tim Howman,
No.
Scott Armstrong,
No.
Jill Bowser, Colton LeBlanc, Claudia Chenner,
Yes.
Lisa Lachance,
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc,
Yes.
Ian Rankin, Derek Mumbercup,
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan,
Yes.
Paul Wozni,
Yes.
Susie Hansen, Kendra Coombs,
Yes.
Kent Smith, Greg Morrow, Tori Rushton, Ryan Robichaux,
No.
Becky Druin,
Yes.
Damian Stoylov, Danny McGilvery, Krista Gallagher, Rod Wilson, and Lena Hammond.
Yes.
There are 9 yeas and 23 nays.
The amendment is defeated. Continuing debate on Clause 60. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple of more comments on Clause 60. Again, just in reference, for those that are just come back to the chamber, possibly, Clause 59, we looked at a definition change for forestry. And we did hear the minister say that if you're managing your property for forestry, there's no change. You will still get the low forestry rate. However, again, the definition for forestry property is changed in Clause 59. We don't know what that means. The minister is saying if you're using your property for forestry, there's no change, but we don't know the definition of what does that entail. And I'm just going to table 2 letters for people that also had questions and concerns. One was sent from Matt Miller, and he says he has concerns regarding Bill 198, Clause 60, that attacks landowners who wish to enter carbon offsetting programs with the intent of protecting their lands for conservation. And I won't read through all of his concerns. I will table it, Mr. Chair, so if anyone is interested in reading it in entirety, they can get that. But I will mention he put some key considerations All levels of government should recognize the potential for private woodlots to contribute to all three legs of the triad forest management model of forestry prescribed in the Leahy Review, including conservation, production forestry, and ecological forestry. The Forest Resourceation Taxation Program should provide incentives for each of these uses and not be narrowly focused on timber extraction. Clause 60 has too narrow of a focus on timber at the expense of environmental values. Nova Scotia needs small woodlots to provide a whole host of values for our society. Timber for manufacturing, carbon sequestration, habitat for wildlife, protection of water resources and species at risk. And we need a property tax system that recognizes landowners who make contributions to industry and the environment, not just industry. It would be wise to align the Forest Resource Tax Program with the direction of the Leahy Review and commit to taxation review with broader goals in mind instead of attacking carbon storage, and very importantly, engage a broader list of stakeholders in the conversation. So I think, you know, there's also some other very good points in here, including any definition of forestry activity as it relates to land taxation should be broad and recognize a variety of economic and ecological values. And I know I talked about that in my comments in debate on the amendment that I tabled. I'll also table a letter that I received from Deb Gordon, and she's one of my constituents. And she talks about this bill. She is asking the government to drop the amendments in Bill 198 from Clause 52 to 60, as well as changes to eligibility for the preferential forest resource tax rate. Again, I won't read her letter in its entirety. She's quite angry. She's quite upset about this. And she definitely does not want to see this pass. And I think we've communicated that for us. She says, our Conservative government, whose voter base is rural Nova Scotia, is interfering with landowners' rights to manage and benefit from their land. This bill is forcing our hand on how and when to harvest, is designed only to support their business plans with no care for our personal desires, plans, or efforts to our personal property. We are under threat of losing our properties by sale or to tax if we don't follow their plan. My family owns acres of mostly forested land in this county. Please fight on our behalf. I have even put it in my will that our family's forests are to be preserved as old growth forest. That will not be allowed under this bill if the tax goes through. I will be forced to comply, sell, or lose my lands to tax. They will be taking away my land from me, from my children, with this tax. Please fight for us. Now, she goes on. I will not read it in entirety, but I wanted to make those comments before this bill continues on past Clause 60. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shall Clause 60 carry? I only... Okay, there has been a request for a recorded vote. We will ring the bells. order. There has been a call for a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer,
Yes.
Nolan Young,
Yes.
Kim Maslin,
Yes.
John Lohr,
Yes.
Brendan McGuire,
Yes.
Tim Houston, Barbara Adams,
Yes.
Michelle Thompson, Fred Tilley,
Yes.
Dave Ritchie,
Yes.
Twyla Gross,
Yes.
Tom Taggart,
Yes.
Brad Johns, Marco McLeod, Egoke Fedare,
Yes.
Susan Corkin-Greek, Leah Martin,
Yes.
Chris Palmer,
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard,
Yes.
John A. McDonald,
Yes.
Brian Wong,
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau,
Yes.
Brad McGowan,
Yes.
Kyle McCarry,
Yes.
Tim Outfit,
Yes.
Rick Burns,
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse, Diane Timmons,
Yes.
David Bowlby, Nick Hilton,
Yes.
John White, Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Tim. Sorry.
I'm like flash for a second.
Sorry. Okay. Scott Armstrong,
Yes.
Jill Balzer. Yes. Colton LeBlanc, Claudia Chender,
No.
Lisa Lachance,
No.
Susan LeBlanc,
No.
Ian Rankin, Derek Mumbercat,
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin,
No.
Paul Wozni,
No.
Susie Hansen, Kendra Coombs,
No.
Kent Smith, Greg Morrow,
Yes.
Tori Rushton,
Yes.
Ryan Robichaux,
Yes.
Becky Druin,
No.
Damian Stoylov,
Yes.
Danny McGilvery, Krista Gallagher, Rod Wilson, Lena Hammond,
No.
The total yays were 30 to 9 nays.
The clause is carried. Is there debate on clauses 61 to 62? I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to speak just to emphasize some of the comments that I've made in the previous two clauses regarding the Forestry Act, just again to emphasize the lack of transparency, information that's being provided. Here in Clause 61, we are again amending the Forest Act with no explanation regarding why. So if the members have a copy of the Forest Act there, you can see what the changes are. The Clause 61 is saying that you're adding immediately after Clause J in the Forest Act. So I'm going to go to that here in the Forestry Act and just read that so people know what, in fact, is being amended. And I want to make sure I get the right one here. So in the Forestry Act, under Clause J, it says, prescribing methods and standards for sustainable forestry management practices to protect wildlife habitats, watercourses, wetlands, and other significant resources, and requiring compliance with the prescribed methods and standards. And after that, the amendment here in Clause 1 is saying that you're adding prescribing information required in a report Let me read that again. Prescribing information required in a report. What report? What information is required in this report? And this is required to be filed under subsection 15A. And I had section 15A that I was going to reference, but I've got so many papers here. It also has JB, which says, also is adding, respecting the process for filing a report required to be filed under subsection 15A. Sorry, I just read that. And adding immediately after clause T. And if you go to clause T, that is in the Forestry Act under regulations. The governor and council may add in regulations. Forest management program means a program designed to provide for more effective management of Crown lands and to encourage and assist private landowners to manage their land more effectively by providing professional and technical advice and assistance, training programs, and suitable financial incentives. And it says, further defining any word or expression defined in this act, keeping in mind the definition of forestry was changed in clause 59. So I'm just showing this, Madam Speaker, to emphasize the point. There's a lot of information here things being changed in the Forest Act regarding filing of reports, regarding definition of forestry, and regarding specifically under this last amendment K, what's required for a forest management program. And we're still left with not fully understanding how it's going to affect small private woodlot owners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Record vote. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. There has been a request for a recorded vote on clauses 61 and 62. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer,
Yes.
Nolan Young, Kim Masland,
Yes.
John Lohr,
Who? Yes. Did you stand up?
Brendan McGuire,
Yes.
Tim Houston, Barbara Adams, Michelle Thompson,
Yes.
Fred Tilley,
Yes.
Dave Ritzy, Twyla Gross,
Yes.
Tom Taggart,
Yes.
Brad Johns, Marco McLeod, Adoke Farai,
Yes.
Susan Copeland Greek,
Yes.
Leah Martin, yes. Chris Palmer,
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard,
Yes.
John A. McDonald, Brian Wong, Trevor Boudreau,
Yes.
Brad McGowan,
Yes.
Kyle McCarry,
Yes.
Tim Outhet,
Yes.
Rick Burns,
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse, Diane Timmons,
Yes.
David Bowlby, Nick Hilton,
Yes.
John White,
Yes.
Tim Hallman, Scott Armstrong, Jill Balzer, Colton LeBlanc,
Yes.
Claudia Chender,
No.
Lisa Lachance,
No.
Susan LeBlanc,
No.
Ian Rankin, Derek Mumbercap,
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan,
No.
Paul Wozni,
No.
Susie Hansen, Kendra Coombs,
No.
Kent Smith, Greg Morrow,
Yes.
Tori Rushton,
Yes.
Ryan Robichaux, Becky Druin,
No.
Damian Stoylov,
Yes.
Danny McGilvery,
Yes.
Krista Gallagher, Rod Wilson, Lena Hammond.
No.
The total is 27 yeas to 9 nays.
The closet. I recognize the clerk.
Sorry, that's 26 yeas to 9 nays.
The clauses are carried. Is there a debate on clause 63? I recognize the honorable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have an amendment to Clause 63, and it reads as follows. Add after proposed section 37(1)D the following subsection. 1E, the minister shall table a statement in the House of Assembly explaining A, why a sector-specific and a project-specific exemption from requirements under the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter or Municipal Government Act is needed. B, the expected impacts of the exemptions in this section on municipalities. C, the effect of the exemptions in Section 27 and this section on the revenues of the municipalities, and D, why the processes under the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter or the Municipal Government Act for the governance of municipal matters are insufficient. So, Madam Chair, the reasoning behind my amendment is very simple. It says that before any exemption under this section takes effect, any exemption from the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter or the Municipal Government Act or related instruments, the affected municipality must first be given formal written notice and provided with a real opportunity to be consulted, as well as an opportunity to provide written objections or recommendations. Madam Chair, this is just a respectful way of doing business in governments, and that's what good government looks like. So, Madam Chair, one of the concerns I raised in my broader remarks on Bill 198 on Clause 1 is that we are seeing a pattern in this legislation and in this session generally. More authority, again, concentrated at the provincial level, less authority with local decision makers, and fewer opportunities for public scrutiny and accountability, less transparency. This provision may relate specifically to casinos, but the issue here is larger than casinos. The issue is precedent setting. Because once the House accepts the idea that the province can simply carve out a project out from municipal rules, municipal voices become easier to ignore the next time and the time after that. And that matters. Municipal governments are the level of government closest to the people. They understand local infrastructure pressures. They understand local planning concerns. And they understand community impact of large projects. They understand traffic, servicing, neighborhood fit, and the practical consequences of development decisions in a way that we may not see or understand here in this chamber. So if the provincial government intends to exempt a project from local rules, the least they can do is consult with the municipality first. Madam Chair, this amendment does not block a project. This amendment does not create a veto. It does not prevent the province from acting. What it does require is notice. It requires consultation. And it requires that municipalities have the chance to put their concerns and recommendations on the record before the exemption actually takes place. It's a very modest safeguard, and I believe it's a very reasonable thing to ask. Frankly, if the government is confident in its decision and in this legislation that is part of Bill 198, one of 137 clauses, then it should have no fear of hearing from the municipality affected. And the reality is we know good consultation prevents problems down the road. So, Madam Chair, too often local governments are told after the fact what the province has decided. We've seen that again and again here in this chamber. That is not partnership. It does not reflect respect, and it's certainly not the way to build public trust. This amendment would at least ensure that municipalities are informed, heard, and able to respond before this authority is bypassed, before their authority is bypassed, rather, Madam Chair. And I encourage all members to support this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to rise and say just a couple of words to this amendment, which I believe is an important and a friendly one for the reasons that the member laid out. But also, I just want to take a minute and talk about why it is that we're creating these special provisions for the casino. There was a time when we had a whole gambling strategy in this province, when the proceeds of gambling were actually directed to support for culture and support for sport, both of which have been slashed in this budget. And now we are doing more favors for casinos and for gambling. And lots of us might enjoy that. It might be a good revenue generator, but it comes with real risks and it comes with real harms. And there's been a lot of uncertainty about the meaning of this provision. So here we're talking, I think this amendment is focused on intrusion into the sphere of municipal governance. And I would agree with the member that this is one of many, many, many provisions like this that this government has brought forward that refuses, I suppose, to take into account the local circumstance when putting forward provincial, I don't know if you could call this infrastructure, but provincial planning, provincial building. And so in some cases, in housing, the argument was expedience, right? We need housing. And so we need special planning areas. We need to bypass municipal planning because we need to get these houses built. And the caution given at the time was, okay, but let's make sure we have schools. Let's make sure we have all of the infrastructure we need for all this housing that's being built. Let's make sure our roads can handle it. And fast forward a few years later, and our schools are bursting at the seams. We have traffic that ranks among the worst in the country. And we had we have a fair bit of housing that's been built, most of it that most Nova Scotians can't afford. So this is not that. I think in that case, you can still say we have housing. But here, what do we have? We have a casino. So, great. Maybe there's a good argument for why we want to continue to derive provincial revenue from gaming. We remain concerned that that revenue now all goes into general revenue as opposed to some of it being put aside to mitigate the harms of gambling, which we know are very real. We do that with tobacco. We do that with other social harms that are legal. We do it with alcohol. Apparently, we're not doing it with gaming anymore. I'm not sure that support for culture exists at all. Support for sport seems to be greatly reduced. And now it seems as though we are quite literally paving the way for casinos. And so the question I think that's being asked with this amendment, and that many people asked at public bills, and that we continue to ask, is why? Why is it that the casino gets special treatment, gets special consideration? Shouldn't we instead have provisions in here more akin to what we see with vaping, where we are ensuring that as we expand legal gambling, as we make money off of it, that we mitigate the harms? When that conversation started, when I was elected in 2017 and we were discussing that, it now seems like a kinder, gentler time. I mean, now you turn on the television and you can't avoid gambling. It's everywhere. It's not going to be too long before we recognize it as, again, we recognize the harm that it does. And so not only does nothing in this bill reflect that or a consideration of that, but this seems to make it simpler. And it may well make it simpler at the expense of local communities. So if we are going to bypass local planning altogether, well, what does that mean? I mean, maybe it just means that there's going to be a casino in Dartmouth Crossing. Okay, there seems to be some consensus that that might be okay. But that's not what this says. What it says is that we're going to bypass municipal planning altogether. And I think that that should cause folks some pause. And I don't think that without greater explanation and understanding of what that means, without clarification of what this waiver of the deed transfer tax means, that this amendment should go forward. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to take a moment to talk about supporting this amendment, and both of my colleagues expressed it similar to our thought on this. Of all things that we need in this province when it comes to supporting our most vulnerable, when it comes to housing, when it comes to supporting local business, we're giving tax or we're giving exemptions to an international company, really, a casino. And we have a lot of local great businesses from all aspects in Nova Scotia who would love to be exempt from the transfer tax, but we're giving it to an American company that is going to have a casino here in Nova Scotia. And we've heard that loud and clear in public bills, Madam Chair, that this was a concern for people, and that if you're looking at tax breaks, you can look at a whole number of organizations that support people, businesses that want to set up here that are Nova Scotia homegrown businesses that would really benefit from that. To my colleague's point from the NDP, again, this is another example of bypassing local government, which is a very slippery slope. You know, we're talking about the HRM here. You know, there's casino in Sydney too as well. What does that look like into the future? I have a ton of respect for local government, as many people in here do, and the role that they play every day. We have great local governments across Nova Scotia, and we should be trying to build up relationships with them, not trying to bypass the decisions that they, by right, should be making. So my last point before I sit down is, you know, we've heard in the conversations during public bills that the government would actually respond to this, saying that no, that's, you know, it's inaccurate. Casinos are not exempt and they'll pay various de-transfer taxes. Then, if that's the case, why does this need to be in the bill in the first place? So I rise my place to support my colleague's amendment, and I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief, but I did want to rise in support of the member from Cumberland North, the amendment that she put forward, amending clause 63, I think we're on. I frankly appreciate everything that each of the other members from opposition have said in relation to this. I think we all heard how dramatically government has leaned into this budget being a belt-tightening budget. We've all heard from the multitude of people who've been impacted by the cuts that government has made across sectors, and impacting civil servants and folks who work within community and programs. And we've been told over and over again that these are tough decisions in tough times. And somehow, in these tough times, it seems to make sense to government, as we've seen here, as they've put forward under these clauses relating to the Gaming Control Act. They're tough times for Nova Scotians, but they're not tough times for international companies investing in gambling in Nova Scotia. And that doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't sit right with the community members who've reached out to say, listen, if it's really that tough, then why are we giving tax relief to corporations? Now, whether this tax relief flows to provincial government or municipal government under deed transfer, at the end of the day, those are public funds, and they should be going to public service, particularly in this moment in time where Nova Scotians across the province are being told that it's a tough time and government has had to make tough decisions, and people just need to buck up and take the 20% cuts or the 30% cuts or the pink slips that say you're no longer employed. So in this environment, in this moment in time, it seems deeply inappropriate for government to be awarding tax cuts or allowing for the provision of tax cuts and exemptions for industries that are profitable, international industries. If there's no business case for construction of a new casino, then there's no business case for construction of a new casino. So that's what I'm hearing from Nova Scotians. And again, these are emails that are coming to me and being copied to members of government as well. I agree as well with the comments that the leader of the official opposition made around the health concerns and the public safety concerns and the history that we have had in relation to taking funding from these sorts of sectors and putting them towards mitigation of harm that they cause. And I appreciate the other comments that were made by members of opposition who've spoken up in support of independent, CWHB Independent 3, and quite frankly, against the provisions that government put forward in Clause 62 and 63 in relation to amendments to the Gaming Control Act. So with those few brief words, I will take my seat.
Shall the amendment carry?
No.
The amendment is not carried. Continuing with debate on Clause 63. Shall Clause 63 carry?
Carried.
Clause 63 is carried. Is there a debate on clauses 64 to 67? There, I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
My apologies. Let me just grab the clauses that I wanted to speak to here. So I'd like to speak to Clause 67. Do we need to cover the other ones first, or shall I dive right in on that? Okay. There wasn't, so Clause 67 is one that, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I have tried to be in here as much as possible, but only being one person. Sometimes I have to duck out, but I don't recall government speaking about Clause 67 at all. And let me actually just check. I think it's important for us to know what it is that may have been said about it in the press release. So Clause 67, just for background for folks, changes the capital investment tax credit to allow the definition of government assistance to be defined in regulations and change the sunset of the tax credit from December 31st, 2029 to December 31st, 2035. And like, I think, to me, without looking at where this fits in the Income Tax Act and any other context, that's candidly meaningless. Like, it doesn't provide any context as what this actually does. So I'm just quickly flipping through the press release to see. So this was the news release issued back on February 25th at 11:29 a.m. And I'm scanning through to see if there's anything in here that addresses that. So forests, assessment, easements, crown lands, provincial park fees, mineral resources, I'm not seeing anything. Foreign tax credit aligns. No, I don't see it. If anybody, there's a clause right there. Okay, so it provides no additional information. I did find it. So what it says under this news release is amend the foreign tax. No, that's not even it either. Nope, it doesn't appear to be here. So we don't really have any information about what this is, what it does, what problems it's trying to fix, who it helps, who it may harm, right? Because, you know, that happens. Like, the reality is, when we make decisions to make a change, to fund one thing and not fund another, the goal is to always help people, but sometimes people are harmed in the process. So what is the story with this? So I'm going to provide some basic analysis and my understanding of what this is about and what it does. And I could be wrong, because again, as we've talked about on a few occasions, we are not experiencing optimal circumstances for analysis and evaluation of the complex pieces of legislation that are being brought forward in front of us. But having said that, we're all doing our best to kind of muddle through. And so government hasn't told us anything at all about what Clause 67 does. But I did do some research, and I'm going to suggest what I think, what I believe, what I understand this to do. And so I read out the clause summary, but I want to be specific and read out the clause itself. So it says, subsection 49A1 of Chapter 217 is enacted by Chapter 33 of the Acts of 2014 and amended by Chapter 35 of the Acts of 2022 and Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2023, is further amended by I'm curious if any members of government have actually done the puzzle that is required to do to work out what this means. A, striking out clause C and substituting the following clause. C, government assistance has the meaning set out in regulations. And B, striking out and before January 1st, 2030 in clause D. And then subsection 2, subsection 49A sub 5 of chapter 217 as enacted by chapter 33 of the Acts of 2014 is amended by adding, open quote, on or before December 31, 2035, close quote, immediately after, open quote, apply, close quote. There is absolutely no way of knowing what this means or does unless you go through the exercise of looking at the acts that are referenced here. So if anyone has not done that, then you will be voting on something that there is absolutely no way of knowing the meaning of. So I think that that's important. Like, that's really important, right? Because what we are called upon to do here at Committee of the Whole on Bills is to individually stand up and vote yes or no for the clauses that are in front of us, representing our constituents' best interest. And it is incumbent on us to do our due diligence to understand what these clauses mean. And this amendment is meaningless on its face unless you do the homework to track back to understand what it means. So that's what I've said. So I briefly did the homework, and I'm going to again give the caveat that I might be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I look forward to government standing up and telling me that I'm wrong. Because that would be helpful, because they are the ones who are putting this forward, and they should know why they're putting it forward and what it means, and not leave it to the rest of us to figure it out. But this is where we are. So what does it mean? So if we look at change number 1, it just simply says, striking out clause C and substituting the following clause. Government assistance has the meaning set out in regulations. Well, what is it? What's being crossed out there? Like, what was it before? Government assistance has been it has the meaning set out in regulations. So it was actually, you actually have to look at the Nova Scotia Income Tax Act, and that act in this clause references the Federal Income Tax Act. And what it does is that what it did before this amendment, or what it does currently and will continue to do until this amendment takes place, is indicate that the definition of government assistance is actually provided in the act. So it's provided in Nova Scotia's Income Tax Act, and it's referenced to the Federal Income Tax Act. And that's usually helpful. We actually see the movement towards that in an earlier clause here. If we look up to clause 65 actually amends Nova Scotia's Income Tax Act to align with the Federal Income Tax Act. And that's helpful from a government administration perspective, because you have alignment between the terms of a federal piece of legislation and a provincial piece of legislation. It's also helpful from the perspective of citizens. And we can think of this when we do our taxes, when there are different credits that are associated with federal and with provincial, we have to double the paperwork. It causes some confusion sometimes for people. So those are two very high-level basic reasons why it can be very helpful, and often is helpful, to align those two pieces of legislation for consistency's sake. It also helps with interpretation. When you've got two different pieces of legislation that deal with the same subject matter and they have different provisions, it causes confusion at the court level as well, and the legal interpretation level. So a bunch of good reasons why, when it's appropriate, it's good to align the two. And we should actually see convergence on that, like we see up in clause 65. Ideally, we move towards having more alignment and not away from it. So it is curious to me that clause 67 actually moves away from it. That's a rarity. And not only is it a rarity, you have to have a good reason to do it. Like, you don't just randomly do that for the fun of it. There has to be a reason. Why would you disconnect pieces of legislation that deal with the same concepts? So that's perplexing, and it made me wonder. So we're decoupling now, and instead of having a definition of government assistance that is set out for people to understand and know in the Income Tax Act of Nova Scotia, and that it's set out by reference and it links to the Federal Income Tax Act, instead, that's going to be defined by regulation. we've seen this before, and we've talked extensively about the distinction between legislation and regulations. And what happens when you have something in legislation is it's very solid. It requires us to come back to this House and debate and amend law to make it change if it's embedded in legislation. But regulations can be changed at the will of the government, and depending on whether it's worded, depending on how the regulations are set up, it's either at the will of cabinet or it's at the will of the minister impacted. And those can happen rapidly. They can happen very quickly. They often go under the radar because people are not paying attention as much to those things. And they don't happen on the floor of the House with public debate, with people able to watch and understand. They don't involve disclosure that, to the extent that it exists in relation to our discussions in legislatures. So that, on its face is concerning. On its face, the fact that we're moving away from alignment between those two acts, that's concerning. The fact that we're moving away from the solidity and the predictability and the transparency of legislation to the unpredictability and the lack of transparency in regulations is also concerning. And that's before we even know what the substance of this is. So let's move along to the substance. Government assistance. The substance of this is government assistance. And what kind of assistance are we talking about? Are we talking about assistance to individuals? Is this something that has to do with people who are receiving assistance? And so we're moving from something that, again, people would have awareness of because you could see it in the Income Tax Act and it's predictable on both federal and provincial level. Like, is this impacting individuals who receive assistance? That's a legitimate question. The answer to that question is no. That is not the kind of assistance that we're talking about here. This assistance actually is about capital investment tax credits. And so the assistance we're talking about is the assistance that government provides corporations in the form of tax credits on capital acquisitions. So, well, what does that mean? So that means government provides credits, usually generally equal to 25% of the capital cost of property minus government assistance. So, and we're talking, these tax credits are to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. So the government assistance that we're talking about is something that is referenced and has an impact on whether a corporation purchases capital equipment for the amount of $100 million and whether their tax credit applies to that $100 million, or is it reduced because they have received other grants, the government assistance. And so this actually is a really significant change that has the potential, to reduce or increase the value of that tax credit to corporations. So this Clause 67 and the provisions in it might be making line items to Nova Scotia's revenue to the tune of tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. Tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. And right now we have some certainty around what constitutes government assistance, which particular grants, and so what kinds of things can be defined as government assistance or not government assistance. Well, examples would include provincial grants, federal programs, municipal tax abatements, forgivable loans or rebates, or other incentives. So government could, in regulation, define government assistance in a way that does not include any of those things. And therefore, the capital tax investment credit wouldn't capture those things and wouldn't be reduced. And the point of this, clause and the point of having a definition of government assistance is to make sure that government is not subsidizing the same investment twice. So you don't want, as taxpayers, it's not appropriate. I would submit that taxpayer money shouldn't be going 1, 2, and 3 times to subsidize the same corporate endeavor. So if a corporation is purchasing capital equipment and they receive They receive money from the federal government, and they receive money from the provincial government, and they receive money from the municipal government, and they get loans and they get grants. They shouldn't be able to stack all that together and get additional tax credits associated with it. That's what this is about. So this clause may mean hundreds of millions of dollars reduced from Nova Scotia's revenue, depending on what government decides to do with their regulation authority over the definition of government assistance. And it's just sitting in here silently with no explanation whatsoever. No discussion from government. Nobody stood up to say, you know what, we actually are going to make a revision to, well, actually, I'm not even going to go that far. Listen, if government had intended to use this clause or use the powers under this clause to make adjustments to these capital tax credits to the benefits of Nova Scotians, to increase the revenue available, to decrease the amount that is payable to corporations, we would have heard them say that. They would have stood up and said, we had to make really tough decisions, and not only are people losing their jobs, and not only are we cutting programs by 20%, and we're defunding the arts and culture and tourism, but also these companies, these corporations who normally get these tax credits, they have to take a hit too. We're going to penalize them as well, because we all need to make tough decisions and we all need to tighten our belts. So if that was what was going on here, I'm sure they would have stood up and said that, but that's not what happened. We haven't heard them say that. So the only assumption is that this is not going to be used in a way that is in alignment with a narrative of this is a belt-tightening exercise for government and a tough budget and everybody has to take a hit. This definitely leaves open the possibility that Nova Scotia revenue and tax dollars is going to go to corporations. Uncertain. It's going to happen in regulation at some point in the future. So I certainly will be watching the releases of regulations that come out very closely to understand when this regulation change is made, what impact it's going to have on Nova Scotians, because at this moment in time, where we are all being told that it is a tough decision that government has to make and we all need to be tightening our belts, I would submit it's not just individual Nova Scotians who should be tightening their belts, but also corporations.
Thank you. So I'm seeing you connect to the bill really well, so thank you for that. But I am finding it a little bit repetitive. So if you can continue to keep to the bill, or the clause, that would be great. But we can move on from some of the repetitiveness. I recognize the honourable member from Lunenburg West.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I hadn't intended to talk long on this clause because I know we have a number of amendments coming up that the NDP want to get to that we're going to spend a fair amount of time on. I simply wanted to put something on the record in relation to this particular clause because I think it has a significant likelihood of undermining Nova Scotia's revenue generating, not revenue generating, but this could potentially cost taxpayers tens, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. And at this moment in time, I think that people need to be aware of that possibility. And so I appreciate the opportunity to make those comments. I'd love to hear government stand up and give us some idea about what they intend to do with the new regulatory power. But quite candidly, I'm not sure that it matters because we'll know when we see it. So thank you for that opportunity to share those thoughts.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also want to stand and speak to Clause 67. I'm so happy that my colleague from Lunenburg West did as well, because when I was trying to figure out what this clause was really going to do, I knew that it was going to potentially forego tax revenues here in the province. That's what capital investment tax credits do. But when I was trying to do the research to figure out exactly, I just found, again, the legislation, the way the legislation is being done is so messy, because I went back to it's Clause 67. It refers to, you know, the bill, subsection 49, Chapter 217, as enacted by Chapter 33, and so on. That's actually the Financial Measures Act from 2023. It does, and then I had to go back to the Income Tax Act, and then I had to refer to the Federal Act. So 4 different pieces of legislation to try to figure out exactly what this is for. So just a couple of comments, and I also would like to know more information about this. When you read online on the government's website, for example, Madam Chair, and it talks about the Nova Scotia Capital Investment Tax Credit program, what we're looking at is as the other member mentioned, like we are looking at potentially hundreds of millions. So the refundable credit equals 25% of the capital cost of a qualified property. The maximum tax credit available for each approved project is $100 million across the duration of the project. Just think about that. So for qualified property acquired before October 1st, 2022, the rate was 15% and the amount was $30 million. Now it is 25% and up to $100 million. And now what this clause is also doing is extending the date from 2030 to 2035. So we're talking significant amount of tax revenue that this government will lose. Nova Scotians deserve to know why. For what purpose? Hopefully something positive. But again, real lack of transparency, and the fact that we are moving in C67, the amendment, what's being amended, it says government assistance has the meaning set out in regulations. So once again, we're moving information from legislation to regulations, less transparency and accountability for the people of Nova Scotia. Why are we hiding information? Why are we making things less transparent? It only makes people want to dig deeper, especially when Minister of Finance, who I'm assuming this income tax would be under, has provided us no information regarding why, what this is about. What is Clause 67 about? Maybe there's really good reasons why we're increasing the capital investment tax credit. Maybe there's a really good reason we're moving it from legislation into regulations. But as this budget is cutting programs in family resource centers like Maggie's Place, helping people that are currently living in poverty, we're giving increases to capital investment tax credit up to $100 million. Let's just think about that. This clause deserves more explanation. Nova Scotians deserve to have more information on this, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just sitting here listening, and it's some good debate tonight. But it seems that, the last individual that spoke, there's some underlying, accusing the government of potentially hiding information. This is not true. Madam Speaker, this government has been very upfront with the general public and will continue to be upfront with the general public. This is a premier that makes himself available, whether it's through News Talk Radio or going on the news at night and answering questions, Madam Speaker. But to think that there's something nefarious happening here, it's not, Madam Speaker. The FMA is an important bill, and part of this is investing in our future, and that's exactly what this bill does. This government has always been open and transparent, and this Premier always will be open and transparent. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Shall clauses 64 to 67 carry? Clauses 64 to 67 have carried. Is there debate on clause 68? I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the amendment I'm going to speak to was originally distributed as CWHB NDP-6, and I think it's been redistributed as CWHB NDP-5. I see the clerk nodding. Just for the clarity of everybody in the room, so we're all talking about the same piece of paper. It's late at night. I don't want to create confusion when everyone's looking at something I'm not talking about. So thank you. Just for a minute to clarify, I will read the amendment. The amendment reads at page 14, clause 68, add after subclause 2 the following subclause 3, section 70 of chapter 217 as enacted by chapter 6 of the Acts of 2021 is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 2 the following subsection 3. This section does not apply to a financial institution that is a credit union or that is entirely owned by a credit union. And so I don't want to speak long, but I just want to speak to the rationale for this amendment. I'm not one of those people that believes amendments are necessarily inherently friendly, but I would say that I believe that this amendment is helpful to the changes that the government is trying to make in its proposed language. The bill, as it's before the House, calls for, it says for tax years ending on or after November 1st, 2026, every financial institution with a permanent establishment in the province at any time during a taxation year shall pay a tax under this part for the taxation year equal to 6% of its taxable capital employed in the province for the year. And my proposed amendment, Chair, provides some clarity about what we mean when we say every financial institution with a permanent establishment in the province means. In my initial remarks at second reading on this bill, I did ask the question to the Minister of Finance that it was my understanding that this language did not apply to credit unions, but it's come to our attention from folks sort of in that, operating credit unions, that the language would actually affect sort of a capital lending agency that is entirely owned by the credit union to this additional tax. And so the amendment that we propose would ensure that not only credit unions, but any financial institution or subsidiary owned entirely by a credit union would also be immune from this tax increase, which I believe was the intent of government in tabling the language as proposed. So this is not a critical amendment. This is an amendment to bring further clarity to a definition, to avoid what I believe would be an unintended consequence that would fall on lending institutions that are wholly owned and operated by credit unions and by right should be exempt from the tax increases that are being applied to financial institutions that are outside the definition of credit unions or businesses operated entirely by credit unions. So, and for further clarity, if a credit union is a part owner with a financial institution that's not a credit union, this would allow for such an entity to be taxed at the increased rate, which I believe is the government's intent. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to explain the rationale for this amendment. We believe it's helpful and would protect credit unions from paying an additional cost and making, given that credit unions often operate in smaller and rural communities where charter banks and larger financial institutions and franchises choose not to operate for reasons of economy of scale, if we don't adopt this resolution, adopt this amendment, pardon me, Chair, it could have a ripple effect of making borrowing for Nova Scotians in rural communities that rely on credit unions subject to increased costs relative to borrowing of capital, whether that be for mortgages, whether that be for lines of credit, personal or corporate, whether that be for credit cards or loans for vehicles or other consumables. So we offer this amendment in a constructive spirit to protect these institutions against an inadvertent increase in the rate of tax that they would pay, which, as I indicated in my previous remarks on this bill, the concern is that the consumers of Nova Scotia may end up, by default, paying higher rates for their loans because institutions may be forced to turn around and pass those costs directly on to the consumer. So with that, Chair, I thank you for the opportunity to provide a rationale for this change, and I do hope that folks on both sides of the aisle are receptive to this change, which we believe enhances this aspect of the Financial Measures Act in the interest of Nova Scotians. Thank you.
Shall the amendment carry? No. The amendment is not carried. Is there further debate on? I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park to continue on Clause 68.
That's right. Thank you very much, Chair. So the amendment I'm going to be talking to actually adds a section after Clause 68. Is that all right to proceed with? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. All right, so if folks can turn to, this one is also one that changed recently, so if folks can turn their attention to CWHB NDP 6, that's the amendment that I'll be discussing now. So after clause 68, the following clause. 69, Section 80 of Chapter 217 of the revised statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, as enacted by Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2000 and amended by Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2010, Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2022, and Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2024 is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 1 the following subsections. 1A, not later than January 1st, 2027, the Governor and Council shall adjust the prescribed amounts of the Nova Scotia Child Benefit Program such that A, the income thresholds for reduction of benefits are the same as those for the Canada Child Benefit under the Federal Act as amended from time to time. B, the base benefit amount for the first qualified dependent is not less than $137.50 per month. C, the base benefit amount for an additional qualified dependent is not less than $137.50 per qualified dependent per month. And D, benefit amounts are reduced by not more than 7 cents for each dollar of household income above the threshold referred to in Clause A. 1B, no later than January 1, 2027, the Governor and Council shall adjust the prescribed amounts of the Nova Scotia Affordable Living Tax Credit such that A, the income threshold for reduction of benefits is not less than $42,000. B, the base benefit amount for an individual is not less than $360. And C, the base benefit amount per qualified dependent is not less than $90. 1C, not later than January 1st, 2027, the Governor and Council shall adjust the prescribed amounts for the Nova Scotia Poverty Reduction Credit such that A, the income threshold for reduction of benefits is not less than $20,000, and B, the base benefit amount for an individual is not less than $630. 1D, on January 1st of each year, the Governor and Council shall adjust the prescribed amounts for the Nova Scotia Child Benefit Program, the Nova Scotia Affordable Living Tax Credit, and the Nova Scotia Poverty Reduction Credit to reflect the change in the Consumer Price Index as defined in Section 22A for the previous year. Renumber and change cross-references accordingly. So I'm just going to spend a few more minutes to talk about what this amendment would mean. This amendment does something very simple, very reasonable, and long overdue. It says that if the cost of living goes up, the provincial income supports that people rely on to survive should go up too. Not just some of them, but all of them. because right now that is not what is happening in Nova Scotia. Chair, this government has spent a great deal of time congratulating itself for indexing income assistance rates to inflation. And on the surface, that does sound like progress, but here is the problem. The indexation is partial. It is incomplete. And because it is incomplete, it's actually making people worse off. And this is not rhetoric or opposition spin. This is the conclusion of the independent analysis prepared by Vince Calderhead, which clearly states, under this budget, all individuals and families reliant on income assistance will see their standard of living worsened in 2026. Worsened is the word that was used. Not improved, not stabilized, but worsened. Chair, we have to talk about why, because this is where the government's narrative falls apart. Yes, income rates are indexed, income assistance rates are indexed, but the other supports that low-income Nova Scotians rely on are not. The poverty reduction credit, the affordable living tax credit, the Nova Scotia child benefit. Those are not small, marginal programs. These are core parts of how people survive, and they have been left behind. Chair, let's take them one by one. The affordable living tax credit meant to help people deal with rising costs. It's not been adjusted for inflation since 2011. That's 15 years. In that time, inflation has eroded its value by 40%. A benefit designed to make life more affordable now does significantly less of that. Chair, the poverty reduction credit has not been adjusted since 2018. It has lost 26% of its value in those years. And even worse, the eligibility threshold has not been adjusted either. It is still set at $16,000. So what does that mean when we put them together? As income assistance rises slightly with inflation, and with being indexed to inflation, people are being pushed over that outdated $16,000 threshold, and they lose the credit entirely. So that same benefit that the government is patting its back on in terms of indexing for inflation actually means that people are going to fall off being eligible for other benefits. And they completely lose the $500 a year because of inflation, because of failure to index, and because of a policy choice. Chair, who gets hit first? It's people with disabilities. Because they receive slightly higher support levels, they're going to cross that line of going over the threshold first. They are the first to lose that benefit and the first to fall further behind. So while this government claims it's reversing cuts to people living with disabilities, its own policy design is quietly clawing back support from them. Chair, this is not progress, this is regression. And now we come to the Nova Scotia child benefit, not indexed since 2023. Already lower than most other provinces, but even worse, because it has no phase out, it forces families over a financial cliff. So what that means is if a family earns even $1 above the $33,999, they lose the benefit entirely rather than being phased out. For a family with 3 children, that is over $3,000 gone, because they earned $1 extra over the threshold. This is not how a fair system works, and this is not how a rational system works. And certainly, this is not how a poverty reduction system should work. Chair, this amendment fixes these problems. It restores the value that has been lost to inflation. It indexes these benefits going forward so this never happens again. And it eliminates the child benefit cliff, replacing it with a gradual phase out, just like in the federal system. This is not radical, it is responsible. It is what should already be in place. Chair, the consequences of not doing this aren't abstract. They're already being felt across the province. Since this government took office, child poverty has doubled. 42 42,000 more Nova Scotians are living in poverty. That's a 56% increase since 2021. Food bank usage has risen by 66%. Homelessness in Halifax has doubled. And these are not statistics, these are people. These are signals. Signals that something just isn't working. And Chair, here is perhaps the most troubling signal of all. Nova Scotia now spends less on its social safety net per capita than any other province in Canada, less than half of the national average. At a time when the need is rising, at a time when costs are rising, this government has allowed supports to fall behind. Chair, the Calderhead brief lays this out in stark terms, and I'll table that. Even with the modest increases this year, people on income assistance continue to fall further behind. For a single person without disabilities, the real impact is a decrease in income after inflation. For a person with disabilities, also a decrease. For a single parent with a child, also a decrease. Across every scenario analyzed, people are not catching up, they are falling further behind. And not just below the poverty line, but deep below it. Chair, let's be clear about what that means. We are talking about people struggling to survive, people choosing between rent and food, between medication and heat, between stability and crisis. And Chair, let's be clear, this is a policy choice. Just as it was a choice to index income assistance, it is a choice to not index these other benefits. Just as it is a choice to leave outdated thresholds in place, it is a choice to allow benefit cliffs to persist. Chair, this amendment is about making a different choice, a better choice, a fairer choice. It says that we will not let inflation quietly erode supports for the most vulnerable. We will not design systems that punish people for marginal increases in income. And we will not create policies that look good on paper but leave people worse off in reality. Chair, if the government truly believes in reducing poverty, if it truly believes in supporting people with disabilities, if it truly believes in making life more affordable, then it should support this amendment, because right now the current approach is simply not working. And in some cases, it's doing real harm. And we have an opportunity here to course correct and to restore fairness, to ensure that when we say we are helping people, we are actually doing it. Chair, this amendment is practical, it is evidence-based, and most importantly, it is necessary. I urge all members of this House to support it. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to rise and stand in support of this amendment tabled by my colleague here in opposition. And considering the last clause that I stood and asked questions about and spoke to, clause 67, where the government is offering significant capital investment tax credits up to $100 million, I think considering this amendment is the right thing to do. I would implore this government to not only be looking at increasing revenues for private sector or for commercial reasons, but also to be lifting people up out of poverty in this province. Now, I'm sure each one of us in this House work hard to support our constituents that are struggling financially. And this government did do some very good things when it came to indexing basic personal tax exemption and finally indexing income tax brackets. I think I believe we were the only province left in the country that hadn't indexed our income tax brackets. And now both of those things have been done. But as my colleague has discussed here, they haven't indexed these tax credits for those in lower socioeconomic regions or areas. So I think it's the right thing to do. And maybe it was an oversight, possibly. Maybe this was something that got missed. And I really appreciate my colleague bringing this forward and letting the government know that this was missed and that these tax credits for those living in a lower socioeconomic income levels are not getting these credits indexed as inflation has gone up more than we've experienced really in decades. So we know there's a lot of people in our communities that would benefit from this. And as my colleague mentioned, certainly in my area of the province, what the food bank organizers are telling me is that food bank usage has exponentially gone up. So we know that there is more needs. We know that there are more people in need in our communities. And governments of all stripes have a responsibility to help those, to lift them up out of poverty, to empower people so that every person in our province has a chance to succeed and has a chance to support their families in the way that they want and need to. Children, our families with young children, and there's so many people that consider themselves the working poor that they just can't get ahead no matter what. And these is exactly what these Nova Scotia Affordable Living Tax Credit are for. The Nova Scotia Poverty Reduction Reduction Credit, rather. It's what they're for. And we all know that we've seen massive inflation. We can, blame it on whoever, possibly the former Prime Minister. This is, the result of printing money. You can't print money and not expect massive inflation like what we've seen here in this country over the last few years. But with this inflation, we need to be looking after those that are living in the lower socioeconomic levels and making sure that we are indexing these credits for them as well. So, Madam Speaker, I 100% support this amendment, helping those in need and lifting people up and empowering people by indexing these credits. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Shall the amendment carry? No. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I'd ask for quiet in the gallery. Thank you. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin. John Lohr.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns. Marco McLeod. Adegoke Fadare. Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McCory. Tim Outfit.
Nope.
Rick Burns.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau. Tori Rushton. Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
No.
Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 8, nays 29.
The amendment is defeated. Continuing debate on Clause 68. Shall Clause 68 carry? Carry. Clause 68 is carried. Is there debate on Clause 69? Shall Clause 69 carry? Carry. Shall clauses 70 to 74 carry? Carry. Is there debate on clauses 75 to 79? Yes. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And due to the speed of this bill going through the House and not, I know it is confusing. There's 137 clauses in this bill that we could speak to and that are all amending legislation. So I can understand why the member is confused. So this is one of the bills, one of the pieces of legislation that I had wanted to bring an amendment forward, but unfortunately, due to the hours and
order, I'd ask for the person's, the member's alarm to go off. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I mentioned, I was hoping to bring forth an amendment. This was one of the ones that I wanted to bring an amendment forth, but I just didn't have a chance, so I'll just stand to speak to these clauses, and of course they're regarding the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. So if we look at the amendments before us, Clause 75 and 76 are amending the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act, and that provides the members of the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission are appointed by the Governor in Council on the recommendation of the minister responsible for the act instead of the Council of Atlantic Premiers, and makes the exercise of certain powers of the Council subject to the written consent of the minister. Also on Clause 77, it's requiring the annual budget of the Commission to be submitted to the minister, requires the written consent of the minister before the Council may provide financial assistance to the Commission, and allows the Governor and Council on the recommendation of the minister to provide financial assistance to the Commission. Clause 78 is requiring the minister to consent to the appointment of an auditor for the Commission. Clause 79 requires the annual report of the Commission to be submitted to the minister as well as the Council, and allows the minister to request additional information from the Commission. And Clause 80 amends, sorry, that's the next one. So my question, I just have a lot of questions, Madam Chair, about the changes to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Act. And this was something that I had a few meetings on, in fact, with the, I'm assuming the minister responsible for this is the one that I would have had the meetings with a man from my constituency named Bert McQuaid. And Bert had a love for harness racing, and I actually have several of my constituents are very involved in harness racing and horse racing. And he had actually wanted me to have meetings with, well, we did have meetings with members from Prince Edward Island, as well as other people here in Nova Scotia, to try to look at improving harness racing here in Nova Scotia. So I have a little bit of background on this topic, and just have questions about why are these amendments, why have they been brought forth? Of course, like many other pieces of the Financial Measures Act, we have questions, why is this in the Financial Measures Act? This is an amendment to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. So not really sure the relevance and why, again, why it is tucked in this bill. And again, as I've said regarding other bills, we don't have enough time to properly do our due diligence and to read every bill that's impacted that is included here in Bill 198. And again, I'm just going to put it on the record again, Madam Chair, that there should have been more time between the time that this bill was tabled and when it was being debated here in the House. And 20 hours is not enough time to debate a bill that has 20 individual pieces of legislation, and you look at 55 MLAs here in the House. And I know that a lot of time members of government don't stand and speak to bills, but the reality is they have every right to, and there would be probably an expectation of their constituents that they would be involved and participate in debate here in the House. After all, that is why we are here. But regardless, I'm quite sure the government's not going to change their plan at this point. So we'll just proceed with the time that we do have and do the best that we can do. So I do request the minister who's responsible for this bill to maybe share with the House what's precipitated these amendments to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Act. I'm wondering if there's maybe a movement away from the Atlantic Council of Premiers. Hopefully not. I've said in this House on many occasions, and I'll say again, we need to have more collaboration with our maritime and Atlantic provinces, not less. And as we see any change that involves our province maybe not working as collaboratively with our Atlantic Council of Premiers or other maritime provinces, we want to ask questions, why? What is the source of that? And I wanted to table a couple of documents just so members here in the House have this. So back in see the year here, 1971. There is an agreement between New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island that formed the Maritime Council of Premiers. And I remember dear Roger Bacon that passed away. When he was deputy premier, he told me that one of his most proud moments was having meetings with regards to the Maritime Council of Premiers. It's very important work, and when we work with our fellow maritime provinces, Atlantic provinces, we are stronger. And of course, the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act is based on the principle that we work with our fellow maritime provinces. So I will table this here document from 1971, and also wanted to reference the mission statement for the Council of Atlantic Premiers. The Council will promote Atlantic Canadian interests on national issues by seeking to establish common views and positions and working to ensure that Atlantic Canadians and their interests are well represented in national debates. The Council will also strive to provide a climate in which Atlantic Canadians can fully participate and be competitive in the global economy, benefit from quality social services, and continue to enjoy the quality of life and environment that is unique to Atlantic Canada. And finally, the Council will work with all their partners to foster and promote a sustainable and prosperous future for Atlantic Canada within a strong and united Canada, which respects diversity and equality and all of its regions. I'll table that document. We do know that, and this is going to upset a couple people in the House maybe by me just raising this, but we have seen a movement towards partisanship. I don't know if it's violated the laws of the Conflict of Interest Act here in the chamber, or here in the province. I have questioned that myself when I've seen some of the spending decisions here in the province. But it takes a lot for the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to act on partisan decisions. But we do see a former PC MLA and candidate who is Secretary to Council on the Atlantic Council of Premiers, and we do see a PC member, Glenn Rankin, who is chair of the Nova Scotia on the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission, Glenn Rankin. So I'm just raising some of these things, Madam Chair, because we don't have any background or understanding of why there are amendments to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Act, Commission Act. It appears as though some of the decisions that used to be with the Council of Atlantic Premiers are now not. And that's why I'm asking these questions. Why is there a movement away from what appears, and I could be mistaken, so if the minister responsible for this wants to help us to have a better understanding, I would welcome that. I think we need to be working more collaboratively, and I see that probably more than any other member, with the exception of my colleague from Cumberland South. We need to be working with our fellow Maritime and Atlantic Premiers, and the most recent situation where New Brunswick is proposing a toll in Allac emphasizes that point. And so when I see this change, which looks like a dilution of maritime collaboration, it raises a red flag for me. And those are my comments on these clauses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the opportunity to stand up and speak about the changes that have been tabled under the Financial Measures Act that relate to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. And I appreciate the comments made by the member from the other independent member who just stood up and posed a number of questions. And they're questions that I have as well in relation to this. And so I am going to review the provisions of this act in relation to the current provisions, the provisions of the bill, clauses 75 through 79, and in relation to the current structure that exists under the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. But before I do that, I wanted to refer to one of the Auditor General's reports because, I struggled with the same issue that the other independent member struggled with, which is I have no idea why these provisions are being brought forward. So when I looked to the press release that was provided by government on the day that this act was introduced in the House, there was, I believe there was one paragraph in here. Yeah, here it is. So this is the press release that was that was issued February 25th, 2026, 11:30 in the morning, just as we were, I think, shortly after we probably had our opposition briefing on this. And there's only one small reference in this press release to these particular provisions. And it says, changes to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act to move Nova Scotia's oversight from the Council of Atlantic Premiers to the Minister of Agriculture. So it doesn't tell us why. It just tells us that it is, it's a consolidation of power. It's going from an authority that involves the Council of Atlantic Premiers, which is a group of premiers who share responsibility, to the Minister of Agriculture. So not really any sort of explanation as to why that is the case. And so if we just sort of take you through my analysis, and again, it would be probably more coherent if there was more time given between the time we have to review all of the material in front of us and the time we have to debate. But, I've been almost daily here in the legislature from 9 in the morning till 12 at night while we've been here. So sometimes that means that I don't end up being as organized as I typically like to be, but we can still make our way through it. So we have an indication from the press release that there's a consolidation of authority here, moving from the multiple premiers who sit at the council to just the minister here in Nova Scotia. And bear with me one moment, please. So it made me curious, well, what is the status currently? Like what happens under the current structure in terms of authority, or what does that oversight look like? And one of the things that I was able to find is that as part of the Council of Atlantic Premiers, the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission is subject to what I believe to be an annual independent auditor's report. So as part of the process for annual review and financial responsibility under the Council of Atlantic Premiers, the financial statements, the combined financial statements associated with the Council of Atlantic Premiers is reviewed. And so I'm not sure if it's always reviewed, and I'm not quoting from this, but I'm referencing this document. And this is a document by PricewaterhouseCoopers. So the year that this was submitted for 2021, March 31st of 2021, this was done by PricewaterhouseCoopers. And so they have the opportunity to have those financial documents audited and have statements that are reviewed to determine whether they fairly present the financial position of the Council of Atlantic Premiers. I do just want to mention that this audit does break out the other elements that the Council of Atlantic Premiers are responsible to. So it breaks out the Maritime Provinces Higher Education Commission, and as well it breaks out the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. And so that means there is audit oversight over that commission. And so what happens in the annual audit is that the combined financial statements are reviewed, and the consideration of the financial position as of the date is reviewed. The statement of revenue and expenses and operating surplus is considered, as well as cash flows, and then details on the combined financial statements, which also would include significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. And then on the basis of that extensive review, the Council of Atlantic Premiers and the entities that fall within the umbrella, which include the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Annually, the auditors would determine whether the information obtained is sufficient and appropriate, and whether they pass the annual financial audit or not. And so that's really helpful to understand, because the provisions that are before us, clause 75 to 79, take it out from this process and put it under the minister. And so it does open up the question, well, what sort of auditing process will happen under the umbrella of the minister? Will that auditing process be the same? Unclear. We haven't heard from government as to the reason behind this change, but we also haven't really heard from government as to the implications of the change and what that will mean, not only for the operation of the Harness Racing Commission, but also for the governance and the oversight, and particularly the financial oversight in relation to this. So as I look at this significant change in oversight from the Council of Atlantic Premiers moving to just the minister of one province, those are the kinds of questions I have. And so those are the kinds of questions I'm considering as I sort of work through the information available to me. And so, so that's all I needed to say about that particular document. The next thing I think I'll review, again in my seeking to understand the basis for these changes under clause 75 through 79, as we move from a governance structure that is multi-provinces at the Premier's Council level to something that is governed just by or overseen just by the minister, understanding what the Act currently says now and the structure that it currently has in place now. So I did take a look at the Act. I'm not going to read the whole Act, but I do want to understand the structure to help us understand what the changes mean. So if we look at the Act in its current form, it indicates that the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission, so this is clause 4, which is close in content to the clauses that are now making amendments. So this is the starting point, right? The Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission is continued as the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission with jurisdiction throughout the Maritime Provinces, and the Council shall appoint its members. So again, it speaks to the regional role of the Commission, but it also speaks to the appointment. Council shall appoint its members. And so that means the appointments would be coming from not just Nova Scotia, not just Minister's Office, but the Council itself. And, well, what is the composition of the Commission? So the Commission consists of 6 members, of whom 2 shall be nominated by the Governor and Council on the recommendation of the Minister. So there are currently 6 members on the Council, and 2 come from the recommendation of the Minister, which let's just go back and make sure that we are not making assumptions here. I don't have it. I don't have the right page. I'm assuming the Minister is the local Minister, because this is the Nova Scotia Act, and presumably the other provinces would have similar acts, and each of those ministers would be making appointments. And that would be consistent with what the other independent MLA just mentioned in terms of the current composition of the Commission and her recognition that the 2 members on the Commission currently are connected with the PC party. And so they are appointments under the current government, 2, as this piece of legislation references, and they do seem, well, I don't know if they're political appointments, but they are, they're politically affiliated. We can certainly say that. And then it goes on and says the Council shall appoint a chair from among the members. Subject to subsection 4, determine the term of office of the chair. It also goes on to say, and this I think is important to note as well, the Council, so again, when we talk Council, we're talking the Council of Premiers, shall determine the remuneration and expense allowance payable to members, the chair and the director of racing. And that's important because that indicates these are paid positions. These appointments to commissions aren't always paid positions. And so it is nice to know when these appointments are resulting in compensation being provided to members. And so we know from a review of the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act that, in fact, they are paid positions. And then the council also has the ability to determine the location of the head office of the commission. And the council may delegate any of its functions pursuant to this act to a committee comprised of the ministers of the Crown, for the time being responsible for harness racing in each of the maritime provinces. So that again speaks to the breadth of oversight and responsibility, with multiple provinces having a role in the oversight and responsibility for the commission and for its operations. And so it really speaks to the regional nature of this commission and the shared responsibility and authority for appointing members of the commission, and the shared responsibility for its operations. And it doesn't just lie with Nova Scotia Premier or Nova Scotia Minister. It is a shared responsibility. So nothing in there really helped me to understand. Helped me to understand again what the problem was that we were trying to solve here, and why we were shifting away from the structure that exists currently with multiple provinces being involved to simply having just our minister responsible. There's no indication of that here. So I did, though, find, and it kind of stuck in my head. It took me a while to remember. I don't actually. Harness racing is something I don't have any experience in. And when I think of harness racing, I think of sort of my exposure to it in the media and very romanticized. So it is something I would be interested for sure in taking in and learning more about. Current schedule doesn't allow that, but maybe at some point in the future I'll have the chance to do that. But I did remember, it stuck in my head for some reason, that I had read something about harness racing in sort of my work recently within as an MLA. And it came to me that, in fact, it was referenced in the 2026 report of the Auditor General. And so I don't know how that stuck in my head, to be quite candid with you. We cover so much ground in our review of information, and my brain has a way of just dumping what is not immediately relevant. So when it manages to retain something that, quite frankly wasn't relevant to me, certainly when I reviewed this, and then put that connection together, I'm always a little amazed. but nonetheless, I managed to connect those dots. So I found it again and went back to it with the hopes that maybe the provisions that the Auditor General had reviewed and made comments on would help us understand the changes. And so I'm just going to take a moment. I'm sure this has been tabled in the House, so I won't table it again. We don't need to waste the paper on it. It's simply the January 2026 report from the Office of the Auditor General, and it's Appendix 4. So it follows Appendix 3, which we probably all recall is the appendix that reviews government's additional appropriations. So that one was certainly quite dog-eared in my report. And then immediately after that is the summary of significant control weaknesses. And that's where we see this particular issue arise. And so if we look through, so this is a summary of significant control weaknesses, and what that means is it's issues that the Auditor General has identified that have difficulty in oversight, or that need work to have appropriate oversight. And so it doesn't necessarily imply that there's any wrongdoing happening, but it's just, when we talk about safeguards and protections for Nova Scotians, controls are those kinds of safeguards. And control weaknesses mean there are financial safeguards that should be in place that aren't in place. And so the Auditor General, part of her regular work, is reviewing for those control weaknesses and making recommendations as to where and how they can be improved. And so the Council of Premiers actually arises here and in particular in relation to the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. So I'm going to go through those, and I'll actually read them. It's not long. There are only 2 of them, and then there is a response by management. But I think, again, we haven't heard from government as to what the problem is that government is trying to solve with this, but maybe it's this. It could be that the Auditor General's identification of risk management concerns and control weaknesses is the problem that government's trying to solve. And I think that would be great if that was what these changes were tailored to. So we'll go through them. So the first one is that there are a limited number of individuals involved in the financial reporting function. Given the small size of the Council of Atlantic Premiers, it is expected that there will be segregation of duties issued within financial reporting. We recommend continuing to segregate financial duties where possible. Examples include authorization and approvals between individuals within the financial reporting function. And the impact that the Auditor General references around this is that there's a risk of management override to internal control, increasing the risk of fraud. So that's important, right? We want to be doing everything we can to minimize the risk of fraud and protect Nova Scotia taxpayers and public funds from potentially being subject to that. And so the year identified for this was 2022, 2023. But I'll go back to this and say, you know, the recommendation wasn't the removal of authorities of the Council of Atlantic Premiers. It didn't say that. Instead, what it talks about is the continuation of the segregation of financial duties where appropriate. So that might mean dividing up responsibilities between the variety of staff or other personnel within the Council of Atlantic Premiers, so that, for example, the person who's making decisions about spending isn't the person who approves the spending and isn't the person who reviews the spending. That's the kind of segregation of duties that one expects to see and one needs to see to ensure financial controls are in place to minimize the risk of fraud. And that's the kind of structure that you need to see to ensure that management can't just override those internal controls. When you have different individuals who are responsible for different aspects of financial transactions and reporting and documentation and approval, then you have those protections because each of those people has a different obligation and responsibility to make sure that their role is fulfilled. So that's the recommendation that's here. It's not a recommendation that suggests the Harness Racing Commission must be removed completely. Not at all. It's simply a question of personnel and responsibilities. So perhaps we'll see that recommended structure is reflected in the changes that appear in Clause 75 through 79. But certainly the overall move that happens from in Clause 75 to 79 is not at all what this first recommendation is about. So I'll move on to the second Auditor General recommendation, and that's in relation to the stretch drive funds. And what does that mean? So it goes on to say, the stretch drive is an internal fund set up by senior officials in order to distribute donated funds to injured racers. So that's what that is. Funds are effectively held in trust, although the bank account of Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission is in overdraft. We recommend tracking these funds in their own restricted bank account to ensure they are only spent on the purpose intended for. So again, that is a recommendation that relates to the operation of the Council of Atlantic Premiers, and a recommendation for how to manage the finances that they oversee, particularly in relation to this one fund, that's the stretch drive. And the potential impact that the Auditor General sees or identifies from this improvement not being made is that funds held in trust may be used for purposes that are not intended. So it doesn't go so far as to suggest that this increases the risk of fraud like the prior one did, but it does say that funds held in trust may be used for purposes that are not intended. And that's very important because when an organization holds funds in trust for someone, there's a much greater obligation and responsibility with the holding of those funds than there is when you're just simply banking funds, right? When you hold them in trust for someone, you have a fiduciary duty to make sure that those funds are protected for the purposes that you're holding them, for the person for whom they are supposed to benefit. So those were the two recommendations that came out of the Auditor General report, and I'll just go through the response that was made by the Council of Premiers, but I won't read it in its entirety. There's a recognition that, or at least this is part of the response, that this sort of issue, this is in relation to the first recommendation where there are responsibilities that are shared between staff and they should be segregated. There's a recognition that that's not uncommon in organizations such as theirs when there's a small staff team. And so to that end, the policies work to segregate authorization and approval, incorporate monthly and quarterly independent management review, and implement across controls. So it does mention some things that are in place already, and then goes on to mention some, the review of additional procedures and policies and the consideration of that. To reflect and to respond to the auditor's comments. And then similarly, there is a response in relation to the stretch drive funds, and it was anticipated that it would be addressed prior to the end of the current fiscal year, 2025-2026. So we can possibly presume that that's already been done. We know that we know from the comments here that the team that does provide support to the Council of Atlantic Premiers is small, but I presume they're mighty, and so I would anticipate that those are put in place. So that, to me, that was interesting and may be helpful to understand the changes, because we now need to look to the changes themselves. So we saw some recommendations from the Auditor General that one might want to see reflected in the provisions. So let's go to the provisions and get a better understanding of what the provisions actually do. So I'll cover the overview for each, and then we'll look at the clauses themselves. So clauses 75 and 76 amend the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act to provide that members of the commission are appointed by the Governor and Council on the recommendation of the minister responsible for the act instead of the Council of Atlantic Premiers, and to make the exercise of certain powers of the council subject to written consent of the minister. So when we look through in the authorizing provision, so clause 75 says that Section 4 of Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1993 Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. Again, this is a reference to multiple bills to get through to sort of understand the implications of this, is amended by striking out "and the council shall appoint its members." So no longer will we have members of the commission appointed by multiple premiers who sit on the council. Instead, now we look to clause 76, which says subsection 5 sub 1 of Chapter 8 is amended by Chapter 52 of the Acts of 2014. I won't read the rest of that. Is further amended by striking out "nominated" and substituting "appointed." And it goes on. And substituting "may" with the written consent of the minister. And then we see the provision that I was just talking about. Subsection 5 sub 7 is amended by adding "appointed" under subsection 1 immediately after "member," striking out "council," and substituting "Governor and Council on the recommendation of the minister." Okay, so there we are finally to the meat of the clause. We've gone from an appointment process that involves multiple premiers in multiple provinces who sit together in a council to an appointment process that is entirely within the responsibility of Governor or Council, subject to the recommendation of the minister. And so, you know, we've talked about this in a number of acts already. There appears to be a trend towards exercising greater and greater political control over agencies, boards, and commissions that fall within the responsibility of government. And we see on an ongoing basis government providing itself with the power and the authority to exercise that control. And the lawful way that that is done under legislation is by giving oneself the right to appoint the members on those agencies, boards, or commissions, and the directors on the agencies, boards, and commissions. And so it does end up centralizing power and control. And so so that's maybe a good moment to pause now and go back to the recommendations and observations of the Auditor General, because that's right now the only thing that I've personally got to go on that gives evidence of what problem might be the government might be trying to solve. And so when I go back to that, so I'm thinking the change here that we're looking at first is that consolidation of power rather than a broad oversight by multiple premiers sitting on the council. There's just that one minister who's responsible. And I'm not sure that that's responsive to the recommendations of the Auditor General. The first recommendation of the Auditor General recognized that having duties segregated where possible, having financial duties segregated where possible was helpful. And these are not directly parallel, like I'll acknowledge that. But there are comparable aspects to that. So in the same way as having multiple individuals who have segregated financial duties who are separated, including authorization and approval, that allows dispersed responsibility, and that allows individuals to know exactly what they are responsible for and keep one another in check when it comes to being responsible for taxpayer money, public funds, or funds that are held in trust, because these are not necessarily, I'm not sure necessarily where this revenue or money comes from. But either way, it's within the control of people who are appointed by government. And so, the recommendation of the Auditor General was to separate functions, and a reflection that when you have more people involved in that process who have individual responsibilities, you get better controls in place. And so it is a bit of a parallel if we think of the appointment process now, because we've gone from an appointment process, which similarly allows for balance and input from multiple provinces and multiple premiers, where you've got multiple individuals who are involved, and you don't get and you get a balance of people who are being appointed. We're moving from that now to a situation where it's just the minister who's making those appointments. So you no longer have that balance. And so, it does call into question potentially the diversity of the folks who will be appointed, and what considerations the minister may make when making those appointments. So it seems to, at least on a sort of high level, not at all be consistent with the kind of theme that the Auditor General is speaking about. And again, I acknowledge, one is an instance of appointment of personnel, the other is an instance of oversight of finances. But I would say where this has been identified as an issue that could result in a risk of fraud or increases the risk of fraud at a staffing level, then it's important that we make sure we have a governance level that is prepared and able and well suited to providing the oversight necessary to make sure that the Auditor General's recommendations are followed. And so let's look now to the second provision that the second recommendation that the Auditor General made, and that was in relation to the stretch drive funds. And that was about tracking funds in their own restricted bank account and ensuring that they're only spent for the purposes intended for. I don't actually see a relation between that clause and the changes that are being made here. And so I'm still not entirely certain what clauses 75 and 76, what issues or problems they're intended to solve or designed to solve. They don't seem to be rooted in the Auditor General's recommendations. So I'm left wondering. So if we go on from that, we move on to clause 77, and this perhaps, because this starts to relate to budget, so perhaps this one will tie back to the Auditor General report and give us better understanding. And so the overview for Clause 77 talks about requiring the annual budget of the Commission to be submitted to the Minister, requiring written consent of the Minister before Council may provide financial assistance, and allowing the Governor and Council to provide financial assistance to the Commissioner. I'm not sure it's useful to review the clauses themselves, because again, they're sort of small little take out these words and replace these words and put this in after that appears. So without having that line by line comparison with the original piece of legislation, it's kind of jumbled and meaningless. But if we just go based on the overview that's provided, it does provide a review and a level of oversight for the Commission with the Minister. Again, I'm not sure that that's responsive to the Auditor General's recommendations. And I think as Minister, you want to be sure that the structures that the Auditor General recommends are in place for any organizations that report to you. And so it's nice to have the annual budget submitted to you as Minister, but the Minister's not reviewing that line by line with a forensic audit. Like, that's not the function of the Minister. So as a Minister, we do our due diligence to review the reports brought before us, but we rely on the accounting and financial structures that are in place in organizations, and we rely on others to provide us with advice and understanding relating to those, because A, most of us are not forensic accountants or professionals who would be equipped for that, except possibly the Minister of Energy. But the rest of us do not have that professional background, and nor are we expected to. That's not the function of the Minister, right? We have responsibility, we have accountability for what happens within our departments, which means we have to take our due diligence. And due diligence means ensuring the structures are in place, but then we do have to rely on staff, and we have to rely on those structures to do what they're supposed to do. That's why recommendations from the Auditor General are so beneficial and so helpful, because that is someone who has an expert and informed understanding of what should be in place and can provide guidance for us as ministers about the kinds of things that need to be in place to support our due diligence. I say our, I'm talking present tense. I'm clearly not a minister, but I had experience in that role. And those were the sorts of things that, that I considered in terms of my responsibilities. So Clause 77, again, requires the annual budget of the Commission to be submitted to the Minister, but in the absence of these provisions being addressed, or the recommendations being addressed from the Auditor General, that in and of itself doesn't provide the oversight or the controls, or address the control weaknesses that the Auditor General has identified. So we'll move on. There's only a couple of clauses left, and Clause 78 requires the Minister to consent to the appointment of an auditor for the Commission. I'm not sure why that's there. I don't know if that's the norm for agencies, boards, and commissions that's set within the purview of the Minister. I don't recall that that was a specific decision within my portfolios that I had. So I am curious why it is that the Minister has to consent, and maybe that is the case, right? I just don't know. So I would be curious about that. And then Clause 79 requires the annual report of the Commission to be submitted to the Minister as well as the Council, and allows the Minister to request additional information. And if the Commission is coming under the purview of the Minister, then that would make sense that the Minister would have the ability to seek additional information. So those are the changes that are proposed from Clause 75 to 79 within the FMA. But I'm still struggling, as I think the other independent member was, with understanding what problem was trying to be solved. What was the government trying to accomplish and to achieve through the course of this? And so there actually are some examples of some challenges that harness racing or racing regimes have experienced in recent memory across the country. And so I looked to those to maybe hopefully get some insight into what problems perhaps Nova Scotia was trying to solve, the government was trying to solve with this. I'm not sure if they're illuminating or not, but I think they do have some insights that are helpful for us in understanding this. So if we first look to the Ontario example, what happened in Ontario, and I'll provide an overview of this. Ontario had some challenges within the harness racing, within the racing sector, and the government made a decision to cancel the program and dealt a nearly fatal blow to racing and breeding in Ontario. And then undertook, as a mechanism to recover from that, a foray into slots machines and to provide, to access revenue from slots machines. And it was the most successful of all of Ontario's gaming sectors, and it delivered, over $1 billion of revenue to government. But it did end up, having a huge impact on the racing sector, because when you have an influx of cash like slot machines can offer, you start to detract from the core business and start to detract from the core activities. And it ended up being a very damaging and tumultuous number of years for racing in Ontario. And it came because of missteps that were made by government. Government made a number of decisions that were not well informed, and it caused significant disruption in the sector and significant volatility. And so it was a situation that I think can provide us with some caution. Again, it's not really clear to me what the reason for these changes are. It's also not clear to me who was engaged in the course of these changes, making these changes and drafting these changes. But the Ontario example is a really good example, I think, of the problems that can arise when government makes snap decisions around a sector, and serves as a cautionary tale, I would think, to us. And then the last thing that I want to reference before I take my seat in relation to this clause is another provincial example, which I think provides us as well, perhaps, with some cautionary direction. And so this is the example of British Columbia. And the regulatory changes that they have recently undergone, I'm not going to go into detail about necessarily the nitty-gritty of those changes, but the thing that I want to talk about, though, is that they've gone the path of creating an independent gambling regulator. And part of the reason they've done this is because money laundering is a serious issue. It's a serious issue across the country. It's also a serious issue in British Columbia. And they observe that strong oversight is needed to prevent that. And so the regulatory regime that British Columbia is structuring creates that strong regulatory framework so that the Independent Gambling Control Office, the new independent regulator, can more effectively address criminal activity and protect people in British Columbia. So British Columbia is an example of a province that's moving away from direct ministerial control, which is what Nova Scotia is moving to. Moving away from that because of the risks of money laundering and the risks of fraud and other irregularities and inappropriate activities associated with the challenges of providing oversight in the gambling sector. And there are a whole slew of other things that are happening in British Columbia associated with this. So roles and responsibilities are being clarified between the regulator and the BC Lottery Commission. They're establishing a standards-based regulatory model, and they're making money laundering the responsibility of the regulator. I mean, I think that one line right there is, I think, a fairly cautionary tale that we should be mindful of, particularly in the context of the Auditor General's comments that within the current structure, which is the Council of Atlantic Premiers. But remember, that is a structure that is multiple provinces, multiple premiers. Even within that structure, there are risks that have been identified with the absence or limitations associated with internal controls that increase the risk of fraud. And so I would suggest, if this is the kind of thing that our Auditor General has already told us is a weakness, moving towards more centralized control just under the umbrella of the minister is and in opposition to, or sort of in the direct opposite path that British Columbia is going in, is perhaps something that we need to be considering more carefully. I mean, we've not gotten any information about what government's trying to accomplish. We certainly haven't had enough dialogue and input from community or anyone else, experts or the Auditor General, about the path that we should be on. So I wouldn't want to stand here tonight and make bold assertions about, yes, we should follow the BC model. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's an important question to ask, and I think that it would be important for government to consider the British Columbia example and the Ontario example, and to provide some information for Nova Scotians to understand, what if anything have we learned from those other provinces? What if anything have we learned from the Auditor General? And how are the changes that are being made, consolidating control under the Minister's office and assuming all responsibility for the appointment of everyone on the Commission? Those things seem to be flying in the face of the Auditor General's recommendations, the lessons learned in Ontario, and the path that British Columbia is taking on this matter. So those are my thoughts. And again, they're just thoughts because we haven't been provided with enough information to sort of debate the motives or debate what the anticipated outcomes are. But this is our job. Our job is to critically analyze and evaluate and debate and ask questions. And so, that's the thought process that I've had as I've considered these changes that government is recommending, or changes government is proposing through in clauses 75 through 79. So, on that basis, I would say I can't support the clauses. I don't have confidence that they respond to the Auditor General's report, the risks that have been identified in Ontario, the risks that that we've seen play out in Ontario, and the path that British Columbia is now taking. But I'm hopeful maybe government will stand up and provide more detail on those specific questions that I've asked and the questions that the other independent member has asked that will help us maybe change my mind, maybe provide an understanding that would allow me to say, actually, this sounds like a good idea. Maybe this is the path we should go. But in the absence of that, and in the face of all of the information and evidence that we have from other provinces and our own Auditor General, I have to say, I don't think that the changes that are being proposed in these clauses are beneficial or should be assuring to Nova Scotians that they will provide the protections that ought to be provided for the funds that are overseen by the Commission. So with those remarks, I will take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall clause 75 to 79 carry? Shall clause, I recognize the Honourable MLA for our calling clauses 80 to 85. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting tired. I don't know about anybody else in this chamber. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. And I think I first got up at 7 o'clock to start working on this, or at least dreaming about it. I think everyone has a copy of my amendment, Mr. Chair, and the amendment is to clause 86 in Bill 198.
Order.
I apologize.
We're on clauses 80 to 85 right now. So clauses 80 to 85 carry? Carry. Is there any debate on clause 86? I recognize Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I'll start again. So I have an amendment to Clause 86, and of course this is for the Financial Measures Act, Bill 198. The amendment that I've tabled is regarding page 19, Clause 86, proposed section 19. My amendment is the follows. A, add 1 after the proposed section number, and B, add after proposed section 1 the following subsection. 2, for greater certainty, the minister shall ensure that provincially regulated meat processing and slaughter establishments remain subject to inspection by inspectors, and that no person's eligibility to operate under this act is determined solely through self-reporting, third-party reporting, or administrative review in the absence of provincial inspection authority. Adjust cross-references accordingly. And I'm really hoping, Mr. Chair, that the government will listen, or some MLAs enough that we can pass this amendment and have a majority people support this amendment. Because I'm going to share with you in the debate on this amendment, Mr. Chair, exactly why this amendment needs to pass, or the government does not pass the clause at all and takes this back to be further work being done on it. So there's a lot I want to share on this. I'm going to start by sharing some general remarks on my amendment. And then I'm going to follow that up by sharing an example of some bad actors in the industry. I'm going to share with you the results of an Auditor General report of meat inspection currently in New Brunswick. And I'm going to share with the House a letter I received from the Deputy Minister of Agriculture. So I'll start by speaking to my amendment, Mr. Chair. I speak to Clause 86 of Bill 198, and I put this amendment forward to strengthen the proposed Section 19. And I want to begin very clearly, because this is not a technical clause. It is not administrative housekeeping or a minor modernization. This clause is about something far more fundamental. It's about food safety. It's about public trust. And it's whether about this government believes when it comes to the food Nova Scotians put on their tables, if oversight should be independent, or whether it can be left to the very people who stand to profit. Mr. Chair, let us ground ourselves in what this section currently does. The proposed Section 19 says that no person shall sell or distribute meat described as, quote, inspected or, quote, approved unless the animal was inspected under a provincial or federal law, and the slaughter took place in a licensed or federally registered facility. So on face value, that sounds reasonable. It sounds like there are safeguards. It sounds like there's inspection. But what it does not say is what is critically important, is how inspection is carried out, who is responsible for it, and whether that inspection remains independent, consistent, and enforceable. And that is exactly why I put this amendment forward and why it matters. Because this amendment does something very simple, but very powerful. It says, the amendment, the minister shall ensure that provincially regulated meat processing and slaughter establishments remain subject to inspection by inspectors, provincial inspectors. Not optional, not discretionary, not something that may be replaced later in regulation. It says shall. And then it goes further. It says no person's eligibility to operate is determined solely through self-reporting, third-party reporting, or administrative review in the absence of provincial inspection authority. Mr. Chair, that line, the line there, is the entire issue, because what we are confronting in this clause is a quiet shift, a shift away from boots on the ground inspection. Now, many people in the chamber likely know this, but in case anyone doesn't, the current rules up until, I believe, today, so my understanding is this comes into effect regardless if this bill is passed, I was told that it comes into effect April the 1st with the abattoir owners. The current practice is that an abattoir owner cannot butcher an animal unless a provincial inspector is on site. They have to physically be there. And this, the changes that we are seeing to the Meat Inspection Act here in Bill 198 will change that. It will be a shift away from trained, accountable public inspectors and a shift towards where operators report on themselves. Private entities may verify compliance, and government steps back into an administrative role instead of an enforcement role. So, Mr. Chair, let's say that again plainly. This is a shift from independent inspection to self-assessment and indirect oversight. And that should concern every member of this House who buys provincially inspected meat in this province. I want to emphasize that history has shown us again and again that when industries are left to oversee themselves, things can go wrong. Not always, not immediately, but eventually. And when it comes to meat safety, eventually is too late. So let's walk through what happens when oversight is weakened, which is exactly what Bill 198 is proposing. The risk of self-regulation. When a business is responsible for inspecting itself, there is an inherent conflict. It's just a reality. Every operator is balancing two pressures, the pressure to comply and the pressure to stay profitable. And when those pressures collide, corners can be cut, standards can slip, decisions can be rationalized. Systems that rely on self-reporting create incentives that are fundamentally misaligned with public safety. So I ask, do we really believe that the best way to ensure food safety is to let operators determine their own compliance? Do we really believe that paperwork is a substitute for presence? Do we really believe that reporting replaces inspection? Because if we do, if people in this chamber can say that, yes, they agree with that, then we are agreeing to lowering a standard. That's a fact. Mr. Chair, some governments will say it's not self-regulation. There are third parties involved, but let's be honest about what that means. Public inspectors answer, provincial inspectors answer to the public. They answer to legislation. They answer to standards that are applied equally. However, private or third-party systems, no matter how well-intentioned, do not carry that same weight, they do not carry that same accountability, and they don't carry the same public trust. Mr. Chair, another argument we will hear is that government will still oversee things. There will still be a review, that there will still be compliance mechanisms. But let's be clear. Reviewing paperwork is not the same as inspecting physically at a facility and inspecting the animal before it's butchered. Reading reports is not the same as seeing conditions firsthand, and checking compliance forms is not the same as identifying risks in real time. Inspection is physical, it's present, it's immediate, and it's also preventative. Administrative oversight is not, it's reactive. It's distant, and often it can be too late. So there are real-world consequences to this bill. If inspection weakens, contaminated meat could enter the food system. Improper handling could go unnoticed, and unsafe practices could become normalized, and small failures can turn into major public health incidents. And then what happens? It's not the operator who bears the first consequence, Mr. Chair. It's families, children, seniors, people who trusted the word inspected actually meant something. Because the word inspected is not just a label, it's a promise. And if we weaken what stands behind that promise, the standards, we are misleading the public. Mr. Chair, this issue matters deeply to rural Nova Scotia in particular, because many of our communities rely on local processors, local farms, and local supply chains. And the reality is, some of them are quite concerned about these changes. They are nervous to speak up because they don't want retaliation from the department or from this government. That's the culture that we live in. Those producers, those responsible, hardworking producers depend on trust. They depend on consumers knowing that their products are safe, that standards are enforced, that everyone is operating on a level playing field. And if oversight weakens, it doesn't just risk safety, it risks reputation, it risks markets, and it risks the livelihoods of the very people this government is saying they want to support. We may also hear that this change that we're seeing to the Meat Inspection Act here in Bill 198 is about improving trade, and that aligning systems make it easier to move goods across the border. And although we haven't heard that from the minister, or at least I didn't, maybe I was out of the room, I would assume that is what's the motivation behind this change. But I do want to speak to that directly because I've spoken with abattoir owners over the last number of years. And making trade easier through interprovincial borders should not mean weakening our standards. If anything, Nova Scotia should be saying, we will maintain strong independent inspection with provincial inspectors, and we expect others to meet our standards that are higher. And I believe that is how you build trust with your abattoir owners. It's how you also protect both consumers and producers. Lowering standards or even creating the perception of lowered standards does the opposite. Now, this amendment that I put forth uses the word shall, uses the one word that matters more than anything. It says shall. It doesn't say may, it doesn't say can, not if the minister chooses, it says shall. When it comes to food safety, there's no room for discretion, there's no room for ambiguity, and there's no room for shifting standards through regulation after the fact. This must be guaranteed in law. On the face of the act, where Nova Scotians can see it and have guarantees, where producers can rely on it and have confidence in it, and where government cannot quietly move away from it later. Mr. Chair, at its core, this amendment is about accountability. Who is responsible? Who is answerable? The abattoir owners have told me directly they do not want the liability of being their own meat inspectors. It's a huge liability. If inspection is weakened, responsibility becomes diffuse and it becomes unclear, and when something goes wrong, no one is clearly accountable, or it falls back on the abattoir owner. Now, I'm going to say something that many here in the chamber may not like, but I want to give an example. Going back to the change that we're seeing proposed here in Bill 198 in the Meat Inspection Act, where we will see a change to who actually inspects the meat, from provincially paid inspectors to employees who work for a business, who will be licensed as the meat inspectors of that plant. If you are a paid employee of a meat plant and you see a problem, depending on the owner, depending on the owner's style of leadership, I can confidently say if the leader of that business, if the owner of that business has a certain style of leadership, that employee is not going to be comfortable challenging or bringing up that there is a problem. And you can compare that to here politically. That members of a team can see things that are wrong, but do not stand and speak to it because of the style of the leadership. And the reality is that is exactly what can happen in a meat inspection plant between an owner and an employee. If an employee senses that there are risks in speaking the truth, and when they weigh the risks with the benefit, they may choose not to do the right thing. But we see that. And that's just a reality. That can happen in any organization. Politics, business, nonprofits, families, and I don't think that is the direction that Nova Scotians would want to see happen. Now, I do want to share, and it'll come here in the chamber in a little bit, but I'll just read from it. So the New Brunswick Auditor General did a report on meat safety, food premises program. And the reason I'm sharing that is because New Brunswick have very different meat inspection laws. And provincial meat inspectors don't have to be on site in New Brunswick when an animal is butchered. We had probably the highest standards in meat inspection in Canada. Very high standards, which I think is a very good thing. But our neighbors in New Brunswick have different rules. And abattoir owners have told me they have concerns about moving to a model that's similar to that. So I'm going to read just a couple excerpts from the Auditor General's report in New Brunswick that took a look at this. Or they did an assessment of food safety, specifically with regards to meat. So the Public Health Agency of Canada estimates 1 in 8 Canadians, 4 million people, get sick with a domestically acquired foodborne illness each year. Most cases of enteric disease are mild and require only a day or two of reduced activities. However, these cases pose a significant burden due to lost productivity and other related costs. Other cases are severe and can result in hospitalization, over 11,500 per year in Canada. Serious chronic conditions or death, about 240 a year in Canada. Many foodborne illnesses can be prevented by following food safety practices, which include storing and cooking food at proper temperatures, cleanliness, and avoiding cross-contamination in all settings, including homes, institutions, and commercial establishments. In New Brunswick, the Department of Health Office of Chief Medical Officer of Health is responsible for public health programs, which include food safety. Most food premises require a license to operate in New Brunswick, and the Food Premises Program strives to eliminate unsafe food practices in New Brunswick. The focus of our audit was meat handled, processed, and sold by provincially licensed premises, as shown in Exhibit 2, with regards to meat licenses where are required by abattoirs, where animals are slaughtered, butcher shops where carcasses are handled, and meat products are cut or processed. Grocery stores where meat is handled, displayed, and sold to consumers, and restaurants where meat is prepared and served for public consumption. Proper handling and processing of meat at these premises is an important component of overall food safety. Our objective for this audit was to determine if the Department of Health monitors and enforces compliance with legislation, regulations, and policies in place to ensure the safety of meat for public consumption. Our audit included all 4 regional offices of public health, North, South, East, and Central, and we accompanied inspectors performing inspections of food premises, examined a sample of files from all regions, interviewed staff, and reviewed program documentation. We concluded the Department of Health has processes in place to monitor and enforce compliance with legislation, regulations, and policies in place to ensure safety of meat for public consumption. However, we observed the processes are not consistently followed, and our work identified numerous deficiencies. We also concluded the Food Premises Program is not fully complying with the province's food premises regulation, leading to unaddressed food safety risks. Therefore, in certain circumstances, the public could be at heightened risks of food poisoning. We have made recommendations for corrective action to address areas where improvements are needed. There's lots more I could read, but I will table this, and if necessary, I can provide more at third reading. But the Auditor General goes on to share more in details of what was found, specifically with regards to meat safety. I also want to share, this is very important. You know, as a registered nurse, if you can prevent illness, you take every measure you can. It's much better to be, sorry, that's great, thanks. It's much better to be proactive and have legislation and laws in place to prevent illness than to be reactive and to be responding to illness and hospitalization. So I know that one of the messages that I got from government was, you know, it'll be fine, trust us, you know, you need to have faith in the process. But the reality is, I think in any industry, you can have bad actors. You can have people that don't follow the rules. You can have, you know, people, and that's why we need to have the provincial inspectors. And I'm going to table a document here regarding notification of charges laid against Cutmar Farms Limited. And I'll table a couple of articles as well. This is a CBC article from February the 6th, so just last month. Shubenacadie Slaughterhouse pleads not guilty to charges over alleged serious non-compliance. A Shubenacadie Slaughterhouse and its owner have pleaded not guilty to a total of 10 charges over what the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has called serious non-compliance of federal requirements that protect animal health and food safety. Cutmar Meats and its owner, Curtis Moxham, each face 5 charges for alleged violations that fall under the Health of Animals Act and the Health of Animals regulations. At a court appearance Monday at Shubenacadie Provincial Court, not guilty pleas were entered for both cases. My clients remain steadfast in their defense and expect to be found not guilty once the court process is completed. Robert Pinio, the defense lawyer in both cases, said in a statement to CBC News. He previously told CBC the company continues to comply with all provincial regulations and all meat sold there has passed government inspection. A publication ban is in place for the case against Moxham, which prohibits the nature of the allegations from being detailed. It's unclear why the Crown has applied for this. There's another article with CTV News, and it has pretty much the same information being covered. And I have had other abattoir owners share their concerns that while they follow the rules, not everybody does. And that's why we need to have provincial inspectors stay in place. Now, interesting, after I spoke about my concerns, that my concerns are people's concerns who have contacted me. I mean, I only know about this because I had abattoir owners contact me and share the concerns and talk about the real life. I've visited them before, so I've been there on site. Interesting that instead of the minister standing here and debating in the House and correcting what they said were some things that I said that were false, I received an email with a letter from the deputy minister. And I say, you know, why are our cabinet ministers not speaking to their bills here in this House? Why is the Meat Inspection Act in the Financial Measures Act? Why are these changes in the FMA? Why do cabinet ministers not stand in this House and debate the bills that they table? Is it because they can't? Is it because someone is telling them they're not allowed? If that's the case, I'd love to remind every elected MLA, they don't have to listen to a non-elected person telling them how to do their job. I would have preferred for the minister to have spoken to me or spoken here in this House instead of receiving an email from the deputy minister. And the deputy minister is a wonderful person, Jason Hallett. But he sent me a letter which didn't provide any reassurance because it's not addressing the concerns that I had tabled. One of the things in this letter, and it's not my job to defend government, so I'm not going to read the Deputy Minister's letter here in the House defending the government. That's the Minister's job. He's responsible for the Meat Inspection Act. He's responsible to stand here in this chamber and defend his bill, his amendments to the Meat Inspection Act. It's not my job to do that. But I am going to bring up a couple of the points that is here. Provincial inspectors will continue to play a critical role through licensing, verification, audits, and compliance monitoring. What does that mean, compliance monitoring? There are things that the minister could probably share here with the House that maybe would bring some confidence to these amendments. Like, what does compliance monitoring mean? Maybe it means that there will still be provincial inspectors and they can show up randomly at slaughterhouses and out of the blue. And that's not a bad thing. That's what can happen in New Brunswick. In New Brunswick, provincial inspectors don't have to be on site when an animal is butchered. However, they can show up at any time that the abattoir is open. But what I was told is that the inspectors work 9 to 5. So if a slaughterhouse wanted to butcher an animal that maybe didn't meet the standards of inspection, they do it after hours. And that would never happen here in Nova Scotia under our current rules unless they were violating, making violations. One other point that's in this letter from the Deputy Minister is there's going to be ongoing provincial oversight. What will that be? Define that. Another thing that says in this letter is that there will still be department inspectors present for abattoir processes on a risk-based frequency. So what does that mean? How is that defined? Another line, it says that it is inaccurate to suggest industry stakeholders have been left unsupported regarding the amendments. So the only reason I suggest that, Mr. Chair, is because I was told that by an owner of a slaughterhouse. I was told that. So I encourage the minister and the staff to go back and talk to abattoir owners. It says they were contacted, so I'd like to know, how were they contacted? Was it an email that was sent? What if the abattoir owner didn't get that email? What if it went into their spam email? How were they contacted? And the last point that I will make that is in the letter from the Deputy Minister is it says, Nova Scotians can remain confident that meat produced in this province continues to be safe, properly regulated, and subject to meaningful science-based oversight. So what I encourage the Minister to table here in the House, the science-based oversight. I would love to see, is it research? Is it recommendations from a scientist? What does that mean? Where's the science? Prove it, table it here in the House, show us how Nova Scotians can still have confidence. I want them to. I want the foods to be safe here in this province. I do not believe removing provincial inspectors, meat inspectors, is the right path to ensure food safety here in the province of Nova Scotia. And I ask everyone to support this amendment. Don't vote based on what a party leader tells you to do. Do what is the right thing for the people that you represent in your constituencies.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I wanted to stand in support of CWHB Independent for the amendments put forward by the other independent member that clarify that nothing in the provisions put forward by government under the Meat Inspection Act will prevent inspection by inspectors. No person's eligibility to operate under the Act will be determined solely through self-reporting, third-party reporting, or administrative review in the absence of a provincial inspection authority. And I will be brief. I appreciate the detailed remarks that the member gave in support of these provisions. I just wanted to talk to a couple local issues that we have in our area that have arisen previously, and that I think this speaks to. And it addresses some concerns, a number of concerns that I have with the provisions that government have put forward on this. And so what I will say is this arises in my area because we recently had a closure of an abattoir, which means, and we have an area that does have farming in it. It has significant farming, but the nature of our farming, certainly in Lunenburg West, is much smaller scale than in some other areas of the province, and the nature, and that just means the processing is a little different. Well, no, it doesn't just mean that, but it does mean that in addition to many other things. But the closure of the abattoir has meant that folks who need to have meat processed, folks who raise meat and then need to have it processed, are then in the position of having to transport it significant distances, and which increases cost, which increases distress to the animals involved, which increases potential meat quality because risks occur as a result of that transport. And so this has been an untenable and an unacceptable situation locally. In addition to that, there have been a few folks who have been trying to work with the Department of Agriculture to get approvals for licenses to operate abattoirs, and they've had not much luck over extended periods of time. Now, I'm not sure if the logjam on that has improved recently. I don't have an update at my fingertips, but certainly I was getting reports for months, potentially extending into years, that the department wasn't responsive to licensing requests and to requests for support to move ahead with these endeavors. And I observe again that the nature of farming in my area tends to be smaller than maybe it is in the valley. And so the business would look different and the processing would look different. And I do have to wonder, in an environment where government provides inspectors and it's those folks who are the staff who have the oversight, that supports all operators equally, whether you are a small operator or whether you're a large operator who has lots of staff and who are available to you and at your disposal. But if we move to a model whereby the operators themselves, the operator of the abattoirs, are their own staff are responsible for whatever reporting and review duties exist, then there will be the possibility that large operators are better situated to provide that staffing than smaller operators. And that's the nature of overhead. In a small business, there's certain overhead that you have to pay for whether you're big or small. And so if you have to maintain a staff person who has these obligations and responsibilities, and government is not providing an inspector, that burden is greater on smaller operators than it is on larger operators. And I worry about the burden that would put on those operators. And I worry about the viability of abattoirs in my local area if the volume is not such that they can then afford to maintain staff who would be responsible for these duties, in addition to doing the work that is required within the facility. And so to me, this recommendation that's put forward, or the recommended change that's put forward by the other independent member, I think helps protect that. And it establishes that, in fact, provincially regulated inspectors will continue to exist and hopefully would continue to support smaller operators and not put those operators at a disadvantage, at the kind of disadvantage that it looks to me might arise as a result of these changes. And I don't have a lot of information around that, but I do worry because I know that this is something that's important to local farmers in my area, and I would not want to see us move into a regime that makes it that much harder for us to establish and maintain abattoirs in our area that are responsive to the size of the market and the nature of the market that we have. And so I think those are really the comments that I have. I really greatly appreciate this amendment and the comments that the member made in presenting it, and so I'm pleased to stand in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall Clause 86 carry? Or amend, I apologize. Should Clause 86, no, should the amendment? Yeah. Should the amendment to Clause 86 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. I want to go back here for certainty on clauses 80 to 85. They were carried. I just didn't I didn't proclaim that at the time. So the motion independent for was defeated. We'll move to clause 86. Shall clause 86 carry? Carry. Clauses 87 to 92. Carried. Clause 93. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm getting up on clause 93. I don't have an amendment for this. This, I wanted to actually just talk about it. So just to bring ourselves back to what this clause is. Clause 93, it's it says 5A, all gypsum in or upon Crown lands immediately before this section comes into force is vested in the Crown, and the Crown owns such gypsum and the right to explore for, mine, and produce such gypsum. 2, whereon or after the day that this section comes into force, land becomes Crown land. All gypsum in or upon such Crown lands is invested in the Crown, and the Crown owns such gypsum and the right to explore for, mine, and produce such gypsum. 3, notwithstanding any other enactment, it is deemed for all purposes, including for the purposes of the Expropriation Act, that no expropriation or injurious affection occurs as a result of the enactment of this section. 4, no person has a right of action, and no person shall commence or maintain proceedings to A, claim damages or compensation of any kind, including damages or compensation for expropriation or injurious affection from the Crown as a result of the enactment on this section, or B, obtain a declaration that the damages or compensation referred to in Clause A are payable by the Crown as a result of the enactment of this section. 5, for greater certainty, where non-mineral registration applies in or a whole or in part of the Crown lands, the right of the registrant under Section 98 is not affected by the operation of this section. There's a part of me, Speaker, actually all of my being is saying this is egregious. What this section, all that legalese, comes down to say is that if gypsum is found, the land automatically becomes Crown land because the Crown owns the gypsum. When you read it, that's what it says. Because there's a part here where you can't even, it is notwithstanding any other enactment as it deemed for the purposes, including the purposes of the Expropriation Act. And from what I can tell of this, it is also telling people that if you owned land that has gypsum and the Crown is taking it over because the Crown owns all the gypsum, according to this, you will not receive any damages for that expropriation. So they're basically saying it's legislating that no expropriation occurs at all because it was always Crown land. Even though gypsum wasn't actually defined at any point in time as a mineral. And according to what I understand from this bill, that this is apparently correcting that mistake. We made a mistake and forgot all about gypsum as one of those minerals that the Crown owns. That is my understanding of this. And considering that no minister has actually stood up to fully explain the FMA in second, and now we're in committee of the whole, we're only left to read what is before us, talking to other people who know more than us about what this clause means. Because second reading, Speaker, quite frankly, is where all of that is supposed to take place. Ministers are supposed to stand up in second reading to discuss the bill and the reasons for the changes of the bill so that everybody's on the same page. That is what second reading is supposed to be about. In all of my studies as a political scientist, that has been one of the mainstays. We have now gone into committee of the whole on this, and still it has not been explained. However, reading it, I can only take away from all that legalese what this really means. And so I'm going to read a few things into the record. This is from Sadie Beaton, and quote, because Sadie brought up several clauses, but when she got to Clause 93, Sadie said, later on in Clause 93, proposed changes to the Mineral Resources Act suggest that land with mine-able gypsum would now be owned by the Crown, along with other changes that streamline industrial access to minerals. Paired with the budgeted program and job cuts that we've seen in the Department of Natural Resources Wildlife Division, the Department of Environment and Climate Change, and the staggering 100% cut to the, oh God, how do you pronounce this? Tripartite negotiations with the Mi'kmaq, we can see a deliberate strategy to remove any legislation or personnel that might impede the kinds of resource extraction activities that the Premier and his cabinet are choosing to allocate millions towards in supporting of mining industry growth and high production forestry. And I will table that. The Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture also spoke about gypsum. Mineral Resources Act, quote, the NSFA notes that the Bill 198 makes amendments to legislate that will support the province's pursuit of resource development as part of a broader economic agenda. Agriculture depends heavily on healthy soil and clean water, and farmers are long-term land stewards with a direct stake in how resource development is handled in rural areas. The NSFA's focus is ensuring a balanced approach that protects the land and water base required for food production, keeping in mind a water base is also needed for mining. That's my own. Including clear standards for water management, site remediation, road impacts, and strong, transparent compliance and enforcement with protections. The NSFA is concerned that without clear, consistent safeguards, resource development decisions can create long-term impacts that are difficult or impossible to reverse for agricultural production, particularly where soil health or water quality are affected, or where agricultural land is disturbed, removed, or permanently lost in order to access underlying resources. Accordingly,
NSFA requests that the Government of Nova Scotia formally recognize agricultural land as a strategic resource, reflecting its role in food security, rural economic activity, and long-term land stewardship. So I will table that. So again, Speaker, or Chair, I really have to speak out against this clause. Considering nobody has explained the reasons why, no one has actually even denied that the Crown is saying that they are the owners of gypsum, and if gypsum is found on land, it is automatically Crown land. I've not heard anybody deny that yet. I certainly hope I do. I certainly hope I hear a minister stand up and say that for the record. But barring that, we cannot support this amendment, Speaker. This just seems to me egregious. And with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
Before I recognize the honourable member from Lunenburg West, I would ask the honourable member from Cumberland North to table the letter she quoted from the Deputy Minister, please. I recognize the honourable MLA for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise also to express concerns with the provisions that are put forward under the Financial Measures Act relating to changes to the Mineral Resources Act, in particular, Clause 93. So I think, I'll say this, I share many of the concerns that the member just shared. There's one that I'm not as worried about, but I'm not certain. And I understand, so here's the thing. We're analyzing on the fly, and government isn't standing up and providing detailed reasons for the amendments that are coming forward, or the purpose of them, or the interpretation of them, or how they're going to be used. So we're all kind of winging it on this side to try and figure out what these provisions mean and what implications they'll have. And so I share a number of the concerns that were just raised, and I'm going to go through those. So I think, though, that I'll start with one that I'm not so sure about. But it's been raised by a number of people, and that's the question of whether the result of this might be that all gypsum, regardless of whether it's Crown land or private property owned in the province, somehow transfers ownership to the province. I don't think that that's what this does. But I certainly am not going to say with confidence that it doesn't. And I understand why the member and members of the public would think that, because this is a really unusual clause. It's dropped into the middle of a Financial Measures Act. There's been no explanation. And I think people quite legitimately are wondering, well, what on earth does this mean and what is it supposed to do? So I am not as concerned with that, but I certainly wouldn't stand up and say with confidence that that's not an issue. But there are still significant other issues that I do worry about. And so, you know, the statement, the sort of overriding concept here is that all gypsum in and upon provincial Crown lands is vested in the Crown, both where they're Crown lands at the time this is happening. And so that means that's Crown lands that exist right now. So that would be lands that may possibly be in long-term leases. Well, right now I guess they can only be 2, maybe extended a little longer than that for forestry. But if those provisions move forward, we could see lands that are provided in leasehold for maybe small operators who want to do some long-term forestry work on a land, but those remain Crown lands. And if gypsum is discovered there, that forestry operation ends, and if the Crown decides to move ahead with gypsum exploration. So anything that is a Crown land, I feel like I should know this, but I don't. The legal definition. Provincial parks, for example, are Crown land, right? And I don't know if there's any provisions in the Act that define them as something separate, but like fundamentally, they're Crown land. And so it does beg the question, those properties that are protected, what status does this leave them with? Because this clearly signals an intent to utilize gypsum and to access gypsum that exists within and under Crown land. And so there's certainly a significant amount of Crown land that I'm sure Nova Scotians would be very concerned about being used in this way. So that's the first thing that I'm going to say. That's in relation to land that is already Crown land. The second thing, though, is any land that becomes Crown land in the future. And so that signals that any land that is acquired by the Crown, any land that later comes into the Crown's possession, they also have the rights for gypsum under that. And so what's the significance of that? And there's a little bit, like there's a significant nuance associated with all of this, because there's some legal provisions in here that are not used very often. So I'll get to that. And one of those provisions is the blocking of compensation claims. And this is one of the most significant elements of this provision. And this is what gets triggered by the fact that, let me look to the clauses. Notwithstanding any other enactment, it is deemed for all purposes, including purposes of the Expropriation Act, that no expropriation or injurious affection occurs as a result of the enactment of this section. So it sounds like that means no expropriation is going to happen, but that's not actually what that means. What that means is the change itself is not considered an expropriation. The change itself is not considered an injurious affection. That sounds like maybe that's a protection for a person. Oh, I'm not going to get something expropriated. I'm not going to have injurious affection. That's not the case. It's counterintuitive, because if government triggers an expropriation, then that entitles you to compensation for value. So if you have your lands expropriated by government, as opposed to purchased, as opposed to acquired in some other way, then you are entitled to compensation for that. And so so if the Crown decides to move in some way on property ownership as a result of this, what these provisions do is prevent you from getting compensated in accordance with the Expropriation Act and the terms of the Expropriation Act, and prevent you from claiming injurious affection. And it goes further than that. It doesn't even mean those will be defenses of the Crown. So if it was framed as this is a defense that the Crown can raise in the context of any dispute over landholding, then you would hire a lawyer and government would get their lawyer and you would trundle off to court, and a court would decide, was this an expropriation? Was there injurious affection, injurious affection, and what are the damages associated with that? But this actually takes the further step of saying there's no person has a right of action. That means you don't get to sue. You don't get to go to court. No point in going to get a lawyer, because you're not allowed to get in the door of the court to have the court assess your rights under this. And that is a bar to dispute resolution under the courts. And that's a really unusual clause to exist in a piece of legislation, and it strictly limits the rights of landowners in relation to government action over land. And so it's just that's it, full stop. You don't get to argue it. You don't get to argue it. It's your land. Government may be seeking to obtain it in some way, but you don't get to challenge that legally. So what does that mean for privately owned land? I don't think there's an immediate transfer of land as a result of this, of any gypsum ownership under privately owned land. It is a provision that's supposed to apply only to Crown land. Again, I'm not going to say that with confidence on the floor of the House, given the conditions under which we are being asked to debate these bills, but that is my interpretation. But if land is later acquired by the Crown, whether through purchase, transfer, or expropriation, because remember, this doesn't bar expropriation, so government can still expropriate, it's just not considered to be an expropriation, which means you don't get to get compensated in accordance with the Expropriation Act. I believe, again, interpretation on the fly. I will stand corrected if through the fullness of time and the opportunity to provide more extensive analysis yields a different result. But as far as I can tell, based on the sort of quick and dirty review of this that I've done, what this means is if government somehow takes, buys, or otherwise gets your land, then the only compensation that you might be available to you under that is surface value of the land, not the value of the gypsum that is under it. And so that's a big loss to a landowner. That's a really big loss to a landowner. And it's a significant reduction in the compensation that landowners otherwise might be entitled to. It removes a component of land value in these scenarios. So that has significant implications as well for someone who may want to sell their land or otherwise divest themselves of their land, because at the end of the day, when the land finally ends up in government hands, if that's what has to happen or that's what does happen in the course of transactions, the land is only worth the surface value. It's not worth the mineral rights that are under it. And so that affects bargaining power. So if government comes to you and you've got gypsum under your land, government comes to you and they want to get that land, the landowners can't rely on the value of the gypsum in the negotiations, right? So government comes knocking, I'd like to buy your land, I want to use it for some reason. Maybe I think I need it for a highway, but who knows, maybe down the road it'll get mined for gypsum. As a landowner, you don't get to use the value of the gypsum that's under the land in that bargaining, because government doesn't have to consider it as part of the value, and government is not obliged to compensate you for it. Crown's position is strengthened, individual landowners' position is undermined. And this ensures that the province has full control over and access to development of gypsum resources on Crown land, and ultimately any other land that they happen to acquire through any process available to them. And it strengthens government's leverage in licensing and negotiations with injury and setting terms like royalties, but it does that on the backs of landowners, does that on the backs of the people who currently own private land. And the removal of the access to the courts is really significant and concerning. I mean, they are the arbiters of disputes in the province, and they are another pillar of democracy, and they have a role in ensuring that government decisions are lawful. And if government attempts to ban them from weighing in on a whole set or subset of decision making, then that's concerning and that's problematic. It also begs the question, is this going to apply beyond gypsum? So I believe that we heard someone talk about and reference, and I don't have my fingertips on it right now, but the association between gypsum deposits and uranium deposits. Is that ringing a bell to anyone? And so it does beg the question, is this one step down a path to these kinds of strict provisions being applied much more broadly, far beyond gypsum, to other mineral rights and other minerals, and that's concerning. I don't know where that path ends. It also, I think, just generally, although this is quite targeted in terms of its focus on gypsum and the implications of that, it narrows the bundle of rights that are associated with land ownership in certain conditions. Right? I mean, we're very familiar with and have expectations around what it means to own land. And when people purchase land, which, we have an extensively rural population and a lot of geography that's rural that might fall under sort of be implicated in actions taken under this. And everybody who has taken ownership of land across the province has done so with a certain set of expectations and assumptions about what that land ownership might mean. With expectations and assumptions about their rights to the commercial value of what might lie underneath that land. And And so landowners, investment, resource developers, all of those folks, this will change that analysis. This changes that assessment. And it does so suddenly, and it does so seemingly without any sort of community consultation or consideration, and with landowners across the province. And that is significantly concerning. I do wonder if this complete attempt to bar the authority of the court to intervene in these disputes will withstand challenge. It is very, it's an unusual provision. It severely limits, restricts, eliminates a person's ability to seek recourse through the courts. And there are arguments that could be raised in relation to access to justice and the rule of law. And courts are often deferential in these areas, but that's not to say they will not weigh in and suggest or order that this is not in compliance and not consistent with those principles. Fundamentally, the amendment prioritizes public control over a resource, over and above compensating private interests connected to it. And, it's government overreach, right? It's government overreach into the rights of private property holders. And not only is it government overreach over the rights of private property holders, it also bars any sort of compensation for that. So not only is government suggesting that at some point they may come in and avail themselves of the value of your land and the right to your land, but also, by the way, nope, you're not getting compensated for that. I mean, it doesn't feel good. Like that doesn't sit with me for sure. I don't think that that's the direction government should be going in. We've certainly heard from folks in community who are also concerned about this path. I don't know that I have them in my fingertips. I think they've been reviewed. We heard from folks at Public Bills certainly on this issue, and so this is just another. It's candidly another clause that I have a lot of concern with. The Nova Scotians have a lot of concern with. It isn't one that has gotten quite as much attention as some of the others, but I'm going to be candid and say I think that's because the field was flooded, the zone was flooded. There was so much negative that was thrown out into the ether and foisted upon the public over the span of the last month between the dramatic cuts that we saw with the budget, and then the volume of legislation with the variety of concerns that people have brought up. People don't have the bandwidth to catch it all. And that's not okay. Like, it's not okay that we are progressing at this sort of speed with these sorts of clauses, and just proceeding as if this is normal and proceeding as if it's okay that we don't give people the opportunity or time or knowledge or information to understand the laws that we are passing in this House. I'll say the laws that government is passing in this House, but frankly, we're all party to it. Like, they're passing them, but we're here. And it's really not okay, because I think that this is something that every landowner in the province would be concerned with, and should be concerned with. And if they had the information available to them, if government had done them the courtesy of providing that information as they should have, we would have heard a lot more about this clause. But that's not the direction that government has chosen to proceed in. That is not the path they've chosen to take. They have not afforded the population of Nova Scotia the courtesy of having the information available to understand these laws and make comments on these laws. And so that's for government, I think, to wrestle with. That's for government to wrestle with. So I think I've said all I need to say on this particular clause. I think it's harmful. I think it's problematic. I think it's potentially open to court challenge. I certainly hope it's open to court challenge. Honestly, I hope it is. I hope that it can be unraveled, because I think it says the wrong things to Nova Scotians about their land ownership. I think it sets a bad precedent. I think it has been done in a way that has been disrespectful to landowners and Nova Scotians who deserve to know when significant changes that impact their rights to own land and what they can do with that land and the valuation of that land. I think that that's unacceptable and inappropriate, and so I will not be supporting this clause. You know, I mean, I'm hopeful government changes their mind on it, but I don't have much optimism that that's the case. But I appreciate the comments of the other members of the opposition who've expressed concerns with this as well. And I think, having said all that, I will take my seat.
I recognize Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to stand and speak also to Clause 93. And in my opinion, that this is a piece of the bill, Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, that should have been a standalone piece of legislation that should have come through this House, should have been tabled by the appropriate minister. There should have been remarks provided by the appropriate minister to so that Nova Scotians and all of the elected representatives can have a better understanding of the reasoning behind these amendments to the Mineral Resources Act. And I did print out a few days ago the Mineral Resources Act in an attempt to better understand. There's so much, but I'm not a lawyer, and I have to read things sometimes 2 or 3 times just to really try to understand exactly what is what's in there. And I'm not a geologist, so the Mineral Resources Act is, you know, it's another field industry for me. But I just want to add comments to this, because I grew up in a part of the world where people are pretty independent. People come out in droves, for example, Mr. Chair, on Remembrance Day, because they stand for liberty, they stand for freedoms, they stand for their own personal rights, and they appreciate and respect what our veterans did when they sacrificed for our country and for our Canadian Constitution. And I can tell you right now that the people that I represent would not support this amendment to the Mineral Resources Act. I want to read one of the sections, Section 4, that's being added to the Mineral Resources Act under Chapter 3. It says, "No person has a right of action, and no person shall commence or maintain proceedings to A, claim damages or compensation of any kind, including damages or compensation for expropriation or injurious affection from the Crown as a result of enactment of this section." And as my colleagues have shared, you know, for anyone that may be listening, although I doubt that there's many since it's 11:02, almost 11:03 at night, this amendment to the Mineral Resources Act, with Clause 93 in the Financial Measures Act, states that the purpose of it is to provide that all gypsum in or upon provincial Crown lands is vested in the Crown in the right of the province, both where lands are Crown lands at the coming into force of the new section, and then this is where, you know, and where lands subsequently become Crown lands. So going back to Section 4 that's being added. So no person has a right of action, and no person shall commence or maintain proceedings to claim damages or compensation of any kind. Also, no person has a right of action, or no person shall commence or maintain proceedings to obtain a declaration that the damages or compensation referred to in Clause A are payable by the Crown as a result of the enactment of this section. For greater certainty, where a non-mineral registration applies in whole or in part to Crown lands, the right of the registrant under Section 98 is not affected by the operation of this section. So this is, I believe, this is government overreach, and I just know that I know the general personality of the people that I represent. And they're very proud landowners. And if they knew, which I'm sure they don't because it's 11 o'clock at night, if they knew what bill was being debated before this House right now, if it was on the news and they knew about it, or if it was on social media and they knew about it, they would be upset. And they have a right to know about it. And so I could ask the question, like I've asked of many other pieces of legislation that are in the Financial Measures Act, why is an amendment to the Mineral Resources Act part of this omnibus bill? And we can only make an assumption so that it would try to get through rushed with very little oversight and very little public scrutiny and very little debate here in the House. And sadly, that is going to be likely accomplished. It's not good legislation. It's not a good way to govern and create laws here in this province. And as one of my colleagues has said, it's probably going to be challenged in the court of law. And this should not be going through. This piece of legislation should be pulled from the Financial Measures Act. I will not be voting in support of this clause. And neither should anybody in this House. I'd like to see any government MLA defend this with their constituents and tell them government's going to take your land, possibly damage it, and you get no compensation and you have no rights. And we don't have to fix it. We don't have to do any repair. You know, a little story, a good friend of mine who's a federal member of parliament, Shannon Stubbs, she came here to visit, and on the tour, she was taken to what used to be called Atlantic Gold. It's a gold mine in Musquodoboit. And she was shocked. She said she could not believe the damage to the land. And she said, there is no way that would be allowed in Alberta. She said, when they do mining or any sort of natural resource extraction, they have to restore the land to what it looked like before. So, you know, she was quite supportive that Nova Scotia had a gold mine. It's not that. But she was quite surprised of the damage that, and there hadn't been any restoration of that land where the gold mine was. Now, I haven't been out there in a couple of years. I had the honor of touring that gold mine a while ago and getting to actually hold a brick of gold that had been mined there. It was awesome. But, you know, I think government has a responsibility. Maybe they can learn from other jurisdictions that does mining and extracts resources from people's private lands. But this is government overreach. I think it's going in the wrong direction. And this portion of the Financial Measures Act should be removed from the bill, taken back, table it as a standalone bill so that Nova Scotians have a better chance to see what the government is doing, and encourage the government to do it in daylight hours, so it's not being hidden, and has more media would have a chance to ask questions on this. People have a right to that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Shall Clause 93 carry?
No.
Carried. Clause 93 is carried. Shall Clauses 94 to 101 carry?
Carried.
They are carried. Is there any debate on Clause 102? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
So we have a change for Clause 102. To strike out and substitute Section 2 of Chapter 19 of the Acts 206, Property Valuation Services Corporation Act is amended by striking out Executive Director in Clause F and substituting Chief Executive Officer. This is simply getting the name correct in relation to the NSFM. That's all.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Okay. Huh? Okay. The whole thing. Okay. So recommended changes, sorry. Page 23, clause 102, delete and substitute the following. 102, section 2 of chapter 19 of the Acts of 2006, the Property Valuation Services Corporation Act is amended by striking out executive director in clause F and substituting chief executive officer. Pages 27 and 28, clause 118, proposed section 46L. A, add the following proposed subsection immediately after the proposed subsection 1. 2, a regulation pursuant to the subsection 1 may, if it so provides, be retroactive in its operation to a date not earlier than April 1 of 2026, and B, renumber proposed subsection 2 as subsection 3. On page 29, clause 1 and 26, add the following subclause immediately after subclause 1. 2, a regulation made pursuant to subsection 1 may, if it so provides, be retroactive in its operation to a date not earlier than April 1, 2026, and B, renumber subclause 2 as subclause 3. So the three items on this, the first one is related to simply getting the name of the executive director, renaming it to the current name, chief executive officer. The second item relate to the vaping tax, and it will be retroactive to April 1 if the FMA and the budget does not get royal assent by April 1 of 2026. It does not seem likely now, although when we were working on this in January, February, we didn't believe that the legislative session would run as long as it has. So that's simply making sure that we have the ability to put the tax in retroactively, and this is normal practice in this situation. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I find it quite presumptuous of the government to think that we would not be here in the legislature debating bills. I really do. I find it quite presumptuous. That is a level I can't even comprehend, because, Speaker, with what is in this FMA, what was being proposed in what was just passed and proposed in appropriations, how could we not still be here doing this work on behalf of Nova Scotians? And if the minister is concerned about how long we're going to be here, maybe because we need a calendar, like every other legislature, like the House of Commons. You know, just a food for thought here. The other point I want to make is, if this bill was done in February, why was there no consultation? And why the rush job on actually changing, on making the simple mistakes of it between executive director and chief executive officer? I mean, anyone, it boggles my mind. It really does boggle my mind, Chair. One, this bill has probably the least amount of care and consultation I've ever seen come before this legislature. And the mistakes in it are evident. The lack of discussion from government members is quite evident. And quite frankly, Speaker, I don't really want to fix the government's mistakes. They should have had those. They should have done their homework and had it double, tripled, and quadruple checked before they even brought it to this House. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My remarks are much along the same lines as the members. You know, to me, this amendment can be summarized as carelessness and hubris. That's what the content of this amendment is, carelessness and hubris. So the first clause, page 23, is a clause that fixes a mistake, strikes out executive director and substitutes chief executive officer. But if we go back to that clause or the clauses around that in the bill, that was something that the government did in other places in the Act. So that was an intent of the government's, but they didn't manage to find that one. And so I want to mention just for a couple of minutes what that means, right? Because again, I want to put on the record how skilled and diligent and experienced the legislative drafters who are government staff are. The folks who are responsible for drafting this legislation know their job, and they have a level of attention to detail that that is incredibly impressive. And so what this says to me, the fact that this came through in this way, says to me that this was wildly rushed. And it was wildly rushed not because of any decisions that staff made, but because the directions provided to them were wildly rushed. Why would government need to rush in that way? Because why do I assume that? Why do I believe that to be the case? Because I've worked with many of these legislative drafters, and I know their attention to detail. And I've seen them work under pressure, and I've seen them work in a variety of ways, and I know the focus that they have on these kinds of issues. And these sorts of things happen when they're put under unreasonable pressure to turn things around in an irresponsibly quick time frame. And that's when this happens, right? That's when this happens. So the fact that this didn't make it in on first pass, to me, says that that's a function of the speed with which government was trying to go. And there's no reason for that. There's no good reason for that. There's no acceptable reason for that. None of these provisions required us to be moving at this pace. We could have spent government could have spent appropriate time to give the legislative drafters notice, to give them enough time to catch these sorts of things. And then we could have all have been given enough time to be here in this House debating at reasonable hours and then covering this work, if we sat like other legislatures do. But we don't, and that brings me to the second point, so the second overview of these provisions. We talked about carelessness, and that's carelessness, to be clear, on government's part, not the part of the lawyers who are tasked with rushing their way through a behemoth piece of legislation like this Financial Measures Act. The hubris of government to believe that with this legislative agenda and also having to go through the estimates and supply process that is involved in a budget, we would just be out of here by April 1st. And that's what this is. These are not mistakes. Pages 27 and 28 and page 29, they're not mistakes. I mean, the minister just told us, surprised that we're still here. Surprised. Which really leads me to wonder. I mean, I wasn't surprised after seeing this legislative agenda, the response of Nova Scotians. Like, I wasn't surprised when we had people line up for days to attend at law amendments. I wasn't surprised when we saw people protest. I wasn't surprised. I knew these things would garner the interest of the public, and I knew it would require robust and extensive debate in this House, and that's what we're doing. So I don't know why the minister would be surprised. I mean, the minister was involved in the drafting and tabling of this. So if he's surprised, maybe he just didn't understand what was being tabled, which is concerning, right? Like, because I don't know why there would be surprise. Right? There's significant change with significant negative impacts to Nova Scotians all across the province. And so none of this should come as a surprise to anybody on the government side who had notice of all of this. I mean, we had no notice. This was all dropped in our lap in the span of 2 days at the beginning of this session. And we're not surprised that we're still here. So the fact that government's surprised, I think, the fact that the ministers expressed surprise, and like this is not, I think we can extrapolate to other members of the government who have on other occasions expressed surprise that we're still here. I think we saw an amendment or some reference earlier in this week or maybe last week about some trigger for April 1st, and whoops, we need to make amends for that and address that because nobody thought we would be here. There shouldn't be surprise. There wouldn't be surprise if people were paying attention. So if people were paying attention, if government was paying attention to the bills that they tabled, the clauses that they include, and the implications for all of those things on Nova Scotian communities, there should be no surprise that we are still here. So what that says to me is there is not an awareness. There is not, that diligence has not been done, either by the ministers who've tabled these bills or the MLAs who are there supporting them, whether they've read them or not. So this amendment, these amendments, really can be summarized as carelessness and hubris. And I don't think we need to fix government's mistakes for them. I'm not going to support these because I don't support the provisions that they relate to, and I don't think it's incumbent on us to fix the carelessness and the hubris that government has foisted upon Nova Scotians with the legislative calendar and agenda that they've put forward this session. So, having said all that, I will now take my seat and allow debate to continue.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to just say a few comments as we continue on the debate of the FMA, particularly this change sheet from the government around clause 102, asking to strike out executive director and substitute it with chief executive officer. Clauses 118, proposed section 461, add the following proposed subsection immediately after proposed subsection 1. A regulation made pursuant to may, if it so provides, be retroactive in the operation date of April 1st, 2026. And of course, clause 126, add the following subclause immediately after subclause 1. Regulation made pursuant to subsection 1 may, if it so provides, be retroactive in its operation to the date earlier than April 1st, 2026, and then be renumbers subclause as subclause 3. And I recognize and echo the comments of my colleagues that spoke before me. I'm not surprised at all that we're still here. And nor should anybody, regardless of what side you're on. This is a massive piece of legislation, the FMA, which had many amendments that were proposed, many debates on the floor about those amendments, which will continue. We still have a number of hours left in the ability to debate this particular bill in committee of the whole. This was one that, specific to this, coming from the government, we saw hundreds and hundreds of people present on the overall FMA, Mr. Speaker. So I'm absolutely not shocked at all that we're still here, and nobody should be. Nobody should be surprised by the level of debate that has taken place. Nobody should be surprised by how many Nova Scotians came forward to talk about this legislation. And based on this change sheet, particularly, Mr. Speaker, nobody should be surprised that the government is coming in again with another change, because we've seen this from the beginning. We saw this when the list of cuts came out in the overall budget, similar to the changes they're making tonight in this change sheet. And then we've seen different information come out that wasn't matching up. The numbers weren't matching up. I had this conversation in an emergency debate. This is the same, right? This is the same. So now we have the government's coming in to clean up, something that they shouldn't have needed to bring forward in the first place. First and foremost, number one, nobody should have thought we were getting out of here that fast. I think this is day 23, if I'm correct, which, you know what I mean? If you look, this is probably the longest sitting that what may be the longest sitting this government has seen since they've been elected, Mr. Chair. This, here we are in the middle of the night having a conversation about these changes that came in because it was sloppy, right? As I said, no different than when you have a list of organizations and a list of cuts that are coming that severely impacted organizations, and then the government submits a new list of cuts. They don't add up, and they have to come back in with new numbers on departments that were already through estimates and already through the debate. So this, to me, just is kind of the icing on the cake, Mr. Chair, of how this whole process over the last number of weeks has unfolded. I think that this is another example, this change sheet of what I've talked about really since day one. Lack of information, government having to correct itself, lack of information for the elected members of the government caucus. Here's another change that, the government has to bring back in their caucus members. It's been just one after the other. And, particularly in this change sheet, the chief executive officer is the chief executive officer. That never should have happened like that. The other big part of this is making sure that everything be retroactive in its operation to a date no earlier than April 1st, 2026. The government must have thought, Mr. Chair, that they were going to pass a $19 billion budget in a week, right? Like, even with estimates, they probably would have thought they were going to try to pass it in a week, and that takes 2 weeks. But it goes to the trend that the government just wants to get out of here as quickly as possible, and these mistakes come. This is another mistake that exists in Bill 198. Having to come in and strike out executive director and chief executive officer and make sure everything can function as of April 1st, 2026. It's really, really wild to me that even as I said, the government thought they were going to get out of here ultra fast. That was including, hundreds of people who presented at public accounts. That included multiple demonstrations outside where people wanted answers from the government on the slashing of really important programs and funds for many organizations, in which we're starting to really hear the layoffs now from across the government sector, and also from all of the organizations that are realizing that their money's gone or there's a significant cut. So I won't add too much more to this at this point, but this change sheet, this specifically, shouldn't be coming across the floor. This is something that didn't need to happen. We're talking about it tonight at 11:28 p.m. And the government really had to come in and say, uh-oh, we're here longer than we thought. So we better make sure that everything can actually function within the next fiscal, which is tomorrow. So I'll leave my comments there for now, but thought it was important to get on my feet and talk about the trend that was. When we look back at this budget, most importantly, as I said, devastating cuts, job losses within government and stretched far beyond, and a government that wanted to get out of here quickly, minimize the damage, and as a result of that, a lot of mistakes were made along the way. This is just another one of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too will stand and add a few comments to the amendments that the Finance Minister has tabled here tonight, which are, as he has said, more administrative types changes as a result of us still being here. And he made it quite clear that he was surprised. So my first comment is going to be asking the Minister of Finance why his government is refusing to have a parliamentary schedule or a legislative calendar. And I'm going to share, I'm going to share a quote from the minister from when he was in opposition. And I want to ask the minister, what shifts in the brain when you go from opposition to government that you change your opinion on things so drastically? What shifts in the brain that you forget what it's like?
Order, please. Can we turn, LTV, can we please turn off the mic for the member for Sydney, member 2? Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
So here's a quote from the minister. One of the things that we need to consider in this House is having set times for when we will sit and when we will rise as a House, so that, and I believe there should be a calendar published that tells us the times the House will sit and rise for the next 4 years. We should know that. We should know that on October the 2nd, 2015, the House will sit, and on November the 20th, the House will rise, if that's what we want. We should know the times for the fall sitting and the spring sitting, and there are a number of reasons why we should know that. It is simply a matter of planning. This is a quote from the Minister of Finance from Tuesday, October 14th, 2014. And I'll table that. What happens? So the minister, tabled these amendments, and I'm going to be a little hard on him because this work should have been done. If the time and energy had been put into the bills that are before this House properly and not rushed through, they wouldn't have to table administrative changes. And they shouldn't ever have made any assumptions that they would have been out by now. I think that really, it speaks for itself. And I also want to make mention at 11:32 at night, again, what speaks for itself, the fact that we are here again. This is, I believe, the 5th week. I might be losing track. Until midnight. Pardon? 22 days. 22 days, but the 5th week that we're here till midnight. Why does the government not respect? It's fine if they don't respect other members and other MLAs and their own colleagues and their own health and wellness, but what about the staff that work here? And my staff and I this morning were on the website looking up the labor laws for Nova Scotia and how many hours a week do our labor laws cover. You know, the reality is staff working in this legislature have worked 80 hours plus a week since we have started. 15, 16, 17, 18-hour days, some of them have put in here. Day after day after day after day. I would never, ever do that to an employee that I have. I think it's completely unacceptable and it's inhumane. And for the government to continue to do that, why? To rush through legislation in the darkness of night, 11:33 at night. I think it's despicable. I think it's very disrespectful. We have many hardworking people here. We don't know what underlying health conditions people have. People have some people in this chamber, some people that work here, likely have chronic medical illnesses, and the lack of sleep and the stress would exacerbate them. This is the 5th week of this being here till midnight, and it's wrong. And I'm speaking to this, Mr. Chair, because the minister himself made comments about this when he tabled this amendment before this House. The only reason that this is being brought forward are for 2 reasons. One, the work wasn't done on the front end for the Financial Measures Act. And secondly, they underestimated the power and the determination of the opposition members to speak for the people of this province. People have been emailing us, people have been calling us, people have come here to this legislature to protest. I can't believe I realize that this is the decision of the Speaker, but the fact that we still are not allowed guests here in the House is shameful.
Board, I think that's a little off topic. We'll reel it back in. Recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm just going to remind everyone, I'm sure everyone's tired and cranky and they don't want to be hearing me speak, but I didn't make the hours. I did not make the decision for the hours. Minister of Health, just let her know that. If she wants to make comments, come on.
Order, please. Order. Please speak through the Speaker, or the Chair, sorry. And we'll... Mr. Chair? Hold on, just one moment, please. I'll recognize you, okay? And we'll stick to the amendment. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have a few members chirping me that I'm wasting time, and I'm going to just remind them that I didn't set the hours. I did not set the hours for us to be here till midnight. Their leader or chief of staff or somebody else did. It's not us. So don't direct the anger at us. We're here doing our job as opposition members, speaking for the good people of this province. And these amendments that the government, that the Minister of Finance have tabled, reflect poor planning and organization on behalf of the government. We have seen this whole session with chaos with the budget, ministers not knowing the answers to the question when media asked them about cuts, not even knowing sometimes that there were financial cuts made to their departments, because who actually made the decisions for the cuts to their departments, that still hasn't been made clear. And a budget that is $1.2 billion deficit with projected forecasts of very high debt to GDP ratios that are going to put this province in great financial distress. That matters. That matters to the people that we represent. It matters to our children and our grandchildren. And people are upset. And they have every right to be. And we've seen 3 protests here at this legislature like I've never seen before. And I know that that has happened before I was elected, but I've never seen the outcry and people so upset as before. And, you know, this just fuels my fire to keep going. We will be speaking to every clause, every amendment on bills coming forward. And if the government want to set midnight hours like they threatened myself last Friday, bring it on.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
I'd like to see some proof that she was threatened. She can't make accusations, I find it. The member should not be making accusations. She should be hopefully speaking to the amendment.
Okay, the way I understood it, it wasn't said in a manner that would be a point of order. So we will continue. I'll ask the member to speak to the amendment. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is bringing forth 3 changes to 3 different pieces of legislation in Bill 198. First one is to do with the Property Valuation Services Corp. And the other ones is to Clause 118 and to 126. And if you listen to what the comments were of the Minister of Finance, and he shared with us the reasons why he had to table these, I do not support these amendments because of the reasoning behind it. The fact that he didn't think that we were going to be here till April the 1st. And to the member that questioned what I said, I was told last Friday by the House Leader that if I continued to debate at length, that the government would call hours after midnight and make us all stay here 24 hours, and that is a fact. If she wants to ask the House Leader that, she is welcome to do that.
Order. Okay, let's stay on the amendment. That we're getting outside of it, okay? I think I'm being fair here. So I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll close my comments by saying, again, I tabled that quote from the Minister of Finance. It's a great time for him to put in a parliamentary legislative calendar. Because not only would help us in opposition, obviously based on this amendment that he has tabled, it would help the government. It would help the government so that they would know better and they could do proper planning. So they wouldn't have to change legislation because they made an assumption wrongly that they would be finished before they actually are. So for those reasons, I will not support this amendment and implore the government to put forth a parliamentary calendar that respects the health and the wellness, not just of the MLAs, but more importantly, the staff that work here and are expected to be here and have been expected to be here the last 5 weeks and work up to 17 and 18-hour days. It's wrong. Yeah, tomorrow, they are expected, the staff here in this legislature are expected to work here from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning till midnight. Thursday, my apologies.
Order. We keep
well.
talking about the hours. We're outside. Okay? So that's repetitiveness. Next point of discussion. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will end my comments, and I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I, too, want to rise and share my concerns about this bill as emblematic and illustrative of other concerns in the democratic process. So, and I, too, think that there's a lot that we could do to make democracy, really, in Nova Scotia work better. So, and I look at it from the point of Nova Scotians as well. You know, in terms of having a parliamentary calendar, a legislative calendar, Nova Scotians are often surprised to find out that we don't have one. And it makes it very difficult for them to know how to engage in the process and when to expect the process to unfold. And, you know, and then I also think about things like the other legislatures, all of them that have calendars, also have a different process and a more in-depth process for reviewing legislation. So, you know, in Clause 102, we're being asked to consider a minor oversight. It's a mistake. This one's minor, but what I sit here in the legislature and worry about is all the bills that we're being asked to consider for which there hasn't been fulsome explanation of the various measures proposed to them. And you know, they're in Bill 198, there's still sections I would love for somebody to stand up and explain, for instance, the Securities Act changes. Why? How were they considered? Was that requested by stakeholders? How will it affect Nova Scotians? Like, nobody has spoken to them. So since Bill 198 has hit the table, we spend a lot of time trying to understand the various provisions of 20 acts and 20 proposals. And, you know, But my point is, I don't think this is the only error. I don't think this is the only problem. I am very concerned by the laws that we are passing. And I would invite folks, you know, whether you're ministers or not, I mean, there's enough folks on the government side that everybody, out of interest, could take an act and look at it. You know, I know that there's folks on the other side, like the member for Kings West, I believe, worked in securities and investments before. I'm wondering if the member has had a chance to read that section. But my concern is that this is a minor issue. But what else is in there? What other mistakes are there? And how will that affect Nova Scotians down the road? And like my other colleagues, I'm also, you know, concerned and discouraged, I suppose, to hear the Minister of Finance need to update this bill because the assumption was made that we would be out by a certain time. And, you know, and I think that's also problematic. I mean, the consideration of the budget, of which this forms part, is really like the cornerstone, it is the foundation of the relationship between government and its citizens. So it's the public trust. So the public trusts government, this government, to take money by taxes, for instance, and make decisions about services and programs. I mean, that is the exchange that happens here. And by presuming that the budget process was going to wrap itself up within a certain number of weeks, really demonstrates to me that there wasn't accounting for engagement of Nova Scotians, and there wasn't an anticipation that Nova Scotians would want to be engaged and involved in this process. And Nova Scotians have proven themselves very interested in being engaged in this process, and you know, and very engaged in this bill. So I think, in fact, it's true. When people started to sign up for public bills on this matter, for instance, lots of people wanted to come and talk about the cuts, right? That's what they were interested in talking about. But actually, when they sat down and read through the Financial Measures Act, they were like, oh, actually, there's a ton of things in here that I'm very concerned about. Some of the things we haven't had a chance to get to yet in terms of changes to the Provincial Parks Act, EV charges, things we've already covered in terms of changes to forestry and woodlands management, woodlots management. And so I think it was very presumptuous to assume. Now, but what would be really interesting is that if we had a calendar, actually, the minister could assume, because that calendar would set out a certain number of days that we would sit a year, and would make it much easier for government itself to plan. But I mean, more importantly, would set the standard for Nova Scotians, that they would know when we were meeting. I would also add in an in-depth committee process. You know, one of the things that we're trying to do now in Committee of the Whole House on Bills is bring forward the dozens of hours of information that Nova Scotians brought forward. And I think that we should honor that. If we look at other committee processes, parliamentary processes that exist, in fact, the expectation is that a bill goes to committee and is considered and actually likely changes, because, you know, while government and drafters have done their best job possible, it's important to hear from, you know, stakeholders from all sectors. And so, again, you know, I'm not, I would love, I think I spend a lot of time here reading legislation and trying to make sure that actually we're doing the right thing for Nova Scotians, that we're not approving laws, or not approving them, as the case may be, from depending on where you sit, that contain mistakes, that contain unintended consequences, that put burdens on Nova Scotians. And so I'm not interested in correcting these things. I would, however, welcome, as I said, for every section of this act to be reviewed by ministers responsible, by folks who maybe simply have that in their professional background and could offer. Everyone in this house should understand all of the Financial Measures Act before you vote on it. And if you don't, well, I mean, we've had lots of time together to review all the sections of the Act and all the sections of the bill, I should say, and they're all important. Nova Scotians cared about them a lot, and we should care about them too.
Shall Amendment Gov 1 carry?
Carried.
It is carried. Shall Clause 102? Is there debate on 102? No? Okay. Oh, there we go. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Chair. I ask that you now do rise and report progress to the House.
The motion is carried. We will rise and report progress to the House.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 198, and the Chair has been instructed to report significant progress on this bill and beg leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, that concludes government business for today. And we lost my train of thought. And we will return again tomorrow between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. or 12 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. And I will now turn it over to the official opposition to give us their business.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow for opposition business, we will be calling Resolution 467 on the Legislative Budget Officer, Resolution 468 on budget process transparency, and Resolution 469 on healthcare spending.
The motion that the House rise to meet again on Wednesday, April 1st, between the hours of 12 to 11:59 a.m. Would all those in favor of the, or p.m., sorry. Well, yeah. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried.